Chapter 1833. Chapter 1833. Chapter 1833. You. Very good. Immortal King Yu Xiao and the others died just like that. Everyone was dumbfounded. Ordinary cultivators didn't know how strong Immortal King Yu Xiao was, but they knew very well how powerful he was. Immortal King Yu Xiao had been taken in as a disciple by Yuan Venerate Songji since he was 3 years old. He had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years and was a senior immortal king. Although he wasn't as talented as Sun Yen, Little Demon Venerate, and the other geniuses of the major sects, or Zi Yanjun, he had lived for a long time. Coupled with Yuan Venerate Songji's love and countless cultivation resources, it shouldn't be a problem for him to break through and become a 9 tribulation creation master in the future. In terms of combat strength, half of the 8 tribulation creation masters present weren't a match for immortal King Yu Xiao. Back in the desperate death realm, he had made it to the top 10. Such a being was actually killed by Ning Beixian with a single punch? They looked at Ning Qi with a hint of fear in their eyes. The joyous demon sect disciples, who had been cheering excitedly, suddenly fell silent. Yuan Venerate Songji would definitely be furious if the Jade Flute Immortal Monarch died. Since the joyous demon sect had been the cause of the Jade Flute Immortal Monarch's death, the joyous demon sect would definitely be blamed for this as well. This lad's cultivation is only at the 7 tribulation creation master level. How can his combat strength be so terrifying? No wonder he dared to attack the joyous demon gourd and came here alone today. It turns out that he has something to rely on. However, if we join forces, we should be able to suppress this lad easily. Perhaps, but judging from his battle prowess just now, a few of us will definitely be injured. After exchanging voice transmissions, a deputy prefecture master of Cold Mountain Prefecture finally came. He exchanged a glance with the deputy valley master of Rainbow Valley and immediately transmitted a message to everyone. This lad dares to challenge the authority of a Yuan Venerate. He must be killed today. Join forces with the 2 of us to kill this lad. No disobedience. The leaders of the cultivators from the 7 sects were slightly startled when they heard this. Then, their expressions turned ugly. However, they didn't really resist. Since the 2 of them were ready to attack, it wasn't a big deal for them to join forces. It was just that the tone of the 2 was too arrogant, which made them unhappy. A wry smile appeared on true immortal Fan Lu's face. He had also heard the voice transmission. With a slight movement, he stood behind Cold Mountain Prefecture and Rainbow Valley with the cultivators of the 7 sections. Ning Beixian, this is your last chance. Destroy the stone tablet and follow us to Dao Expansion Immortal City to meet the 3 great Yuan Venerates. Perhaps you'll have a chance to live. The Vice Mansion, Lord of Cold Mountain Mansion, looked at Ning Qi and said, at this moment, other than the Rainbow Valley's Vice Valley Master, there were more than 28 Tribulation Masters of Creation standing behind the 2 of them. Every single one of them was an elite among the elites. When the hundreds of thousands of cultivators gathered here saw this, they retreated several dozen kilometers, fearing that they would be killed by the shockwaves of the battle. I've already said that if you want to see me, just ask your Yuan Venerate to come over. I'll be right here and I won't go anywhere. Ning Qi smiled. In that case, let's do it. The Vice Mansion Lord of Cold Mountain Prefecture said faintly. A murderous intent filled the air within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. The surrounding cultivators were extremely excited. They're going to do it. They're going to do it. The disciples of the joyful demon sect were even more excited. The corners of Ning Qi's mouth curled up slightly. This time he might offend all the 7 great sects and the 3 great Yuan Venerates. However, so what? The battle was about to begin. At this moment, a voice was suddenly heard from the sky. I'll settle the matters of the joyful demon sect myself. Everyone looked up simultaneously. A figure was standing in the void. This person was wearing a red robe and his chest was bared. A ring of red beads hung around his neck. His lips were black and his eyes were sinister. The joyful demon Venerate is back? The expressions of the Vice Mansion Lord and the others changed slightly. The hundreds of thousands of cultivators gathered here looked at the joyful demon Venerate with admiration, shock, and joy in their eyes. They had never imagined that they would be able to see the legendary ninth Tribulation Master of Creation with their own eyes. This was no longer something that an immortal king could compare to. This was an existence that stood at the pinnacle of the central mainland. It's the joyful demon Venerate. The joyful demon Venerate is back. That Ningbei Xian will definitely die today. The joyful demon sect was in an uproar as thousands of figures emerged from the void and looked at the joyful demon Venerate excitedly. Demon Venerate. The little demon Venerate and a few elders have been killed by Ningbei Xian. A sixth tribulation elder in the joyful demon sect said angrily. Huh. The joyful demon Venerate's expression changed slightly. His spiritual consciousness swept towards the forbidden grounds of the joyful demon sect, and indeed, there was no trace of the little demon Venerate. The joyful demon Venerate and immortal King Yu Shao have also died in the hands of this lad. The Vice Mansion Lord of Cold Mountain Prefecture cupped his fists. So what if immortal King Yu Shao is dead? The joyful demon Venerate snorted coldly. Normally, he would definitely be worried about Yuan Venerate Sangji. However, even his personal disciple had been killed by Ningbei Xian. The rage in his heart surged to the top of his head. He glanced coldly at the blood-colored words on the stone tablet before turning to Ningqi. You are Ningbei Xian? That's right. Ningqi smiled. You brought me such a pleasant surprise the first time we met. Ningbei Xian, do you know that Chongxian is my personal disciple? The joyful demon Venerate said coldly. Demon Venerate, you are wrong about something. This is not the first time we met. Have you forgotten about the Valley of the Dead? Ningqi smiled. Valley of the joyful demon Venerate? The joyful demon Venerate's eyes narrowed. Everyone also found it strange. Could the two of them have met before? However, Ningbei Xian was clearly a wanted criminal of the joyful demon sect. If the joyful demon Venerate had met him before, there was no reason for him not to suppress him. I was the one who released Yuan Venerate, Immortal Slayer. Have you forgotten about that? Ha ha ha. Ningqi burst into laughter. Immortal Slayer. Yuan Venerate. When the cultivators of the major sects heard this, they finally couldn't help but reveal a look of horror. They looked at Ningqi in disbelief. That corpse king with a terrifying cultivation was actually released by him? The joyful demon Venerate finally realized when he had met Ningqi. However, he didn't know that the culprit who had stolen the joyful demon gourd was right under his nose. The joyful demon Venerate had never been so furious when he heard Ningqi's mocking laughter. You. Very well. Chapter 1834. Thousand demons happy. Demon Venerable stared at Ningqi and scanned him several times. Finally, he was sure that Ningqi's cultivation had broken through to the seventh tribulation realm, which was different from the previous information. Either Ningqi had hidden his cultivation, or Ningqi had broken through again. However, the latter was unlikely. He had lived for so long and had never seen anyone who could cultivate so fast. No wonder you were able to release Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer in the Dead Man Valley and leave unscathed. You have been acting weak all along. Joy Demon Lord looked at Ningqi indifferently. Are you angry? Ningqi placed his hands on his knees and leaned forward slightly, looking at Joy Demon Lord with a faint smile. This fellow, he can even talk so casually in front of Joy Demon Exalt and keep mocking him. What trump card does he have? Could it be because of that spiritual weapon? If I'm not wrong, that spirit weapon belongs to that person. The 3 golden bodies of Arhats from 9 Phantasms' ancient temple looked at each other. The vice mansion master of Coldmount Mansion and the others had a strange look in their eyes. They knew that if they were in Happy Demon Venerable's shoes, they wouldn't be so calm either. It was even more impossible for them to mock Happy Demon Venerable. The fact that they were able to keep a straight face showed that they had a strong will. He probably doesn't want to live anymore and thinks that he's going to die today. That's why he's acting like this. If he's not afraid of death, he can indeed ignore Happy Demon Venerable. However, with Happy Demon Venerable's character, will he let him die so easily? Not to mention the fact that he killed Yuan Venerate Tsangji's subordinate, Immortal Monarch Yu Shao. I'm afraid Yuan Venerate Tsangji has already sensed it and is rushing over. No matter what, how many years has it been since someone dared to challenge the prestige of the 7 great sects in the central continent? This time, not only did Ning Beixian defeat a sect on his own, even the 3 golden-bodied arhats of the 9 phantasms' ancient temple were no match for him. Even if he's dead now, someone will surely remember him in 5,000 years. Ning Qi's unruly demeanor attracted many of the female cultivators present. They looked at Ning Qi with a hint of adoration, pity in their eyes. Apart from that, there were also quite a few cultivators who admired Ning Qi in their hearts. However, they didn't dare to show it on the surface. If Ning Qi didn't die today, he would become one of the top figures in the central continent and be famous throughout the world. Are you very angry? Hee. Joy Demon Lord suddenly let out a wild laugh, which contained a faint aura of the power of creation. An invisible wind blew up Joy Demon Lord's black hair like a waterfall. A strong killing intent gathered in Joy Demon Lord's eyes. A disdainful attitude was perfectly displayed on Joy Demon Lord at this moment, which made people feel how supreme the 9 Tribulations creator was at such a close distance. They're going to take action. Everyone was slightly shocked. They looked nervous, and their palms were sweaty. A burst of melodious laughter suddenly rang out. Everyone felt the scene in front of them change. Around the stone tablet Ning Qi was sitting on, beautiful women appeared one after another, as well as handsome young men. At this moment, Ning Qi was surrounded by a sea of wine and a forest of flesh. There were countless men and women, and some of them were doing things that made the women blush, while others were laughing wildly. Myriad demon body. Fear flashed across the eyes of the Vice Mansion Master of Coldmount Mansion. He exchanged glances with the Vice Valley Master of Rainbow Valley and saw the fear in each other's eyes. Joy Demon Lord has used the strongest inherited skill of Joy Demon Sect, Myriad Demon Body, right from the start? It seems like he values Ning Beixian very much. Even a lion uses its full strength to capture a rabbit. Although these men and women aren't real, each of them is condensed from the divine soul of a cultivator. There are a total of 10,000 of them, which is why they are called myriad demons. Their cultivation is much more terrifying and powerful than when they were alive. After condensing, they only have the memories of when they were alive, but not the consciousness of when they were alive. Each of them has turned into a real demon. The male demons attack the body, and the female demons attack the heart. The 3 golden bodies of arhats of 9 Cha ancient temple were shocked when they saw this. Even if they chanted the rebirth mantra together, they might not be able to release any of the demons, even after 10 days and 10 nights. Mister, let's play together? Unbeknownst to Ning Qi, 7 or 8 women in gauze had appeared beside him. They were vivid and lifelike, just like real people. They were also extremely beautiful, and their expressions carried a trace of irresistible charm. Many cultivators who were hundreds of miles away felt their faces turn red and their hearts race. They almost couldn't control themselves. Is that all you've got? You're just an inner demon, and you dare to act so presumptuously? Ning Qi smirked and crushed the head of the evil woman closest to him. Then he sneered at the Joy Demon Lord. The expressions of the other evil women changed drastically when they saw this. They became extremely eerie and horrifying. They roared and turned into black gas that rushed into Ningqi's body. "We're fine." Ningqi laughed wildly. The immortal qi in his body boiled like fire. In the next moment, he opened his mouth and spat out a green smoke that dissipated into the surroundings. "This kid is really strong." The cultivators who knew how terrifying the myriad demon physique was gasped. None of the 8 tribulation creators here could easily suppress those 7 or 8 evil women, including the Vice Mansion Masters of Cold Mountain Manor and Rainbow Valley Vice Valley Masters. Joy Demon Lord's gaze changed. A cold glint flashed across his eyes. In the next moment, the evil men and evil women gathered around the stone tablet, stood up and looked at Ningqi. "Go, bring his divine soul here." Joy Demon Lord said calmly. In an instant, the sky changed color and ghosts wailed. The cultivators nearby couldn't stand the terrifying aura and retreated a distance while looking at this scene in shock. "Good." Ningqi let out a loud laugh and smashed the evil men in front of him with one palm. As for the evil women that entered his body, they were refined on the spot. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a 7 tribulation demon." The system notifications kept ringing. The more Ningqi killed, the happier he was. He didn't expect that the 10,000 evil men formed by Joy Demon Lord could also bring him creation points. Although it wasn't much compared to the 100 million creation points he needed for his next advancement, it was better than nothing. In the blink of an eye, Ningqi had killed more than 1,000 evil men. The cultivators present were dumbfounded. Even Joy Demon Lord was surprised. In the next moment, he stared at Ningqi with a cold expression. With a slight movement of his body, he directly suppressed Ningqi. He spent a lot of effort to condense those dead evil men. He couldn't let Ningqi continue killing. Otherwise, the loss would be too great. Joy Demon Lord personally took action. Chapter 1835. Chapter 835. The Power of the Slash. With the Demon Venerable's help, this kid will definitely die. The cultivators of Joyful Demon Sect were extremely excited. Although Ning Beixian is strong, he can't possibly be as strong as a 9 Tribulation Realm cultivator, right? The hundreds of thousands of cultivators gathered here thought to themselves. Most of them thought that Ningqi would definitely be suppressed by the Demon Venerable in an instant. I really envy him for being able to fight against a 9 Tribulation creator. What a pity. If he doesn't die, we won't be able to compare to him. Many prodigies who were less than 10,000 years old but were already 6 or even 7 Tribulation creator looked at Ningqi as if they were looking at their own kind. In their hearts, they had already determined that Ningqi was on the same level as them. However, some of the prodigies felt pity while others gloated. Ningqi's cultivation was not high, but his combat strength was so terrifying. To them, it would be best if all of them died. This kid is even more difficult to deal with than the Demon Lord. Letting the Demon Venerable suppress the demon this time has saved us a lot of effort. The 3 golden bodies of Arhats from the 9 ruins ancient temple exchanged glances and chanted Amitabha. The cultivators of the 6 paths of reincarnation sect, 9 serenities demon sect, mental demon sect, yin-yang sect, and battle sect stared at the Demon Venerable. The 9 Tribulation creator rarely makes a move. Sometimes it's even rare to see one in 100 years. Perhaps we can learn a way to break through the shackles of the 8 Tribulation creator from this battle. Everyone had the same thought. At their level, breaking through the shackles of an 8 Tribulation Master of Creation and becoming a 9 Tribulation Master of Creation was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It was several times more difficult than cultivating to their current level from birth. For so many years in the Central Continent, the number of 9 Tribulation Masters of Creation had remained stable. Many 8 Tribulation Masters of Creation, who were hailed as geniuses that appeared once in a million years when they were young, would eventually be stuck at the 8 Tribulation Master of Creation Realm, unable to break through until they died in battle or died of old age. In short, breaking through the 9 Tribulation Creator required not only talent, but also opportunity and luck. All 3 were indispensable. Now that the Demon Venerable had personally made a move, it gave them a chance to observe the battle of the 9 Tribulation Creator. They naturally did not dare to be careless. They stared at the Demon Venerable, afraid that they would miss anything. I finally made it in time. A group of cultivators sped over and directly rushed to the front. The surrounding cultivators subconsciously glanced at them and were instantly shocked. The Alchemist Alliance. So many people have come? The 6 Paths of Reincarnation sect, the 9 Nether Demons sect. The 7 sects are all here? The Raging Flame Pill Emperor was incomparably shocked. Not only that, look, is that the Happy Joy Demon Exalt? A Pill Emperor said with a smile. That's right, it's him. Pill Emperor Raging Flame nodded. He then looked at Ning Qi, and his eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Ning Qi's battle prowess was completely different from what he had imagined. How was this a low-level cultivator? This was an existence that was even stronger than him and Pill Emperor Subhoodie. That must be Ning Beixian. I heard that he single-handedly blocked the Joyful Demon sect. We didn't believe it at first, but now it seems to be true. Look, Happy Joy Demon Venerable is suppressing it personally. Then this lad is definitely going to die. Anger flashed in Pill Emperor Raging Flame's eyes. Ning Qi's cultivation level had exceeded his expectations. If Ning Qi didn't die today, he would definitely offend Ning Qi if he joined forces with the other Pill Emperors to take away Pill Emperor Subhoodie's authority in the Alchemist Alliance. After the Happy Joy Demon Venerable personally suppressed the stone tablet, those demons suddenly turned into black smoke and rushed into the Happy Joy Demon Venerable's body. At this moment, Happy Joy Demon Venerable's body seemed to be burning with black flames. Then an incomparably black long saber appeared in his hand, and he slashed at Ning Qi. The incomparably sharp saber aura cut through the void. Wherever the saber aura passed, the void shattered. The stone tablet and Ning Qi were the targets of the saber aura. Just when everyone thought that Ning Qi would be suppressed, Ning Qi's eyes lit up and he slashed with his saber. The surging immortal, Qi, condensed into a saber aura and went against the aura. Boom! 2 completely different auras collided in the air, emitting an incomparably loud sound. The sky shook and the earth quaked. Terrifying shock waves were visible to the naked eye, sweeping out in all directions. The towering trees in the mountain range were uprooted by this shock wave. After a few breaths, the originally lush and green primeval forest had turned into ruins. Everyone hurriedly looked towards the stone tablet, but found that the stone tablet was still intact. The 7 words "kill" were still there, and on top of the stone tablet stood a figure, holding an ordinary-looking long saber in his hand. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, the cultivators present were shocked and looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. He actually exchanged a blow with the Happy Joy Demon Venerable and was not defeated? Looking at the situation, the 2 seemed to be equally matched. How is this possible? Even among the 9 Tribulation Creators, the Happy Joy Demon Venerable was not an ordinary existence. How could a mere 7 Tribulation Creator reach such a level? The Deputy Mansion Master of Cold Mountain Mansion, the Deputy Valley Master of Rainbow Valley, and the elders of the various sects looked at Ning Qi with a trace of fear in their eyes. They could only feel chills running down their spines. With the power of Ning Qi's saber just now, not to mention suppressing it, none of them could have survived. If it wasn't for the Happy Joy Demon Venerable who arrived at the right time, perhaps all of them would have been killed by the saber. Supreme talent. This is a true supreme talent. The supreme talents present were all speechless. Ning Beixian is actually this strong. Elixir Emperor Raging Flame was in disbelief. Aye, you guys are here too? What do you think? This junior brother of mine is not bad, right? A faint, mocking voice sounded behind them. Elixir Emperor Raging Flame and the others turned to look, only to see Elixir Emperor Bodhi looking at them with a faint smile. Shen Bai and the others stood behind Elixir Emperor Bodhi, but their gazes landed on Ning Qi. Although they had seen Ning Qi's terrifying combat strength in the Wang family, now that they saw Ning Qi exchange a blow with the Happy Joy Demon Venerable with their own eyes, it was a huge blow to them. Elixir Emperor Bodhi, you are here too? Elixir Emperor Raging Flame and the others looked at Elixir Emperor Bodhi with complicated expressions. They vaguely understood why he would recognize Ning Beixian as his junior brother. Why can't the Happy Joy Demon Venerable suppress him with one move? The cultivators of the Happy Joy Demon sect were dumbfounded. They even rubbed their eyes to make sure that what they saw was real and not an illusion. Their hearts were instantly filled with shock. The power of this saber. Chapter 1836. Another eyeball. So this is a 9 tribulation creator? Ning Qi looked at the joyous demon venerate with a faint smile before shaking his head helplessly. You're a little weak. There was silence all around, and only eye contact was possible. No one dared to make a sound at this moment. The joyous demon venerate's expression changed slightly when he heard Ning Qi's sarcasm. You hid your cultivation, didn't you? Don't hide your head and show your true cultivation. I didn't expect a 9 tribulation creator to appear in the central mainland. 9 tribulation creator? Everyone gasped when they heard the joyous demon venerate. Could Ning Beixian really be a 9 tribulation creator? So this is your excuse to cover up your failure? Ning Qi looked at the joyous demon venerate with a faint smile. Don't deny it. The person standing in front of you is indeed a 7 tribulation creator. Speaking of which, I also wish I was a 9 tribulation creator. Demon Venerate really is a 7 tribulation creator. This is the sky light mirror. No one can hide their cultivation in front of it. The deputy mansion master of Cold Mountain Mansion suddenly took out a mirror and glanced at Ning Qi. Then he looked at Joyful Demon Venerable in shock. Joyful Demon Venerable was slightly stunned. He moved and appeared beside the deputy mansion master of Cold Mountain Mansion. He took the mirror from the deputy mansion master's hand and glanced at it. Then his face turned a little ugly. You are really a 7 tribulation creator? The joyous demon venerate stared at Ning Qi. Yes, I am. Ning Qi smiled. When the crowd heard this, the shock in their hearts was like a tidal wave, wave after wave. I have seen countless supreme talents. Even the direct disciple of the Daoyan celestial emperor, Sun Yan, couldn't withstand one move from me. Whose disciple are you? The joyful demon venerate had a grave look on his face. He had to start considering Ning Qi's background. However, no matter how hard he racked his brains, he couldn't think of anyone in the central mainland who could nurture such a terrifying genius. The Dao Yan Immortal Emperor couldn't, and the 5 Yuan Venerates couldn't. Who could it be? Why are you asking so many questions? You just slashed me. It's my turn now, isn't it? Ning Qi smiled. Humph. Joy Demon Venerable snorted. I admit that you're strong, but I only used 70% of my strength in that strike. If I used my full strength, you would have become a corpse. Sorry, I only used 20% of my strength. I didn't expect you to be stronger than I thought. If I had known earlier, I would have used 30% of my strength. Ning Qi smiled. 20%? Everyone had a strange expression on their faces. They all thought that Ning Qi was boasting. Even Pill Emperor Puti couldn't help but pull his face as he stared at Ning Qi. This junior brother dared to boast like this? Wouldn't it be embarrassing if others saw through him? Ha ha ha. 20%. Happy Demon Venerate roared with laughter. This is the funniest joke I have heard in years. Even a Yuan Venerate wouldn't be able to block my blade strike with just 20% of his strength. Are you going to tell everyone that you are a Yuan Venerate? Come, slash me with your saber. Use all of your strength. I want to see if your cowhide can be blown away. You said it 100%. Ning Chi said lightly. Yes, 100%. Happy Demon, Venerate, stopped smiling and looked at Ning Chi. He also wanted to see what the limits of this fellow were. If Ning Chi's cultivation was really only at the 7 Tribulation Creator level, and he had the strength to contend with a 9 Tribulation Creator, then he couldn't kill him today. After all, Ning Chi's value alive was definitely higher than his value dead. Among the 9 Tribulations Masters of Creation, there were many methods of possession and rebirth, but normally none of the 9 Tribulations Masters of Creation would use such a method. There were a few simple reasons for this, other than the fact that the 9 Tribulations Masters of Creation rarely used their full strength. There was another important reason, and that was that there was simply no body that they could possess. Which one of them wasn't a supreme talent when they were young? Naturally, they wouldn't do anything unnecessary. However, Ning Chi's appearance made Happy Demon Venerate's heart skip a beat. Perhaps he had found a body that could be used for such possession. After possession of this fella, my combat strength will be weaker than before for a certain period of time. However, as long as I break through to the 8 Tribulation Creator level, my strength will definitely far exceed my current strength. If I break through to the 9 Tribulation Creator level, perhaps I can reach the realm of Dao Yen. Thinking of this, Happy Demon Venerate looked at Ning Chi with a trace of greed. Suddenly, he looked at Ning Chi in disbelief. As his back was facing the crowd, the other cultivators didn't notice the strange expression on Happy Demon Venerate's face. However, the cultivators of Happy Demon's sect saw it clearly, because they realized that beads of blood were slowly seeping out from Happy Demon Venerate's forehead all the way to his belly button. You said it yourself, 100%. Ning Chi smiled at Happy Demon Venerate. At this moment, there was only a thin layer of blood left on Happy Demon Venerate's head. Although he wasn't dead, he wasn't far from it. If it was an ordinary 9 Tribulation Creator, he would definitely be killed instantly by Ning Chi's saber. However, Ning Chi knew clearly that if it wasn't for the sharpness of the Dragon Slayer saber, it would take at least 10 moves to kill Happy Demon Venerate with an ordinary supreme grade spiritual weapon. Why can't I see your saber? After saying that, Joy Demon Venerable's body split into 2 halves with a boom. Everyone gasped when they saw that. They felt chills all over as though they had fallen into an ice cellar. What's going on? How did Happy Demon Venerate become like this? What a terrifying saber. It's so fast that even I can't catch it. If this saber was aimed at me, the Deputy Mansion Master of Coal Mountain Mansion looked at Ning Chi in shock, and a trace of fear flashed across his eyes. Is Happy Demon Venerate dead? Everyone stared at Happy Demon Venerate's body that was split into 2. They only wanted to know if they had witnessed the death of a 9 Tribulation Creator. To their relief, Happy Demon Venerate's body was once again merged into one. Although the wound was obvious and there was a thin line of blood, at least he wasn't dead. All right, please go on your way. Ning Chi's expression turned serious, and he nodded at Happy Demon Venerate. No matter what, he was a top-notch cultivator who had cultivated to the level of 9 Tribulation Creator. Respect should be given. Wait. Happy Demon Venerate hurriedly said. Don't wait any more. Chapter 1837. What was an eyeball? The joyful Demon Venerate was delighted when he saw the eyeball and bowed respectfully. Divine Venerate! Divine Venerate! With the Deputy Mansion Master of Cold Mountain Prefecture and the Deputy Valley Master of Rainbow Valley taking the lead, the cultivators of the 7 major sects bowed respectfully towards the eyeball. Among the hundreds of thousands of cultivators who came to watch the show, there were some who recognized the eyeball. They took a deep breath and bowed immediately. Those who didn't know the origin of the eyeball knew that it wasn't ordinary when they saw Joy Demon Venerable being so respectful towards it. They followed suit. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators bowed to the eyeball. but the eyeball's attention was focused on Ningqi. Ningqi was no stranger to this eyeball. He had seen it for the first time in the Withered Bones, Forbidden Land. At that time, Ningqi had not even reached the Dando realm and had only been a small qi refinement cultivator. He had seen this eyeball several times after that. The first time was when he had followed Wu Yin to the Green Dragon continent. The eyeball had destroyed the space passageway, and he and Wu Yin had almost died there. Another time, the eyeball had seriously injured Ningqi. Later on, Ningqi had seen the eyeball for the first time in the Dead Man Valley. It was the little donkey that Little Six had mentioned, the mount of the Daoyan Celestial Emperor. At that moment, the eyeball seemed to be using the same trick again. An extremely terrifying force was transmitted from its eyes and suppressed Ningqi. This force was many times more terrifying than before. Even a 9 tribulation creator would not be able to withstand this force for long. This was the strength of a Yuan Venerate. Thank you, Divine Venerate. The joyful demon Venerate cupped his fists and thanked him. He knew that the owner of the eyeball had specially used this mystic technique to save his life from the other party. I might be a little afraid if you were here in person, but what's an eyeball to me? Under everyone's shocked gazes, Ningqi flew up and slashed the terrifying power coming from the eyeball. Then, with a poof, the blade pierced through the center of the eyeball. A trace of astonishment appeared in the eyeball, followed by boundless rage. Even though it was only an eyeball and didn't have any facial features, everyone could feel how furious the owner of the eyeball was. Then, a line of blood appeared in the center of the eyeball. Boom! The eyeball instantly exploded and blood sprayed onto the ground like rain. The withered grass on the ground absorbed the blood and began to grow at a crazy rate. Some of the cultivators who were accidentally stained by the blood revealed expressions of ecstasy and quickly licked the blood clean with their tongues. Many eternal life, realm, and transcendence realm cultivators sat cross-legged on the spot, their auras fluctuating. It was obvious that they were planning to advance. There were also some Do Dan realm cultivators with lower cultivation levels who directly broke through a small realm after absorbing a little of the essence blood. This, the joyful demon Venerate and the others, looked at the figure standing in the void in astonishment as unprecedented fear arose in their hearts. The other party had actually made a move on an ultimate god? This was too audacious. Before this, they had definitely thought that only Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer would dare to make a move on an ultimate god. After all, this person was absolutely irreconcilable with the Dao Yin Immortal Emperor and would fight to the death every time they met. However, after today, there was one more person who would dare to make a move on an ultimate god. That stubborn donkey can't save you either. Please go on your way. Ningqi looked at the joyful demon Venerate and smiled. No, wait. You. The joyful demon Venerate was indignant as countless lines of blood appeared on his body. Then his physical body was instantly torn apart and turned into pieces of minced meat that fell to the ground. Many cultivators present were shocked when they saw the scene. Then they looked at the minced meat greedily as an uncontrollable restlessness arose in their hearts. Whoever could obtain this minced meat and refine it would definitely improve their cultivation greatly. The joyful demon Venerate is dead. The cultivators of the joyful demon sect still couldn't believe what they had seen with their own eyes. A faint look of despair appeared on their faces as they stood motionless on the spot. So even a 9 tribulation creator can fall. It seems like the joyful demon sect is going to be annihilated today. Ning Beixian is so terrifying that he can kill a 9 tribulation creator just like that. Is he really just a 7 tribulation creator? I'm also a 7 tribulation creator. Why is there such a huge difference in combat strength? Those self-proclaimed geniuses who had broken through to the 7 tribulation creator level in less than 10,000 years looked at Ningqi with shock, disbelief, envy, and a trace of jealousy. It's over. Pill Emperor Flame's heart skipped a beat, and his body couldn't help but tremble. He quickly turned around and looked at Pil Emperor Bodhi with a pleading expression. Pil Emperor Bodhi, I plan to leave the Alchemist Alliance and give up the flame elixir vein. Can you spare my life? The other Dan Emperors were also shocked. Seeing that Dan Emperor Raging Flame was actually willing to give up his Dan vein, just to exchange for his life, their hearts were instantly filled with fear. They were on the same side as Dan Emperor Raging Flame. Could it be that they had to hand over their Dan vein today? We'll talk about it later. Pil Emperor Bodhi said with a faint smile. Pil Emperor Flame's face was filled with despair. As for escaping, he didn't even think about it. No matter how stupid he was, he knew that as long as he moved, he would be slashed into minced meat by Ning Chi the next moment with a shout from Pil Emperor Bodhi. Ning Chi's gaze swept across the crowd. The deputy mansion master of Cold Mountain Mansion and the others didn't dare to look Ning Chi in the eye. They lowered their heads when Ning Chi's gaze swept across them. Ning Chi smiled and casually waved his saber. The terrifying saber aura condensed from immortal Chi swept across the dumbfounded cultivators of Joyful Demon Sect who were standing in the void. Thousands of cultivators lost their lives under this saber. A blood-red downpour poured down from the sky. Everyone sighed in their hearts when they saw this scene. The Joyful Demon Sect was annihilated. There were still some cultivators hiding in the Joyful Demon Sect. Ning Chi didn't let them go. With a slight movement, he appeared right above the Joyful Demon Sect and slashed down with his saber. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the huge Joyful Demon Sect turned into a pile of ruins in an instant. The cultivators hiding inside were all dead. At this point, except for some cultivators who had yet to return, 99% of the cultivators of the Joyful Demon Sect were dead. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the sect was annihilated. Then Ning Chi returned to the stone tablet. Chapter 1838. Are you convinced? Dao Yen Immortal City. Within a divine palace that was enveloped by layer upon layer of restrictions, a furious roar that resounded through the heavens, and the earth suddenly resounded from within the palace. And all the living beings in Dao Development Immortal City heard it. Some cultivators with slightly lower cultivations even started shivering when they heard this furious roar, because this roar contained flames of rage that could incinerate one's heart. This is the ultimate god. What exactly made him so furious? The immortal kings in the palaces raised their heads in shock and looked in the direction of the palace. Apart from being shocked, they couldn't help but start guessing in their hearts. Yu Xiao is dead and he's so furious. Looks like the matter at the Joyful Demon Sect is getting out of control. A pair of green eyes flickered in a dark cave abode. Inside the God Palace, Immortal Emperor Nyo and the rest of the Immortal Emperors dropped to their knees. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. They had just witnessed the divine god's left eye exploding all of a sudden. It was utterly shocking. Did someone in the central continent dare to harm the divine god? And they even succeeded. Even though the supreme divinity's mystique could not send his true body over, and he could only send an eye over, the power of this eye was far beyond that of an ordinary 9 tribulations creator. Just who was it that destroyed the supreme divinity's eye? Damn it! Ning Beixian! Ning Beixian! You deserve to die! 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 The young cultivator that Ning Chi had met in the Dead Man Valley before was sitting on the main seat in the hall, madly cursing with rage. Right now, there was only a red hole left in his left eye. The eyeball that should have been there had already disappeared. Every part of the 9 tribulations, master of creation's body, had been polished for countless years. Even if he used the power of creation to form another eyeball again, the power would probably be more than 10,000 times weaker than before. He needed to cultivate continuously to synchronize the strength of his eyeball with his body. It would take at least a few thousand years. Ning Beixian? It's him? How is this possible? The other immortal kings, kneeling on the ground, had different expressions on their faces. They had heard of this name when Ning Chi killed Hung, he immortal king, and the other 3 immortal kings. However, the owner of this name had been silent for thousands of years. When he reappeared, he had already become a wanted criminal of the Joyous Demon Sect. But now, in just a few years, he had become the suspect of killing the great elder of the Joyous Demon Sect, Ma Xinglong, the alchemist alliances by High Pill Saint and Immortal King Pudu. Not long after that, he made the divine venerable so angry. Could it be that his eyeball was destroyed by Ning Beixian? Thinking of this, all the celestial kings present felt their hearts turn cold. Send me an army of 100,000 demons. I will personally suppress this damn thing. With a thought, another eyeball appeared in his empty eye socket. After rotating it twice, the young cultivator spoke with incomparable ferocity. Divine Lord, are you talking about Ning Beixian? Immortal King Ox mustered up his courage and asked, That's him. How dare you destroy my heavenly eye? The young cultivator was infuriated. Divine Lord, if he really has this kind of strength, I'm afraid even an army of 100,000 demons won't be able to suppress him. Immortal King Ox said in a low voice. Each of the immortal kings here had thousands of demon soldiers under their command. In total, there were 100,000 of them. However, Immortal King Nyo knew the strength of these demon soldiers very well. Even if he brought them to encircle an 8 tribulation creator, it would be extremely difficult, let alone encircling an existence that could destroy a hierarch's heavenly eye. Then I'll go myself. The young cultivator snorted coldly and disappeared in front of everyone in the blink of an eye, leaving Immortal King Ox and the others looking at each other in dismay. Do you still want me to meet the 3 Yuan venerates? On the stone tablet, Ning Qi's gaze fell on the Deputy Mansion Master of Cold Mountain Prefecture and the other cultivators. Of course, there's no need. The Deputy Mansion Master of Cold Mountain Prefecture forced a smile and said cautiously. He was afraid that if he angered Ning Qi, he would accidentally end up like the joyful demon venerate, Immortal King Yushao and the others. Then leave an arm each and scram. Ning Qi said indifferently, Leave an arm each? Everyone was slightly taken aback. Then their faces darkened. However, on second thought, it seemed worth it to exchange an arm for a way out. With that thought, the Deputy Mansion Master of Cold Mountain Prefecture gritted his teeth and cut off his arm on the spot. All right, you can scram now. Ning Qi gently pointed, and the arm was turned into ashes by the immortal Qi. Yes, the Deputy Mansion Master of Cold Mountain Prefecture lowered his head and responded. Then he led the cultivators of Cold Mountain Prefecture away. He didn't want to stay here for a second longer. The Deputy Mansion Master of Rainbow Valley also cut off his arm and left. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation Sect, 9 Nether Demon Sect, 9 Phantasmal Ancient Temple. Just as they were about to leave, Ning Qi suddenly said, Wait. The leading cultivators of the 6 sects shuddered when they heard this. Could Ning Beixian have changed his mind and wanted to kill them? The Joyful Demon Sect was one of the 7 great sects along with you. Now that the Joyful Demon Sect has been destroyed, are you convinced? Ning Qi said indifferently, We are convinced. The leading cultivators of the 6 great sects were slightly startled. Then they took a deep breath and lowered their heads. The hundreds of thousands of cultivators nearby were shocked to see this. Since you are convinced, you can scram now. Ning Qi smiled and waved his hand. After the cultivators of the 6 great sects left, the 1st tier and 2nd tier sects followed suit. As for the affiliated sects of the Joyful Demon Sect, they sneaked away the moment the Joyful Demon Sovereign died. They were too weak, so weak that Ning Qi didn't even have the interest to trample them to death. Senior brother, why are you guys here too? Ning Qi looked at Pill Emperor Bodhi and waved his hand with a smile. The surrounding cultivators looked at Pill Emperor Bodhi in shock. As Pill Emperor Bodhi rarely showed himself, other than those who were on the same level as him, the rest of the cultivators had never seen him before. Therefore, they were extremely shocked. This person was Ning Beixian's senior brother. Could he be someone as terrifying as Ning Beixian? Pill Emperor Lian and the others stiffened and looked at Pill Emperor Bodhi, pleadingly. Chapter 1839. Chapter 1839. Chapter 1839. Deserve to die. Junior brother, you've really made a name for yourself this time. From the demon lords to the servants of the delightful demon sect, they've all been annihilated by you. You're invincible in the central mainland. Congratulations. Elixir Emperor Bodhi cupped his hands towards Ning Qi and smiled. Shinbai and the rest looked at Ning Qi with admiration in their eyes. They were a little excited. Ning Qi had killed the Joy Demon Lord, and they had a close relationship with Ning Qi. Naturally, they felt honored. Senior brother, you flatter me. Who are they? Ning Qi smiled. His gaze landed on the raging flame Pill Emperor and the others. He glanced at their attribute panels, and his eyes moved slightly. These people, Pill Monarch Bodhi smiled faintly. Senior Ning, I am the blazing flame Pill Emperor. Pill Emperor Raging Flame hurriedly introduced himself. The rest of the Pill Emperors followed suit, and after their introductions, they revealed embarrassed expressions. Ning Qi nodded thoughtfully and suddenly asked Pill Emperor Raging Flame, Pill Sage by High is your disciple? Yes, the Flame Pill Emperor said in a low voice. Oh, I killed him. Ning Qi smiled. You deserve to die. The Raging Flame Pill Emperor nodded his head, without a trace of anger on his face. The other Pill Emperors had strange expressions on their faces. At this moment, they finally realized that Pill Emperor Raging Flame didn't seem to have any bottom line in order to survive. His disciple had died in the hands of the other party, and yet he still said that he deserved to be killed? Junior brother, this is what happened. Alchemy Emperor Bodhi explained the cause of the matter with a smile that was not a smile. Alchemy Emperor Raging Flame and others stood at the side and listened in fear. After Alchemy Emperor Bodhi finished, Alchemy Emperor Raging Flame quickly said, Senior Ning, I did have an agreement with the delightful demon sect before, but I was confused for a moment. So the reason why you joined hands to snatch away my senior brother's authority in the Alchemist Alliance is also because of this? Isn't it because you think that my senior brother will be implicated because of the enmity between me and the joyful demon sect? Otherwise, aren't you a mere 7 and 6 tribulation masters of creation, asking my senior brother, an 8 tribulation master of creation, to step down? Aren't you a little too gutsy? Ning Qi smiled faintly. He paused for a while. This time you came specially to see how I die in the hands of Joy Demon Exalt. This, the Raging Flame Pill Emperor panicked. Your grand disciple, Pill Venerable Blackwater, provoked me, and now he has become my gatekeeper. My disciple, Pill Sage Jade Sea, also died in my hands. Pill Emperor Raging Flame, now, you also came to find trouble with me. You and I are truly fated. Ning Qi said with a faint smile. When the Raging Flame Pill Emperor heard this, he felt a chill in his heart. He wanted to try to explain a little more, but he heard Ning Qi say, Go on your way. When the Raging Flame Pill Emperor heard this, he was scared out of his wits. He didn't want to die like this. He still had a bright future ahead of him. He was the Pill Veins Master, the leader of the world's pill refiners. As he thought of this, the Raging Flame Pill Emperor turned and fled. When the rest of the Pill Emperors saw this, they stood rooted to the ground in a daze. They didn't know if they should run away as well, but logic told them that running away was definitely useless. Ning Qi looked mockingly at the Raging Flame Pill Emperor's back. He pointed at the back of his head, and a ray of immortal qi pierced through the void, instantly piercing through the Raging Flame Pill Emperor's head. He was like a kite with a broken string, falling to the ground with a loud bang. Senior brother, the Raging Flame Pill Emperor is dead. His pill vein should be empty now. You can take over whoever is suitable. Ning Qi smiled. I feel that Junior brother is very suitable. I wonder if Junior brother is willing to take over the Raging Flame Pill vein? Pill Emperor Pu Ti glanced at the raging flame Pill Emperor's corpse indifferently, then smiled at Ning Qi. I often travel around. It's useless even if I take over the pill vein. I might as well let Marshal niece Yi Wanjun take over. Ning Qi looked at Yi Wanjun and winked with a smile. Yi Wanjun was slightly startled. Her eyes were filled with joy. Seeing that Ning Qi was looking at her, her cheeks flushed red. Shinbai and the rest looked at the two of them suspiciously. That's fine too. Seeing that Ning Qi wasn't willing to take over the raging flame pill vein, Pill Emperor Pu Ti knew that it was useless to persuade him. The other Pill Emperors stood awkwardly on the spot as they watched the two of them hand over the raging flame pill vein to Pill Emperor Pu Ti's disciple, Yi Wanjun. They didn't have any objections, nor did they dare to. They only hoped that Ning Qi would spare their lives. Hand over the pill veins under you. If you're willing to stay in the Alchemist Alliance, then stay. If you're not willing, it doesn't matter where you go. Ning Qi looked at the other Pill Emperors indifferently. Yes, sighing in his heart, the other Pill Emperors were in despair. However, compared to the raging flame Pill Emperors ending, they were already in a much better state. Their pill veins might be taken back in the future, but if they lost their lives, everything would be over. Shen Bai, Gong Sun Ziyin, Li Taiyan Wu Dong, divide these pill veins among yourselves. Ning Qi smiled. When Shen Bai and the rest heard this, they were in disbelief. They had a share too? Pill veins. Doesn't that mean I've become a pill emperor? Wu Dong was shocked. This speed of advancement was too shocking. It was like when a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs rise to the heavens. Li Taiyan, who was initially jealous of Yi Wanjun for obtaining a pill vein, looked at Ning Qi with ecstasy and gratitude. After cultivating for so many years, his biggest goal was to take over the raging flame pill vein and become the next pill emperor. Initially, he thought that it would take at least a few 100,000 years for him to achieve this goal. He didn't expect it to happen so early. Since it's a gift from your junior master, just accept it. Aren't you going to thank Junior Master? Pill Emperor Pu Ti smiled. Yes, thank you, Junior Master. The crowd hurriedly bowed. Everyone, please disperse. Ning Qi's gaze swept across the crowd and waved his hand. The surrounding cultivators turned and left in disappointment. Many of them wanted to muster their courage to acknowledge Ning Qi as their master on the spot. Although they knew that Ning Qi wouldn't accept them as his disciple, such an opportunity didn't come by often. Senior brother, you guys leave too. Ning Qi looked at Pill Emperor Pu Ti. You're waiting for that person? Pill Emperor Pu Ti was slightly stunned and his eyes turned solemn. That's right. Given his speed, he should be here soon, right? That person is different from the joyful devil sovereign. I'm afraid that I won't be able to control myself if we fight. At that time, the entire Fan Lu immortal dynasty will be destroyed. Ning Qi smiled. Junior brother, take care. Chapter 1840. Are you really not afraid of death? The bustling, joyful demon sect was now quiet, and the air was filled with a faint smell of blood. The hundreds of thousands of cultivators didn't leave completely. Some of them were unwilling to leave, and they still stayed in the hundreds of markets nearby, but they didn't dare to get too close to Ning Qi. Their gazes fell on Ning Qi from time to time, and then they looked at the stone tablet silently. The markets here relied on the joyous demon sect to survive. Now that the joyous demon sect was destroyed, they would have to disband soon. True immortal Fan Lu didn't leave, but the divine army he brought with him was ordered to leave this place. They weren't allowed to stay for even a second, in case Ning Beixian misunderstood them. He was lucky this time because he didn't plan to stand out from the beginning. Therefore, when the Vice Mansion Lord and the others had to cut off an arm to leave, he was able to keep both of his arms. At this moment, he was standing in a market with his female disciple, Lingyu. He could see Ning Qi's location from here. Master, why hasn't he left yet? Lingyu asked in puzzlement. Although she resented Ning Qi for killing little devil Lord Wu Chongxian, the resentment in her heart disappeared when she saw that Ning Qi could even suppress Happy Devil Lord directly. That was because the two of them were not on the same level at all. The gap was too big. He should be waiting for that person. Perfected Immortal Fan, Lu said faintly. That person, the legendary Ultimate Venerate, the top warrior under Dao Yan Immortal Lord? Ling Yu was slightly taken aback. That should be it. Ning Beixian destroyed one of his eyeballs. Given his character, there is no reason for him not to come here personally. Killing the joyous demon Venerate was just a warm-up. I'm afraid that there will be a battle that will destroy the Fan Lu Immortal Dynasty. Since Immortal King Yuxiao is also dead, there is a 50% chance that Yuan Venerate Songji will come here personally. Perfected Immortal Fan Lu said. A battle that will destroy the Fan Lu Immortal Dynasty? Master, what should we do? Ling Yu sucked in a breath of cold air. We have no choice. Do you think he will listen to me if I persuade him to leave this place and not fight with the Ultimate Venerate? A faint, wry smile flashed across true Immortal Fan Lu's eyes. If the delightful demon sect wasn't in the territory of his Fan Lu Immortal Dynasty, he wouldn't be in such a dilemma. If the Immortal Dynasty was really destroyed, he would become a true immortal in name only. As for those immortal dynasties that only had 3 tribulation creators, they were lacking in cultivation resources and couldn't be compared to the Fan Lu Immortal Dynasty. True Immortal Fan Lu wasn't the only one who thought of this. Those geniuses between the 6 and 7 tribulations also didn't choose to leave this place. Instead, they stayed in various markets and stood in groups of 3 to 5. They had their own small circles. But at this moment, many of the circles that originally rejected each other had gathered together and discussed in low voices because of Ning Qi. As a 7 tribulation master of creation, Ning Qi killed the 9 tribulation master of creation, Happy Demon Lord. This broadened their horizons a lot. Before today, their common sense was that cultivators could fight beyond their cultivation levels, but it was only limited to those below the 8 tribulation. A powerful 7 tribulation master of creation could indeed kill an 8 tribulation master of creation through various means, and was hailed as a genius of the generation. However, there had never been a case of a 7 tribulation master of creation being able to kill a 9 tribulation master of creation. At least, they had never heard of it before today. Ning Qi's actions had opened a new door for them, a new goal. Have you heard of the name Ning Beixian before? Never. I've heard of him before. At the time, I thought he was a rising genius who defeated a stronger opponent and killed 4 celestial kings. Yes, the Eternal River Immortal King. You should know him too. That's right. When I was young, I once ventured into the desperate Thunder Realm with the Eternal River Immortal King. Unfortunately, he became extremely arrogant ever since he was taken in by Yuan Venerate Songji. I no longer have anything to do with him. You must not speak carelessly, lest that being hears you. One of the cultivators flew into a rage as if his tail had been stepped on. He glared fiercely at the other person and then glanced at Ning Qi with lingering fear. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Ning Qi didn't seem to notice the situation there. The other party was a terrifying being that had just killed the Happy Demon Venerate. If he was labeled as a good friend of the Eternal River Immortal King, would he still be alive? A true genius. Before this, I thought that Divine Sun Yen was already the limit of our central mainland's geniuses. I didn't expect that there would always be someone stronger than you, Divine Sun Yen. This child's luck is extraordinary. He was chosen by the Dao Yen Celestial Emperor and accepted as a personal disciple. In a short time, he broke through to a realm that we can't even hope to catch up to. His combat power is also peerless. I heard that among the 8 calamity masters of creation, no one is his match except for the 2 perverts who rank first on the Desperate Thunder Realm and the Daozong Desperate Realm. Those 2 have cultivated for dozens of times longer than Divine Sun Yen. However, It seems that Divine Son Yin is much weaker than him. At the very least, Divine Son Yin can't even defeat an ordinary 9 Calamity Master of Creation, let alone the happy demon Venerate. When everyone heard this, they looked at each other and nodded in agreement. The ultimate god should be here soon. If this child can survive the ultimate god's attack today, he will truly rise. If he dies, it will be useless even if he's a genius. A cultivator's eyes fell on the stone tablet in the distance and narrowed his eyes. Time passed quickly. 7 to 8 days had passed. The original site of the Happy Demon sect had long been in ruins. There was only a lonely stone tablet standing proudly. Although the cultivators who arrived later did not see how Ning Qi killed the Happy Demon Venerate, seeing the ruins of the Happy Demon sect, they could imagine the intense battle that had happened here just by asking around. Bodhi, Elixir Meridian, Alchemy Emperor Bodhi, and the others were sitting in the main hall in front of a huge display screen. They looked slightly nervous. Suddenly, a black that appeared on the screen. He's here. Alchemy Emperor Bodhi's expression was a little serious. Someone is flying towards the stone tablet. Who is it? He looks very young. Is he planning to be apprenticed to a master? If I had known, I would have gone over and tried. All the cultivators in the major markets were attracted by a figure in the sky. Soon, the figure flew in front of the stone tablet and was only 10 feet away from Ning Qi. Ning Qi was pretending to sleep. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at the young cultivator who was glaring at him. He smiled and said, "That eyeball of yours grew out so quickly. In the central mainland, no one dares to speak to me like this. Are you really not afraid of death?" Chapter 1841. Trembling with fear. How arrogant. The expressions of the cultivators in the nearby markets changed after hearing the young cultivator's words. The young cultivator's identity was already obvious. The Divine Lord is really here. The prodigies who were fortunate enough to see him revealed a solemn expression. "Master, don't tell me he's—" Lingyu looked at true immortal Fan Lu in surprise. In her mind, the Divine Lord should not look so young. It was very different from what she had imagined. "It's indeed him." True immortal Fan Lu nodded. Everyone's attention was focused on the young cultivator and Ning Qi. Perhaps they were about to witness an extremely terrifying battle. Everyone was prepared to leave the place at any time. "Afraid of death? Do you think you can kill me?" Ning Qi looked at the young cultivator with a faint smile. "With those donkey hooves of yours? You know who I really am." The young cultivator stared at Ning Qi. "I don't think I've seen you before." "You have. Back at the Withering Bones, Forbidden Ground, and a few other times. It's just that you don't recognize me." Ning Qi smiled. Withering Bones, Forbidden Ground. The young cultivator's expression changed slightly. At that time, he had just broken free from the forbidden technique that was suppressing him. At that time, he had indeed sensed a very familiar aura, but after checking, he did not find anything suspicious. That person was also in the forbidden dry bones ground at that time. While the young cultivator was pondering, Ning Qi was also sizing him up. Back in the Valley of the Dead, his cultivation wasn't enough, so he couldn't see the difference between the tough little donkey and the joyous demon, Venerable. But now he could easily tell the difference between the two's cultivation level. According to the division of the Qi refinement realm back then, the joyous demon Venerable was a 3-star existence, and the tough little donkey was at least a 7-star existence. "I don't know who's behind you, but you didn't give me any face just now. Not only did you kill the joyous demon sovereign, but you also destroyed my eyeball. If I don't suppress you today, I'm afraid people will laugh at me for being as timid as a mouse. I won't be fit to stay in the central continent anymore." As soon as it finished speaking, the cultivators in the vicinity who had been paying attention to this side all along suddenly saw the tough donkey's body expand by several times. It turned into a donkey head monster. His body was covered with long brown hair that resembled steel thorns. His muscles bulged as if they contained terrifying power. This physical strength is at least on par with me when I was a sixth tribulation creator. Just based on this point alone, even 3 to 5 existences like the joyous joy demon exalt wouldn't be a match for this stupid donkey. Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. At this moment, the power of blood and energy on the tough donkey's body was very majestic and vigorous. Either it was gifted or because it was a demon, its body was much stronger than a human's, or it had also cultivated some kind of body-refining technique. Ning Qi felt that all those experts he had encountered were not weak at all. At least, they could be considered as the best among those at the same level as them. Go to hell! The donkey's bell-like eyes stared fixedly at Ning Qi as it let out a roar. But at this moment, Ning Qi's expression suddenly changed. In the next moment, a figure appeared beside him. When the surrounding cultivators saw this scene, they were instantly shocked. Why did another person appear? Stubborn donkey, how have you been? I haven't seen you for so many years, but you are still so ugly. It must have been hard on you. Little Six looked at the tough donkey with a faint smile. The tough donkey was stunned when it saw Little Six. It then had a solemn look on its face. After carefully sizing up Little Six for a while, its expression became extremely distorted, as if it had accidentally swallowed a mouthful of dog poop. It looked at Little Six in disbelief and said, You are. That's right, it's me. Your master isn't by your side today. Tell me, did I braise you or steam you? If I had known that you would follow your master to rebel against me, I wouldn't have saved you back then. A stupid donkey that wasn't even a demon beast has now become the ultimate god of the central mainland. What a huge joke! Little Six's eyes gradually turned cold. Tenacious Donkey transformed back into its human form and stared at Little Six in horror. Ning Qi realized that its hands were trembling uncontrollably. One could imagine how terrifying Little Six's position in Tenacious Donkey's heart had been for Yuan Venerate to be scared to this extent. Who is that? Why is the ultimate god so scared when he sees him? The cultivators in the market stared at this scene in disbelief. With their eyesight, they could clearly see that Little Six's hands were trembling, and the fear on his face did not seem to be faked. After confirming that this was not an illusion, the cultivators were completely shocked. Apart from the Daoyan celestial emperor, who could make the ultimate god so scared, could it be that person? A trace of shock flashed through true immortal Fan Lu's eyes. He looked at Little Six in disbelief. With his cultivation and status, he had naturally seen the copies of the 5 ancient classics. He knew many things about the past. He suddenly realized that the person behind Ning Beixian was probably that existence. In this world, only that existence could nurture such a terrifying genius, right? Impossible. How? How are you still alive? The tough donkey mumbled to itself. The tough donkey muttered to itself. It was incomparably sure that when it and its master were being suppressed, the other party was also heavily injured. They were dead for sure. How could one die so easily at that cultivation level? Otherwise, why would your master imprison so many people in the immortal prison? Wasn't it because he was afraid that they would have a way to revive? Little Six said mockingly, your cultivation. After getting over its fear, the tenacious donkey subconsciously took a look at Little Six's cultivation. With this look, its eyes immediately lit up and a trace of pleasant surprise flashed past. The other party's body was completely empty, and his aura was also very weak. He wasn't even at the Battle Dan realm. Ha ha ha. Your cultivation hasn't even recovered yet, and you dare to appear in front of me. You want to braise me and steam me? You are really courting death. I will swallow you today. Ha ha ha. I will also have the chance to take the second step after devouring your origin. After noticing that Little Six's cultivation hadn't recovered to its peak, the fear on the tough donkey's face disappeared. It laughed wildly and stared at Little Six greedily. Boss, I want to eat braised donkey trotters today. Steamed donkey brain. Stir-fried donkey heart. braised donkey liver. Little Six listed out a series of dishes all of a sudden. Every single dish made the tenacious donkey tremble. Ning Chi suspected that Little Six might have already tried all of these dishes back on Earth. All right. Ning Chi nodded. Want to eat me? No way. Chapter 1842. Playing with a dragon in front of me? Perhaps it was because it was scared by Little Six just now. In order to regain its face, Tenacious Donkey's real body this time was a bit bigger than before. Its aura was also stronger. It should have brought out its full strength. However, before it could make a move, a huge force fell from the sky and landed on its head. In the next moment, its body fell straight down like a cannonball, creating a mushroom cloud. Tuning Beishuans, the surrounding cultivators looked at this scene in disbelief. No, one of them is just an afterimage. To be able to last for so long and deceive our eyes, how terrifying is his speed. Everyone took a deep breath. An afterimage was not a real thing. It was a kind of reflection in people's eyes when they were moving too fast. For example, any cultivator who had reached the Battle Dan realm could display an afterimage in front of them. However, such speed was no different from a snail in the eyes of the creator. Now, Ning Chi's afterimage was standing on the stone tablet motionlessly. Even after 3 to 5 breaths of time, it was still lingering in the eyes of the cultivators. This kind of speed was unimaginable to them. Even true immortal Fan Lu, an 8 tribulation creator, only saw the afterimage disappear after 2 breaths of time. The mushroom cloud gradually dissipated, and an incomparably huge pit appeared below the stone tablet. 10X was lying in the center of the pit in a battered and exhausted state. It seemed to have been beaten silly all of a sudden. In the next moment, it actually flew out of the pit and looked at Ning Chi with incomparable vigilance. On its head, there was a visible bulge. When everyone saw this scene, they immediately became silent. They didn't know what to say. How can his speed and strength be stronger than mine? Tenacious Donkey's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. It was born in the demon race and cultivated a cultivation technique that could increase the power of blood. That cultivation technique came from the immortal prison. It was called Demon Ancestor Golden Body. What did Demon Ancestor represent? Tenacious Donkey couldn't come to a conclusion after looking through various documents. However, this cultivation technique was indeed very suitable for it. When it cultivated, its flesh and blood would always feel the pain of being torn apart. But the benefits it obtained were several times more than ordinary cultivation techniques. It was also because of this that he was able to greatly increase his strength after breaking free this time. Because during the period of being suppressed, other than the golden body of the demon ancestor that could still be cultivated and circulated, the rest of his cultivation techniques were all in a state of stillness. They were tightly restrained by the forbidden technique. Not only could he not cultivate, but he had also regressed a lot. If it was Joyful Demon Venerable, that kick just now would have taken away at least half of his HP. But this guy only lost 20% of his HP. Ning Chi's gaze fell on Tenacious Donkey. He had already determined in his heart that the Demon Ancestor Golden Body on its attribute panel was probably a rare body-refining cultivation technique. It might not be comparable to the imprisonment dragon elephant art that he had fused many times, but it was definitely stronger than the supreme golden Buddha art. This kind of cultivation technique was very suitable to be fused into the imprisonment dragon elephant art. Tenacious Donkey's HP was more than 6 yuan. The HP on its head was also densely packed. It looked scary. However, in Ning Chi's eyes, there was no difference between 6 yuan and 1 yuan. It just needed to spend a bit more effort. Tenacious Donkey, which hoof of yours do you think I will eat first? You will be rewarded if you guess correctly. Little Six said with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. Tenacious Donkey's eyes flashed with a hint of fear. It absolutely couldn't die here today. Otherwise, with its understanding of Little Six, it was afraid that it would suffer an unbearable torture before dying. Thinking up to here, the tough donkey bellowed angrily and stomped on the ground. In the next moment, the heaven and earth shook. The mountains in the surroundings were actually uprooted and floated in midair. The cultivators in the nearby market square were caught unprepared and were implicated by the aftermath. Those with slightly lower cultivation were either killed or injured. Only the cultivators of the creation realm weren't in such a sorry state, but they still immediately fled this place and hid far away to watch the battle in fear. It was as if a layer of the earth's skin had been peeled off. The unending mountain range was lifted by an invisible force and floated around Tenacious Donkey. Earth Essence Dragon, suppress for me! Tenacious Donkey roared angrily. Immediately afterward, the mountain range seemed to have come to life and began to distort. Subsequently, they fused together at a speed visible to the naked eye and turned into a giant dragon of unknown length. It roared at the sky and was about to suppress Ningqi. Ningqi's eyes revealed a hint of curiosity. The aura of this giant dragon that was transformed from a mountain range was actually comparable to the joyous demon Venerate. Such a method was rather interesting. Playing with a dragon in front of me? Little Six's eyes flashed coldly as he shouted, "Scatter!" Boom! The giant dragon that was transformed from the mountain range collapsed in an instant and fell to the ground. Tenacious Donkey let out a deafening roar upon seeing this. Then it turned around and fled. The opponent's combat strength is similar to mine. There is also that fellow here. If I continue fighting today, I will definitely be at a disadvantage. I will go back and look for Master first. Tenacious Donkey comforted itself as it fled. The nearby cultivators looked at the back of Tenacious Donkey with an incomparably strange expression when they saw this scene. The legendary godly Venerate, the mount of the Dao Yen Celestial Emperor, and Yuan Venerate existence actually fled just like that? From the beginning to the end, the opponent had only hit it once. Boss, don't let it escape. This fellow joined forces with Dao Yen and hit me a few times. Little Six hurriedly said. Ningqi smiled faintly. Then his figure suddenly disappeared from where he stood. The speed of the tough donkey was too inferior compared to his 90,000 li in a flash. In less than a breath's time, Ningqi had already caught up. So fast! Tenacious Donkey revealed a trace of horror in its eyes. Seeing that it couldn't escape, it could only turn around and face Ningqi. It didn't believe that a mere 7 Tribulation Creator's power of creation would be stronger than its own. With its physical defense, it would definitely be able to suppress this kid as long as it could drag on for a certain amount of time. Die! Tenacious Donkey roared angrily and instantly threw out hundreds of punches. The target of each punch was Ningqi's major vital points. Unfortunately, none of the punches managed to hit Ningqi. Instead, Ningqi's punches landed on Tenacious Donkey's flesh, causing Tenacious Donkey to sway left and right in the air like a duckweed. The cultivators who had rushed over gasped in disbelief. The legendary godly Venerate actually couldn't retaliate against Ning Beixian. However, everyone could also see that Tenacious Donkey was much stronger than the joyous demon Venerate because the joyous demon Venerate had died after exchanging a few blows with Ningqi. On the other hand, Tenacious Donkey could withstand Ningqi's storm-like attacks and was still full of vitality. Chapter 1843. Dao Yen. This stubborn donkey is quite resilient. The corners of little Six's mouth curled up slightly, and a hint of delight flashed in his eyes. Back when he was betrayed by 10X and Dao Yen because he trusted them too much, he was severely injured before he could use many of his trump cards. At that time, he no longer had the means to kill the 2 of them completely. He could only seal them up randomly and turn them into dragon eggs, waiting for an opportunity to resurrect. Soon, the health bar on top of 10X's head had fallen to the lowest point. A few more punches, and it would be cleared to 0. Its body was riddled with scars. During this period, he tried to use his creation domain to trap Ningqi. In the end, no matter how hard he tried, The creation domain could not capture Ningqi. This meant that Ningqi's creation domain was no weaker than his. Stop fighting! 10x was held in Ningqi's hand. It weakly opened its swollen eyes and begged Ningqi for mercy. The battle ended very quickly. Not only did it not destroy the Fan Lu celestial dynasty, but it also caused less damage than a battle between ordinary Transcendence realm cultivators. At most, the original mountain range of the joyful demon sect was gone. Fan Lu True Immortal finally heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, the shock in everyone's heart was like waves after waves of tides. They had never imagined that Ningqi's battle prowess had reached such a level. Even the legendary hierarch could only take a beating in his hands. It's fine if you don't want to fight. The demon ancestor golden body that you cultivated is quite interesting. Hand it over. Ningqi smiled. You, how did you know that I cultivated the demon ancestor golden body? 10x looked as if it had seen a ghost. It was terrified. It dared to guarantee that apart from its master, no one knew that it cultivated the demon ancestor golden body. Then it subconsciously looked at Little Six. It thought that it was Little Six who told Ningqi all this. Its fear of Little Six increased a little. Demon ancestor golden body? A trace of doubt flashed in Little Six's eyes. He had no idea what cultivation technique 10x cultivated. After all, it had been a dragon egg for a long time. During this period, it had zero awareness of the outside world. Hand it over or not. Ningqi smiled faintly. I'll pay. The tough donkey nodded its head very straightforwardly. It was only a martial art technique. It wouldn't lose anything even if it handed it over. The most important thing right now was to preserve its life. Unfortunately, if it wasn't for its master, Dao Yan, looking for a very important clue, it believed it wouldn't be reduced to such a sorry state today. Ningqi obtained a jade slip from the tough donkey's body. He scanned it with his divine sense and smiled as he stored the jade slip into his spatial bag. After that, he carried the tough donkey and flew in front of Little Six. How do you plan to deal with him? Are we really going to make it into a Manchu Han imperial feast? Of course. Little Six rolled his eyes and patted the stubborn donkey's head with a smile. Look, you have fallen into my hands again, right? Paragon Dragon, don't kill me. I was forced to rebel with my master because I had no other choice. He just wanted to break through the barrier here and head to the land of the immortals. Over the years, my master's guilt towards you has only increased. The tenacious donkey promptly begged for mercy. Ningqi was slightly stunned. Could it be that Dao Yan rebelled in order to go to the celestial clan's mainland? But was there a need to rebel? When Little Six heard this, his eyes flashed with a trace of reminiscence. Then his eyes gradually turned cold. No matter what his purpose is, he rebelled against me. This is the truth. Both of you were picked up by me, yet you joined hands to rebel against me. I am very injured, so you too must die too. Paragon Dragon, the way divinity addressed this person seems very special. Could he be a dragon? It really is him. True immortal Fan Lu revealed a trace of excitement in his eyes. He didn't expect to see this legendary existence with his own eyes. He wasn't even this excited when he saw Dao Yan, Celestial Emperor. Compared to this person, Dao Yan, Celestial Emperor, was nothing. The tenacious donkey revealed a trace of despair in its eyes. However, I am very full today, so I won't eat you for now. Boss, capture it alive and lock it up for grinding. Little Six coldly snorted and looked at Ningqi. Little Six, are you soft-hearted? Ningqi smiled faintly and transmitted his voice. How can I be soft-hearted? My ancient celestial dragon clan is made of stone. Even if my body is soft-hearted, my heart will not be. Little Six immediately retorted. However, Ningqi could see through his evasive eyes. He didn't know what the relationship between Little Six, the tenacious donkey, and Dao Yan, Celestial Emperor was, but from this point alone, it was likely that the relationship between them was not that thin. Then, Dao Yan, Celestial Emperor, rebelled against Little Six just to go to the Immortal Clan's continent? This reason doesn't make sense. Then we'll do as you say. Capture him alive first. Ning Qi smiled. Just as the two were about to leave with the tenacious donkey, the clouds in the sky gradually gathered together and turned into a vortex. A faint immortal aura came out from the vortex. Immortal aura! Ning Qi's eyes narrowed and his expression became serious. This was the first time he had seen immortal aura other than his own. So the existence behind this vortex was very likely the famous Dao Yan, Celestial Emperor, that he had never seen with his own eyes. This was because Little Six said that his cultivation base might have broken through the limits of this place and was equivalent to half a human celestial. At this level, the power of creation would be transformed into immortal aura. Which existence has arrived? Perhaps it's one of the three Yuan venerates. Senior Ning killed Yuan venerate Songji's disciple, immortal monarch Yushao. Is Yuan venerate Songji here? The cultivators nearby looked up at the sky in shock. Master, the tenacious donkey was pleasantly surprised and heaved a long sigh of relief. It finally didn't have to die. The cloud vortex kept spinning, and a scene that looked like a cosmic star chart appeared inside. A moment later, a voice came from within. Longzuin, you finally appeared. Where are you? You don't dare to come out to see me? Are you feeling guilty or afraid? Little Six looked up at the vortex and said coldly, This voice seems to be Dao Yan, Celestial Emperor's. The surrounding cultivators looked at this scene in shock. When Dao Yan, Celestial Emperor, broke through the seal, his voice spread throughout this realm. All the cultivators heard it and had a deep impression of it. Now that they heard this familiar and dignified voice again, they immediately recognized the owner of the voice. However, what shocked them the most was why the existence beside Ning Beixian was speaking to Dao Yan, Celestial Emperor, in such a tone. There was a moment of silence in the vortex. This world is really too small. I've always wanted to go to Longzuin's hometown to take a look, but why doesn't Longzuin allow me to go? Since Longzuin doesn't allow it, I'll work hard myself. What's wrong with that? I don't feel guilty and I'm not afraid. Chapter 1844. Chapter 1844. Chapter 1844. A narrow-minded person. This power. Although Ning Qi was suppressed by the other party's aura, he was rather calm. He carefully sensed and finally came to a conclusion. The Dao Yan Immortal Emperor was much, much stronger than the current him. Perhaps he would only be able to fight if he broke through to the 8th Tribulation Creator realm and raised his confining Dragon Elephant technique to the 10th level. Dao Yan, are you going to kill me again? You know, I can't be killed unless you break through to the human immortal stage and gain the support of the heavenly Dao of the immortal realm. Only then can you kill me completely. From the beginning to the end, you and I are not on the same level. Even if I lose my cultivation, you can't do anything to me. Little Six looked at the vortex in the sky mockingly. Longzuin, although I am unable to completely kill you, I can send you to the immortal prison. Over the years, I've sent far too many people there. Originally, I thought that one of them would be you. Who would have thought that I would still miss out on someone? The Dao Yan, Celestial Emperor's voice resounded. His tone seemed to carry a trace of mockery. Immortal prison. Little Six's expression flickered. His speculation about the immortal purgatory was that it was a fragment of the Devilfolk continent that had been destroyed during the Great War of Immortals and Devils. If he had been tossed into that place, he would have been devilized and lost his mind. If he had been lucky, he would have been able to retain his consciousness. If he had been unlucky, he would have been no different from a wild beast. Could it be that he threw great sage Xuanjin and Aunt Jian into the immortal prison because he suspected that one of them was Little Six? A trace of seriousness flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. This suspicion was definitely not groundless. It could even be said that it was already very close to the truth. The great saint of profound truth and Aunt Jian had a deep relationship with him. and little Six was his current demon pet. If all of this was just a coincidence, it would not make sense. From this, it could be seen that the Tao Yen celestial emperor definitely had a method similar to divination, but the accuracy was unknown. When he thought up to here, Ning Qi had a premonition that Feng Jiuxian and Wang Muting had probably been thrown into the immortal prison by the Tao Yen immortal emperor because Feng Jiuxian possessed the bloodline of the immortal clan. He might have been treated as Little Six by Tao Yen immortal emperor. The fog that had been shrouded in his eyes for many years seemed to have gradually cleared up after today. Ha ha ha! I'm afraid you don't have the time to suppress me now, right? Am I right? Little Six suddenly laughed out loud, a mocking look in his eyes. Revered dragon, there's something I've wanted to ask you for a long time. The Tao Yen immortal emperor did not answer Little Six's question. But from the looks of it, Little Six's guess was right. He should be in a mysterious place, and it would be difficult for him to escape. Otherwise, only his voice and aura would be able to come out from the whirlpool. And as long as one looked carefully at the cloud whirlpool, they would be able to discover that it was constantly becoming smaller. If you want to ask quickly. Little Six sneered. Why did you stop me from heading to the land of the immortals? I've already told you many times. You have the body of a dragon. If you go to the land of the immortals, my enemies will be able to track you down and find you. Wouldn't I be finished then? A hint of anger flashed through Little Six's eyes. However, after saying that, he was slightly taken aback. Then he roared, You ungrateful wretch! You didn't believe me back then, and thought that I had other reasons, so you rebelled against me? This roar contained a trace of grief and indignation. The Tao Yen immortal emperor did not make a sound. With a whoosh, the whirlpool disappeared without a trace. Ning Qi suddenly realized that the aura that was suppressing him had disappeared. Little Six's face still maintained an expression of grief and indignation. He never would have thought that the reason he was killed by Tao Yen and Tenacious Donkey was because Tao Yen was so narrow-minded that he thought that he did not want him to go to the land of the immortals because of other reasons. Damn it, narrow-minded people really can't be friends with. Little Six cursed in a low voice. The surrounding cultivators looked at Ning Qi and Little Six in confusion. Other than hearing the first 2 or 3 sentences, they did not know anything else. This was because the contents were all sealed by the Tao Yen immortal emperor. Unless one's cultivation was higher than his, or if he wanted them to hear it, they would not be able to hear it. After a moment of confusion, everyone looked at Ning Qi and Little Six with eyes filled with respect. These were people who could talk to the Tao Yen immortal emperor on the same level. Dragon, revered dragon, I am true immortal Fan Lu. True immortal Fan Lu mustered up his courage and flew to Little Six. He cupped his fists and spoke. His expression was like that of a fan. His eyes showed a hint of surprise and excitement. Previously, when Ning Qi killed the Joy Demon Sovereign, true immortal Fan Lu did not have any intention of befriending him. This time he could not help it. Master! Ling Yu stared at her master, dumbfounded. Ever since she started following true immortal Fan Lu, she had never seen such an expression on her master's face. Why was her master, who had always been steady and experienced, behaving like a greenhorn? What's the matter? Little Six's tone was unfriendly as he glanced at true immortal Fan Lu coldly. It's nothing. True immortal Fan Lu laughed dryly. Little Six glared at him, then looked at Ning Qi and said, Boss, Tao Yen is too narrow-minded. It's beyond my imagination. Now that he knows that he misunderstood me, he will make the best of it. When he has time, he will definitely suppress us and throw us into the immortal prison. Quickly think of a way. Be boss. True immortal Fan Lu finally noticed the way Little Six addressed Ning Qi. His eyes were filled with astonishment as he looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. I already have a way. Let's talk about it when we get back. Ning Qi smiled. Little Six's eyes lit up. He knew from the beginning that Ning Qi had some unknown means, but he had never asked about it. Now that Ning Qi was so calm, Little Six really thought that Ning Qi had a way. Soon, The two of them tore through the sky and left this place. When the cultivators nearby saw this, they finally could not hold back the shock in their hearts. They began to whisper to each other and enthusiastically discuss everything that they had seen this time. "Master, why did you?" Ling Yu flew to True Immortal Fan Lu's side and asked curiously. "Ling Yu, do you know who I spoke to just now?" True Immortal Fan Lu smiled. "Master, do you know the origin of that person? I heard Dao Yan, Immortal Emperor, call him the Dragon Sovereign. Is he an old dragon that has lived for a long time?" Ling Yu guessed. "Hee, you guessed wrong. Let me tell you, you have read the history of the 5 classics. You know that a long time ago, the cultivators of our human race were almost killed by the soul-devouring worms, right?" "I know." "It was this existence, Power King Kuanglan, who resolved the matter." True Immortal Fan Lu smiled faintly. "What? He's that?" Ling Yu's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. "That's right. He's the ancient sky dragon. Legend has it that he ruled over the central continent for countless years." Chapter 1845. His name spread far and wide. Chapter 845. Invincible, the news of the joyous demon sect's destruction spread like wildfire across the central continent. Even the dynasty controlled by Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer received the news. The cultivators who had been present that day recounted everything that had happened that day vividly and embellished the details. Every time, dozens or even hundreds of cultivators would gather to listen. After listening, these cultivators would go to other places and retell the story with added details. It could be said that the news had spread throughout the central continent in less than half a month. Some cultivators had already spread the news to the 9 desolations and the 3 perilous realms. I really saw it with my own eyes. That Senior Ning Beixian is extraordinarily strong. Do you know the little devil, Venerate of the joyous demon sect, Wu Chongxian? In a certain restaurant, an early-stage Transcendence realm cultivator was recounting everything that had happened in the joyous demon sect that day. All the customers in the restaurant pricked up their ears and even gathered around the cultivator to listen carefully, afraid that they would miss out on any details. There were many cultivators at the creation realm among them. I know. The little devil Venerate is a genius of his generation. He has cultivated to the 7th tribulation realm in such a short time and will definitely become an 8th tribulation creator in the future. He is already a peak immortal king. Some cultivators nodded. Such an existence couldn't even last one move against Ning Beixian. He was killed in one move. The early stage Transcendence realm cultivator smiled proudly. Gasp! All the customers in the restaurant gasped in disbelief when they heard that. This was the effect that the early stage Transcendence realm cultivator wanted. A hint of pride flashed in his eyes. "You are saying that the little devil Venerate Wu Chongxian was defeated in one move by Ning Beixian? You're not lying, are you?" *T. Who am I lying to? Everyone else knows about this news. It's just that this place is so remote that it hasn't spread yet. I'm just passing by and sharing it with all of you out of goodwill. If you think that I'm lying, you don't have to ask anymore. The early stage Transcendence realm cultivator was enraged and looked in the direction of the voice. He wanted to see who was so bold as to question the authenticity of his words. "That's right. Don't listen if you don't believe it. Brother, ignore him. Let's continue." The nearby diners chimed in one after another. "Who did you say was farting?" Over 10 figures stood up and looked at the early stage Dharma characteristic realm cultivator. They all emitted a faint power of creation. The leader was a young cultivator in his 20s. He was very handsome and had a terrifying aura. His cold eyes stared at the early stage Transcendence realm cultivator indifferently, almost scaring the other party into peeing on the spot. "Creator." The early stage Dharma characteristic cultivator revealed a trace of fear in his eyes as he smiled bitterly. "Senior, I was too rash earlier on and offended you. Please forgive me. Continue. The young cultivator glanced at him indifferently and then sat down again. The other cultivators seemed to be his subordinates or junior brothers and sisters. Seeing him sit down, they also sat down. Only then did everyone let out a sigh of relief. Yes, Senior. The early-stage Dharma characteristic realm cultivator smiled bitterly and nodded, not daring to be as ostentatious as before. After the little demon sovereign was killed, all the cultivators present were very afraid and didn't dare to attack Ning Beixian again. The stone tablet with the word kill on it is still standing in front of the joyful demon sect. Everyone was curious about what the stone stele was used for, and they all asked about it. After hearing the details, a look of fascination appeared on their faces. One person had actually blocked an entire sect, and the target was the joyful demon sect. They felt extremely delighted, and they imagined themselves standing on the stone stele, looking down at the surroundings. Did no one come to rescue the joyful demon sect? The young cultivator frowned slightly. The other cultivators didn't look too good either. Everyone thought that they were shocked after hearing that Ning Beixian had such terrifying combat strength. Senior, as one of the 7 major sects, the joyful demon sect naturally sent people to rescue them. Not only did the elders of the other 6 major sects come, but even immortal monarch Yu Shao, the deputy mansion master of Cold Mountain Prefecture, and the deputy valley master of Rainbow Valley came. The early-stage Dharma characteristic realm cultivator said respectfully, and then the young cultivator said indifferently. Everyone was curious too. Immortal monarch Yu Shao attacked first and was killed by Ning Beixian. Gasp! Immortal monarch Yu Shao was dead? Everyone present once again gasped in disbelief. This was a cultivator under Yuan Venerate Tsangji. The young cultivator's face turned extremely solemn. How did the deputy mansion master and the others react? They didn't attack because the joyful demon Venerate came. Everyone seemed to already know the outcome when they heard that. Ning Beixian must have been suppressed by the joyful demon Venerate, right? Someone said. The early-stage Dharma characteristic realm cultivator finally couldn't help but sneer. You're wrong. The one who was killed was the joyful demon Venerate. What? The group of young cultivators stood up from their seats in shock and looked at the early-stage transcendence realm cultivator in disbelief. Senior, I don't think I said anything wrong just now. The early-stage Dharma characteristic realm cultivator smiled bitterly. How could the joyful demon Venerate be killed by Ning Beixian? You're lying. The young cultivator moved and appeared in front of the joyful demon Venerate before grabbing his neck. Senior, I'm not lying. The joyful demon Venerate wasn't the only one who was suppressed. Even the legendary ultimate god was there, but he wasn't a match for Ning Beixian either. The early-stage Dharma characteristic realm cultivator couldn't help but tell everything that had happened in his panic. The restaurant was silent. After a while, the young cultivator released his grip and looked confused. At that moment, the early-stage Dharma characteristic realm cultivator saw a mark on his sleeve. You're a cultivator from the joyful demon sect, he exclaimed in horror. Everyone had a strange expression on their faces when they heard that. Wasn't this the same as calling a monk bald in front of him? Senior brother Fong Mo, this person must be talking nonsense. Our joyful demon sect is so strong. How could we be wiped out by a fugitive? Kill him and extract his soul for interrogation. A female cultivator walked to the young cultivator's side and looked coldly at the early-stage Dharma characteristic realm cultivator. Seniors, I'm really not lying. If you don't believe me, you can wait here. The news will definitely spread in less than 10 days. The early-stage Dharma characteristic realm cultivator said hurriedly. No matter how hard I try, I won't be able to catch up to you. Fong, and Mo suddenly looked in a direction and let out a long sigh. That was once his hometown, Dongxian. It's been a few thousand years. It's time to go back and take a look. I'll bring my brother's ashes back along the way. Chapter 1846. Chapter 1846. A new sect building before Ningqi and Little Six returned to the Wang family. He asked impatiently, "Boss, what method do you have? Don't keep me guessing." The method is simple. Just hide in the demon pet space. The demonic energy in the immortal prison can't pass through the demon pet space and contaminate you, right? Ningqi smiled. This is the method you're talking about? Little Six rolled his eyes. I can hide in your demon pet space, but what about you? Me. It's simple. I'll be thrown into the immortal prison by Dao, Yin, Immortal Emperor. Ningqi smiled. Boss, don't tell me you want to go to the immortal prison yourself? Little Six had a strange look in his eyes. That's right. My parents might have already been thrown in. No matter what, I have to find them. If they're alive, I want to see them. If they're dead, I want to see their corpses. Ningqi said indifferently. But Little Six said in a low voice, if you're contaminated by the demonic energy, perhaps you'll become a mindless demon for the rest of your life and wander around the immortal prison. I feel that the demonic energy won't invade my body so easily. Have you forgotten the demon ancestor golden body technique that I just obtained from 10X? Ningqi smiled mysteriously. Even if this technique is called the demon ancestor golden body, it might not really be related to the demon ancestor. If I really can't defend against the demonic energy, then everything will be over. Little Six said with a serious expression, I have about 70% confidence. To me, that's enough. This trip to the immortal prison. Even without Dao Yin Immortal Emperor, I still have to go. Some things can't be avoided. I have to choose to face them. Isn't that right? Ningqi smiled. He paused for a moment. Moreover, going to the immortal prison, there might be another opportunity. At least it can buy me enough time to cultivate. The demon race was good at refining their bodies. Demonic energy also had the effect of refining their bodies. Ningqi had a premonition that he might be able to break through to the 10th heaven in the immortal prison. If that's the case, then so be it. But you have to hide the people from the Long family. Dao Yin is very narrow-minded. He definitely won't let them go. Little Six sighed and said, I'm already prepared. Ningqi smiled. He had killed quite a number of people in the realm of death, and his Dragon Slayer crystals had also exceeded the 1,000,000 mark. Other than exchanging them for the azure water to water the purple void divine tree, he did not have any other expenses. The purple void divine tree would not be able to grow any time soon, so Ningqi planned to take out most of them and exchange them for something in the Dragon Slayer Mall. This kind of thing could guarantee that after he entered the immortal prison, the Wang clan and the others would not be found by the Dao Yin Immortal Emperor. Dragon Slaying Mall. Sect building option. There were all sorts of sect buildings, and there were thousands of them. The battle god altar was one of them. However, compared to the other sect buildings, the battle god altar's grade wasn't considered high. It could only be considered below average. Ningqi's target this time was the 5th most expensive sect building, Fengtsuan Mountain. Fengtsuan Mountain, a saint-level sect building that can be hidden in the void. Exchange price, 800,000 dragon-slaying crystals. Compared to the top 4 sects buildings, Fengtsuan Mountain's defense wasn't high, and it didn't have any special, restrictive spells. Even the sects buildings after it were stronger than Fengtsuan Mountain. However, there was one thing that the other buildings couldn't compare to Fengtsuan Mountain, and that was its attribute of being able to hide in the void. There was a detailed introduction in the mall. The void that Fengtsuan Mountain hid in was the real void, or at least not in this world. The Dao Yin Immortal Emperor was at most a half celestial, not a real mortal immortal. Even if he was a mortal immortal, it was basically impossible for him to find Fengtsuan Mountain. With Fengtsuan Mountain, the War God Temple would have a new sect building. In the future, even if Ningqi was no longer around, they could still pass down their legacy from generation to generation. If they didn't meet any existences above the mortal-immortal level, even if the sect declined, they could at least guarantee that their enemies wouldn't come looking for revenge. Xian Tru, Celestial Realm. Wang Clan's ancestral city. Seeing that Ning Qi had returned safely, Wang Lin and the others were very curious. Did Ning Qi get rid of the Joyful Demon sect? Bei Xian, did your trip to the Joyful Demon sect go smoothly? Fei Yuding asked curiously. Wang Lin, Wang Yan, Xianxin, Dongfang Haojie, and the others were very curious. They were also very concerned about this matter because it was related to their safety. The Joyful Demon sect has been destroyed, and the Joyful Demon saint is dead. Ning Qi smiled. When everyone heard this, there was a flash of disbelief in their eyes. However, for Shi Yanxin, this news wasn't too shocking. After all, she had personally seen Ning Qi suppress the Snake Emperor. In terms of combat power, the Snake Emperor was only a bit weaker than the Joyful Demon Saint. The Joyful Demon sect has been destroyed? The Joyful Demon Saint is dead? Wang Yan's eyes revealed a hint of shock. For him, this news was really shocking. However, although there is no need to worry about the Joyful Demon sect, I seem to have offended the Dao Yan Immortal Emperor. Ning Qi changed the topic. Everyone in the temple looked at Ning Qi in shock. Boss, you're not joking, right? Duan Yingjun didn't believe it and asked in a daze. What do you think? Ning Qi looked at Duan Yingjun with a smile that wasn't a smile. Dongfang Haojie's eyes revealed a hint of seriousness. The Dao Yan Immortal Emperor was recognized as the strongest existence in the central continent. If Ning Qi offended him, then everyone would be in danger. Senior Ning, did you really offend the Dao Yan Immortal Emperor? Is there any room for negotiation? Shi Yanxin asked with a serious expression. This matter was related to the safety of their blood puppet clan, so they had to treat it carefully. Ning Qi smiled and said, There should be no room for negotiation, but you don't have to worry. I have already prepared an escape route. Seeing Shi Yanxin's eyes flicker, Ning Qi reminded her, The relationship between your blood puppet clan and me is not a secret. Even if you leave the Wang family now, I'm afraid the Dao Yan Immortal Emperor won't let you go. As far as I know, he is an extremely narrow-minded person. Perhaps he holds grudges, even more than you and me. I wonder what kind of escape route Senior Ning has prepared. Shi Yanxin sighed in her heart and said, helplessly, Before that, you should gather all the cultivators of the blood puppet clan. Ning Qi smiled and looked at Wang Yan. The same goes for the disciples of the Wang family. All of them must return within 7 days. If they are too far away, send a message to them and tell them not to return to the Wang family's ancestral city for the next few years. Otherwise, they will die. Wang Yan nodded with a serious expression. I will arrange it. Are all the disciples of the War God Temple here? Ning Qi's gaze fell on Dongfang Haojie. Those who are not dead are already here. Dongfang Haojie nodded. That's good. Chapter 1847. Chapter 1847. Chapter 1847 Evacuation. While the outside world was discussing Ning Beishuan's origin, the cultivators in the Wang ancestral city were confused. The Wang family announced something that shocked the entire ancestral city and even the entire arcane true celestial realm. Within 7 days, all cultivators from the Wang family's ancestral city are to evacuate. In the future, no one is allowed to take even half a step inside. Anyone who disobeys will be responsible for their own lives. What's going on? Why did they suddenly ask us to evacuate? I've been cultivating here for over 100 years. You've only been here for 100 years. I've been here for more than 800 years. Cultivators like us are fine, but look at those mortals and qi condensation cultivators. They've lived in the Wang ancestral city for generations and are used to it. Now even mortals are leaving. Don't tell me there's some treasure here. I heard that ancestral Patriarch Bei Xian has offended a terrifying being. That's why he wants us to leave this place. I don't believe it. Why would those almighty masters of creation care about our lives? Whether you believe it or not, I'm already prepared to leave. Let me give you a word of advice. This time, although the Wang family didn't use force to force us to leave and only announced a message, staying here is extremely dangerous. It's better to believe it than not. In just a few days, more than half of the cultivators who had been driven away by the delightful devil sect had returned to the Wang clan's ancestral city. However, there were still a few who were unwilling to leave. 7 days passed quickly. Wang family ancestral shrine. At this moment, there were more than 100,000 disciples of the Wang family standing here. There were even more who hadn't returned, but they had already received Wang Yan's message. In the following period of time, unless they received a special notice, they weren't allowed to take half a step into the Xian-Tru celestial realm. All of them were scattered, apart from Shi Yanqin and Venerable Shilu, who Ning Qi had just called out from the blood pool. The rest of the Blood Abyssal clan cultivators did not know what had happened. The people of the War God Shrine had already been notified, and the more than 3,000 War God Shrine cultivators were silently standing there. Wang Lin and company were shocked by the overall quality of the War God Shrine cultivators. Compared to the sloppy Wang family members, the War God Shrine cultivators, whether they had high or low cultivation levels, were very calm. However, thinking about how they were wanted by the Eternal River Celestial King, how they were hunted by other cultivators, and how their sect was destroyed, it was understandable for them to be like this. Some people don't know why you have gathered here today, but you all clearly know that the Wang clan has dismissed all the cultivators in their ancestral city. Ning Qi said lightly. Tens of thousands of pairs of eyes focused on Ning Qi. There was doubt, admiration, and excitement in their eyes. There's only one reason. I've offended the Tao Yin Celestial Emperor, and all of you have been implicated by me. Either hide or wait for death here. Ning Qi faintly smiled. The cultivators who hadn't heard the news looked at Ning Qi dumbfoundedly. To them, the Tao Yin Celestial Emperor was like a mortal looking at a god. He was an untouchable existence. How did their mysterious North ancestor suddenly offend the Tao Yin Celestial Emperor? The War God Shrine cultivators were very calm. The Blood Abyssal clan cultivators didn't panic when they saw that Shilu and Venerable Python seemed to know about this. However, there was still a hint of fear in their eyes. Only the Wang family members panicked, but they were immediately stopped by Wang Yan and company. Everyone quietly waited for Ning Qi to continue. They knew that they were gathered here today to discuss how to escape the Tao Yin Celestial Emperor. Ning Qi's gaze swept across the crowd, and he smiled indifferently. With a thought, everyone felt as if there was an unfathomable aura above their heads. They hurriedly looked up and saw a mini hill. There was a hint of surprise in Shilu and Venerable Python's eyes. A space spirit treasure? She looked at Ning Qi in confusion. Is he trying to escape from the Tao Yin Celestial Emperor with such a spirit treasure? The spatial spirit artifact that she knew of was actually just a kind of folding technique. It was just like when the entire continent had yet to merge, the land of Dongxian was actually folded onto the central continent. Only the Tao Yin Immortal Emperor had the ability to integrate space together. No matter how it was folded, it was still in this world. With the cultivation of the Tao Yin Celestial Emperor, it was very easy for him to find out the abnormality of space. Therefore, Shilu and Venerable Python was a little doubtful. She didn't think that such a spirit treasure could escape from the Tao Yin Celestial Emperor. Shilu and Venerable Python, this Fangsun mountain has truly transcended the central mainland. It belongs to a different world. Even if the Tao Yin Celestial Emperor was 10 times stronger, he wouldn't be able to find it. Ning Qi seemed to have seen through Shilu and Venerable Python's doubts and explained with a smile. Transcended the central mainland. Shilu and Venerable Python were shocked. All the 9 calamity creators in the central mainland wanted to break through this world, but there was a barrier above the 9 heavens. Even the Daoyan celestial emperor couldn't break through this barrier. Yet Ning Beixian said that this Fengsun mountain had transcended this world. Look, with a thought from Ning Qi, the Fengsun mountain immediately disappeared. Shi Lu and Venerable Python scanned the nearby space with their divine sense, but they couldn't sense any abnormality in the nearby space. Mr. Ning, you actually have such a godly artifact. Shi Lu and Venerable Python couldn't help but exclaim. They were shocked by Ning Qi's means once again. The conversation between the two wasn't concealed, so the cultivators in the Wang clan's ancestral hall heard it clearly. Shi Yanxin and the others were overjoyed. The expressions of Shi Lu and Venerable Python meant that Ning Qi wasn't exaggerating the power of the Fengsun mountain. In the future, you can stay in the Fengsun mountain. The Wang clan will still be the Wang clan, the Blood Abyssal tribe will still be the Blood Abyssal tribe, and the War God Temple will still be the War God Temple. You'll just be staying in a different place. Even if you provoke an unstoppable enemy in the future, they won't be able to find the Fengsun mountain. The spiritual qi of the heavens and earth there is more than 10 times stronger than here. I won't let ordinary people enter such a blessed place. Ning Qi said with a smile. Initially, they thought they would become homeless cultivators who had to hide from Dao Yin Celestial Emperor. But now they found out that the godly artifact Ning Qi took out not only gave them a place to stay, but they also didn't have to be afraid of Dao Yin Celestial Emperor. The spiritual qi in the Fengsun mountain was more than 10 times stronger than the outside world. It wasn't an escape, but a place to enjoy. However, some cultivators thought that if they had to hide in the Fengsun mountain for the rest of their lives, wouldn't it be no different from death? Ancestral Patriarch Beixian, are we going to stay in there forever? A disciple of the Wang clan asked bravely. At least 100 years, at most 1,000 years. Ning Qi chuckled. That's great. Everyone was overjoyed. Chapter 1848. No, Tabu's the minuscule mountain continued to expand above everyone's heads. The cultivators who had yet to leave the Wang family's ancestral city saw this and were shocked. Then, a hint of anger appeared on their faces. As expected, a treasure has been unearthed. No wonder the Wang family wants us to leave their ancestral city. They stood where they were, although they really wanted to go over and see what was going on. When they thought about the terrifying strength of the Wang clan, this thought disappeared without a trace. In the blink of an eye, the Wang family's ancestral hall became empty. Then, minuscule mountain shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye and disappeared. Many cultivators found that the Wang clan was very quiet, so they ran in to investigate. They were shocked to find that the entire Wang clan was empty, and not even a dog could be seen. These cultivators were shocked, but they also revealed looks of ecstasy. They gathered their courage and swept through the Wang clan in groups of 3 to 5. They really did find a lot of cultivation resources that were left behind. Within Mount Inner Heart, everyone looked at their surroundings in shock. They had thought that this was just a mountain, but after entering, they realized that Fengsun Mountain did not live up to its name. How is this a mountain? It was clearly a small world. Apart from the endless mountain range beneath their feet, there was no end in sight. Some cultivators looked even further and discovered that there were mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas. There were even signs of life in this place. At the same time, as Ning Qi had said, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth here was dozens of times stronger than that of the outside world. To cultivators, the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth was one of the most important cultivation resources. Every single sect basically placed this at the top of the list when choosing a location. For those existences with extraordinary natural endowments, if they were in an ordinary place, the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth wouldn't be enough for them to absorb, so their cultivation would naturally advance slowly. Now that the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth here was tens of times stronger than in the outside world, It was simply like a pie falling from the sky to them. As for those cultivators with ordinary aptitudes or even lower aptitudes, even though they absorbed the spiritual chi of heaven and earth very slowly, and the increase in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth did not have as much of an effect on them as the former. But the spiritual chi of heaven and earth that was dozens of times denser could still bring them great benefits in their cultivation. It was not a big deal to increase their cultivation speed by 30 to 50%. There was an imperial door on the war god platform, but it still led to the central continent. Looks like this Mount Innerheart is the same as the war god platform. It's also a real space, not something the system created out of nothing. However, the space here is not folded on the central continent, but a whole new world. Ning Chi's eyes flickered slightly as his divine will swept across the world. In the end, he discovered that his divine will couldn't scan the entire Fengtsuan Mountain. It was enough to show that the size of the Fengtsuan Mountain had far exceeded the mystic true immortal realm. Perhaps it was comparable in size to the Azure Dragon Continent. As such, the disciples of the War God Hall, the Wang clan, and the Blood Abyssal race wouldn't be too bored here. Beixian, this place is so big. Sacred concubine Cold Sky stood beside Ning Chi with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Just now, she also used her divine sense to scan the surroundings. Sacred concubine Cold Sky's cultivation was only at the perfected transcendence realm and not yet a creator. The limit of her divine sense was 100,000 miles. That was countless times larger than Earth. Not to mention that there were places outside that her divine sense couldn't reach. Not bad. At least you guys won't be too bored here. When you're bored, you can go sightseeing. There seems to be a lot of humans and other races here, but their cultivation levels are very ordinary. The highest is only at the eternal life realm. However, in order to avoid accidents, you should bring a few guards when you go out. Ning Chi smiled. Yes, I know. The sacred concubine nodded with a smile. Shortly after, the Wang family, led by Wang Lin and his wife, chose a place to rebuild the Wang family. Shi Lu and Python Sovereign used their divine sense to scan the area and nodded with satisfaction. They also led the Blood Abyssal clan to find a place to build their nest. Sect Master, where should our war god temple build? Dongfang Haojie and the others stood beside Ning Chi and asked with a smile. Let's choose that place. Ning Chi's gaze swept the area. There was a mountain range in the distance that looked like a hibernating beast. It was also the tallest in the area and had an extraordinary aura. The Blood Abyssal clan and the Wang family didn't choose because they saw that this mountain range was the best, so they naturally had to leave it to the War God Temple. After all, Ning Chi was the sect master of the War God Temple. That's what I was thinking. Dongfang Haojie smiled and nodded. More than 100,000 cultivators were busy. It only took 3 days for the nearby mountain range to change greatly. Endless buildings were built in the primeval forest that originally only had towering trees. The War God Temple, the Wang family, and the Blood Puppet tribe chose 3 places that were just like giant bronze cauldrons. The 3 parties specially built a bluestone continent that gathered at the center of the 3 parties. This place was built into an incomparably huge square. In the future, the cultivators of the 3 parties could compete in martial arts, communicate, and sell their wares here. The Nuwa had sent tens of thousands of mining robots to investigate the mineral veins in this place. Although it was not over yet, information about the mineral veins had already been sent back. Ning Chi shared the information with the 3 parties without taking sides. After learning that the cultivation resources in this place might be more abundant than in the mystic true celestial realm, the cultivators of the 3 parties were extremely happy, because in this place the cultivation resources only needed to be divided into 3 portions. Compared to the outside world, it was much, much better. How is this fleeing? This is simply enjoying life. The disciples of the Wang family couldn't help but sigh again. Then they went out to explore the nearest mineral vein in groups of 3 to 5. At the same time, Because the Wang family had the most people, they took on the responsibility of investigating the local natives. Everything was carried out in an orderly manner. Brother Dongfang, after I leave, the Mind Mountain will enter a sealed state. No one can leave this place and go to the central mainland. However, if I don't return in 1,000 years, you can crush this jade slip and the seal will be removed. Ning Qi found Dongfang Haojie and handed him a jade slip. Brother Ning, are you really going out? Rumor has it that Dao Yan Celestial Emperor has already taken the second step and surpassed the 9 tribulations, masters of creation. A trace of worry flashed in Dongfang Haojie's eyes. At most, he is standing on the threshold of the second step. Don't worry, don't you know me? I never fight a battle I'm not confident of winning. Ning Qi smiled. Chapter 1849. Then I'm his biological father. Chapter 1849 Death. After dealing with Dongfang Haojie, Ning Qi spent a few more days alone with the sacred concubine before leaving Fengcuan Mountain. Since Dao Yan had planned to imprison him and Little Six in the immortal prison, he would not let Dao Yan off easily. Ning Qi planned to take advantage of the fact that Dao Yan had yet to return and meet Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. This principle was applicable everywhere. At this time, because all the people in the Wang clan had left, it was occupied by a large group of cultivators. They did not notice Ning Qi's existence and were still happily searching every corner of the Wang clan, as if they were looking for treasures. Ning Qi stood in the air and watched for a while. When the Dao Yan Celestial Emperor descended, if these cultivators were still here, they would inevitably be killed by him. He had already warned them before. Since they were unwilling to listen, Ning Qi would not care about whether they lived or died. His body moved slightly and he flew into the distance. Now, the cultivators of the various celestial dynasties were basically talking about Ning Qi besides the battle with Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer. Ning Beishuan's name had already spread throughout the central mainland. Some busybodies even called Ning Qi a Yuan Venerate and called him Yuan Venerate Beishian. The Joyous Demon sect had offended countless enemies in the past. Now that these people knew that the Joyous Demon sect had been destroyed by Ning Qi, they immediately came out of hiding and hunted down the Joyous Demon sect cultivators who had not returned to the sect. Originally, there were still many cultivators who had survived outside. However, after being hunted down by this group of people, there were many casualties. Senior Brother Fang Mo, you guys go first. I'll cover the rear. A group of cultivators flew through the air in an extremely sorry state, and there were several figures following closely behind them. Suddenly, a female cultivator stopped and shouted at one of the young cultivators. Then, she charged towards the cultivators who were chasing them without any fear of death. Third junior sister? A look of surprise flashed in Fang Mo's eyes. Without any hesitation, he turned around and flew back. Seeing this, the others gritted their teeth and stopped running. Instead, they flew back with Fang Mo. Ha ha ha! You remnants of Joyful Demon Lord are loyal and loyal, totally different from those I saw in the past. But you're merely a first or second tribulation creator. Any one of us can easily kill you. So why don't you continue running? Back then, your sect's Grand Elder Ma Xinglong chased after us for more than 100 years. If we weren't lucky, we would have died in his hands. Who would have thought that the tables would turn and your Joyful Demon sect would have such a day? There were a total of 5 cultivators chasing Fang Mo's group, and each of them had an aura of a 6th or 7th tribulation cultivator. They surrounded Fang Mo's group with mocking expressions on their faces. The person who had spoken was obviously the leader of their group, and his aura was the strongest. The junior apprentice brothers behind Fang Mo felt some despair. Their opponents were all immortal kings, yet they actually joined forces to deal with them. This was simply too shameless. Rain Flower 5 deities, Elder Ma is chasing after you, but you don't dare to find trouble with him, so you attack us juniors? Fang Mo pulled the junior sister, who was about to be left behind, and coldly looked at the 5 people. We also want to find trouble with him, but unfortunately, he's already been killed by Ning Beixian. Are we supposed to go to the netherworld to find them? The other party laughed mockingly. Ning Beixian, it's him again. Fang Mo's junior apprentice brothers and sisters were filled with grief and indignation. It was because Ning Beixian destroyed their joyful demon sect that they, the geniuses of the joyful demon sect, became stray dogs and were chased all the way. They didn't even dare to reveal their identities when they were on the road. If it was in the past, as long as they revealed their identity as joyful demon sect cultivators who were several times stronger than them would have to behave themselves and not dare to offend them at all. Seniors, we rarely cultivate in the sect, and our relationship with Elder Ma, Xinglong, isn't very good. There's no reason to blame the enmity between him and all of you on us, right? Fang Mo frowned and said, Of course it's on you. Now, there's one less joyful demon sect cultivator. If we let you go, how are we going to vent our anger? The leader of the Rainflower 5 deities looked at Fang Mo with a smile. Then his gaze fell on the junior apprentice brothers and sisters behind him. Hee, I've always heard that the joyful demon sect's dual cultivation technique is very magical. Today, the 5 of us will be lucky enough to try it. Fang Mo was silent for a few breaths, then suddenly said, I know Ning Beixian. If you kill me, you must ensure that the news never reaches his ears. Otherwise, all of you will die without a doubt. Seniors, you've spent more than 100,000 years to cultivate to your current realm. Is it worth it? What? Senior apprentice brother Fang Mo knows Ning Beixian? Fang Mo's junior apprentice brothers and sisters looked at him in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? You know Ning Beixian? The Rainflower 5 deities were slightly shocked. A trace of horror flashed in their eyes, but they immediately reacted with a trace of mockery. Ha ha ha! What a joke! How can you know Ning Beixian? A mere second tribulation creator is not even worthy to carry his shoes. If you know Ning Beixian, then I'm his father. Seeing that the other party didn't believe him, Fang Mo remained silent. At this moment, everyone's expression changed slightly. It seemed that there was a cultivator who happened to pass by here and looked at them curiously. What are you looking at? Get lost. One of the Rainflower 5 deities looked at Ning Qi coldly and scolded. Ning Qi ignored him and flew in front of Fang Mo with a strange expression. The 2 brothers, Fang Mo and Fang Bai, stayed in the inner district to cultivate and never returned to the War God Temple. They didn't expect to see him here after a few thousand years. Moreover, Ning Qi felt a trace of the joyful demon sect's aura from him. Seeing that Ning Qi didn't retreat, the Rainflower 5 deities showed a trace of anger. One of them sneered and was about to suppress Ning Qi, but then they saw Fang Mo looking at Ning Qi with surprise. Sect Master? Sect Master? Joyful Demon Venerable? That's not right. Wasn't the joyful demon Venerable killed? The Rainflower 5 deities looked at Ning Qi with surprise. Fang Mo's junior apprentice brothers and sisters also felt strange. Why did their senior apprentice brother call this person Sect Master? How did you become a disciple of the joyful demon sect? Where's Fang Bai? Ning Qi smiled. He's dead. A trace of sadness flashed in Fang Mo's eyes. Everyone will die one day. Let it go. Chapter 1850. A punch. The 5 deities were slightly taken aback when they heard Ning Qi's question. Those words were merely used to mock Fang Mo. Could this cultivator have taken them seriously? However, seeing that he was familiar with Fang Mo, the 5 deities had already made Ning Qi their target this time. One of them sneered and looked at Ning Qi. I said it. What's wrong? Oh, nothing much. Ning Qi smiled and said, I'm just curious. When did I get another biological father? What does he mean by that? The Yuhua Celestial 5's bodies shook, and shock flashed through their eyes. Next, they gasped and subconsciously glanced at each other. They all saw the shock in each other's eyes. When Fang Mo's junior brother and junior sister heard this, they also looked at Ning Qi in disbelief, and then at Fang Mo, thinking of the conversation between the two of them just now. A terrible guess arose in their hearts. May I ask for your name? The leader of the 5 deities didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. He cupped his hands respectfully and looked at Ning Qi with a hint of hope in his eyes. He hoped that the other party wasn't the one they had guessed. Ning Beixian. Ning Qi smiled. Gasp! Everyone present gasped. Their guesses had been confirmed. Could this cultivator really be Ning Beixian, who had recently destroyed the Joyous Demon sect, killed the Joyous Demon Venerate, defeated the Divine Venerate, and was known as the Mystic North Yuan Venerate? That's impossible. How could you be Ning Beixian? Ning Beixian is a Yuan Venerate entity. There's no way he would know a puny second tribulation creator. You must have eavesdropped on our conversation just now. That's why you're trying to use this method to scare us. One of the 5 Yuhua fairies reacted. Her eyes were filled with disbelief as she stared at Ning Qi and said coldly. The other 4 suddenly realized that their guess was correct. The probability of the other party being Ning Beixian was too small. So senior brother saw this acquaintance, and the 2 of them cooperated to put on a show to scare the 5 deities away. Fang Mo's junior brothers and junior sisters had a look of realization on their faces. Obviously, Fang Mo's plan was wrong. The other party hadn't fallen for it. Really? Ning Qi smiled and gently reached out with his hand to grasp. The cultivator who had claimed to be Ning Qi's father was caught off guard, and the immortal energy wrapped around him as he flew into Ning Qi's hand. The other 4 Rainflower 5 fairies were in disbelief. A 6th tribulation creator was captured by the opponent so easily? Don't! Before they could beg for mercy, the cultivator's head was crushed by Ning Qi. His soul was extracted, and he crushed it in front of everyone. At the same time, he killed the confused underworld cultivator who had just appeared. Seeing their brother being killed so casually by Ning Qi, the remaining 4 were filled with fear. Judging from this method, Ning Beixian was at least an 8 tribulation creator. Even if he wasn't Ning Beixian, he wasn't someone they could deal with. When Fang Mo's group of junior brothers and sisters saw this scene, they were shocked and confused at first. Then they came to their senses. Some revealed looks of ecstasy, while others looked at Ning Qi in bewilderment. Senior brother Fang Mo's friend's battle prowess is so terrifying. We're saved today. Could he really be Ning Beixian? As senior, we are the Rainflower 5 fairies. Please forgive us if we offended you today. The remaining 4 Rainflower 5 fairies quickly begged for mercy. Even their leader, who had the strongest cultivation, didn't have the will to fight. You can leave if you want, but you have to take 1 punch from me each. If you can, I won't mind your rudeness from before. Ning Qi smiled. 1 punch! The Rainflower 5 fairies were stunned. They exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and nodded at Ning Qi. All right, senior, we'll take 1 punch from you. Then I'll start. Ning Qi smiled and punched out. The leader of the Rainflower 5 immortals was directly smashed into pieces and turned into a rain of blood. Seeing this, the other 3 were scared out of their wits. Their strongest leader had been killed. Just like that, the 3 of them turned around and fled. What a joke! If they stayed any longer, they would die for sure. Ning Qi smiled faintly. He looked at their backs and threw 3 punches in the air. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. The 3 of them exploded like fireworks in the air. Ning Qi's 3 punches turned them into a mist of blood. Fang Mo's group of junior brothers and sisters instantly revealed expressions of terror when they saw this scene. This cultivator had killed 5 celestial king realm existences with a wave of his hand. Wasn't the strength of this cultivator too terrifying? You guys wait for me over there. Fong Mo gestured to his junior brothers and sisters. When they were far away, Fong Mo looked at Ning Qi with a wry smile on his face. Sect Master, you won't blame me for joining the Happy Demon sect, right? Weren't you doing well in the inner district? Why did you join the Joyful Demon sect? Ning Qi smiled faintly. It's a long story. Fong Mo smiled bitterly and recounted his experiences over the years. It turned out that a long time ago, in order to break through to a higher level, he brought Fong by everywhere to look for opportunities. Finally, by coincidence, he came directly to the central mainland. Because of his aptitude, he was chosen by a female elder of the Joyful Demon sect and was accepted as a disciple. After that, he cultivated all the way to today's second tribulation creator. Ning Qi scanned with his divine perception, and his face suddenly became a little strange. Fong Mo's current cultivation had probably risen through the dual cultivation technique. To be able to break through to the current realm in a short period of a few thousand years, he could be considered a genius in the Happy Demon sect. At least Jiaoling was inferior to Fong Mo, because the time he had cultivated was much longer than Fong Mo. Sect Master, can you let them go? After Fong Mo finished his experience, he glanced at his junior brothers and sisters. They seemed to be very worried about the situation here, and were watching Fong Mo and Ning Qi. Since you've asked, I have no reason not to give you face. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Fong Mo suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and looked much more relaxed. The Joyful Demon sect has been destroyed. What are your plans next? Ning Qi smiled faintly. I'm a little tired. I want to go back to the Dongxian land to have a look. Fong Mo smiled. That's good. Ning Qi nodded and took a deep look at Fong Mo before flying away. Seeing this, Fong Mo's junior brothers and sisters hurriedly flew in front of Fong Mo. Senior brother, is that senior really Ning Beixian? Of course not. Fong Mo smiled. His junior brothers and sisters were obviously relieved. Just as they were about to ask about Ning Qi's background, Fong Mo said, we shouldn't stay here for long. Let's go. Chapter 1851. Kill the Immortal. The Northern Liang Immortal Dynasty has been conquered. Really? Then let's hurry to the front line. We'll definitely be able to get a lot of cultivation resources. Then let's go together. The Northern Liang Celestial Dynasty and the Black-Yellow Celestial Dynasty had been in a stalemate for a long time before they were finally breached. When the news spread, some cultivators suspected that the Northern Liang Celestial Dynasty's deterrence had been weakened after Ning Qi killed the Happy Demon Venerate. Regardless of the reason, the Northern Liang Celestial Dynasty had been completely taken over by Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer. The Northern Liang Celestial True Immortal had died in battle, and the Northern Liang Divine Army had been reduced to almost nothing. The itinerant cultivators of the Black-Yellow Immortal Dynasty swarmed in and fought for all sorts of resources. They only had the guts to do so because Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer didn't care about such matters. The massive Northern Liang Immortal Dynasty would be turned into ruins in a few months' time. Ning Qi strolled through the battlefield and saw many cultivators fighting each other for a bottle of pills. They didn't hesitate to risk their lives. There were even some who secretly attacked and killed cultivators who were passing by. Because of the war, these cultivators' killing instincts were aroused. Whoosh! A gust of wind hit the back of Ning Qi's head. Ning Qi didn't even turn his head. With a backhand slap, more than a dozen cultivators who suddenly attacked Ning Qi were instantly smashed into a cloud of blood mist. When the restless fellow who was hiding in the dark saw this, he immediately gave up on his target of Ning Qi. Ning Qi came from the direction of the Northern Liang Immortal Dynasty, heading towards the Xianhuang Immortal Dynasty. His direction was different from the vast majority of the other cultivators. They were all rushing towards the Northern Liang Immortal Dynasty from the Xianhuang Immortal Dynasty. Hence, Ning Qi was extremely conspicuous in the battlefield. There are countless people who acted against him, but without exception, all of them died. Suddenly, the rogue cultivators who were rushing towards the Northern Liang immortal dynasty stopped. Their gazes were filled with respect as they stared at the battleships flying towards the Northern Liang immortal dynasty. There's someone from the Northern Liang immortal dynasty. Is this a remnant of the Northern Liang immortal dynasty? One of the captains on one of the battleships saw Ning Qi's strange actions and immediately passed down an order. Instantly, the battleships turned around and surrounded Ning Qi, surrounding him in the center. Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer is right behind us. We won't be able to survive if he sees an ant challenging his dignity. Let's suppress this kid. Not bad. The commanders on the battleships communicated with each other through voice transmissions. In the end, they looked at Ning Qi coldly, exuding a strong killing intent. All of them were cultivators who had just survived the battlefield. Who knows how many lives had been taken by their hands? Thus, their killing intent was several times stronger compared to ordinary cultivators. They were only the vanguard. The real army was right behind them. Without any nonsense, the cultivators on the battleship attacked together, ready to suppress Ning Qi as quickly as possible. The rogue cultivators nearby showed a hint of gloating in their eyes when they saw this. That's what you get for being arrogant. Everyone's heading towards Northern Liang, but you just have to head towards Black Huang. Haha, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Now that you've lost your life for nothing, it's too late for regrets. Some cultivators who had already disliked Ning Qi even mocked him. However, in the next moment, they felt their vision blur. Then the battleships with at least 5,000 cultivators on board were instantly torn to pieces. With a loud bang, they fell to the ground. Chunks of flesh and fragments of the battleships mixed together. It was impossible to tell who was who. Hiss! The rogue cultivators nearby gasped and looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. They were first shocked by Ning Qi's methods and then by his guts. He clearly knew that these cultivators were the subordinates of Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer. Yet he still dared to make a move. Did he have a death wish? Before they could react, a terrifying aura came from behind them. In the blink of an eye, a large number of battleships appeared in the sky. Countless cultivators stood on the battleships and looked down at Ning Qi. There were at least hundreds of thousands of people. One of the battleships was very luxurious. Unlike the other battleships, there were only 2 figures standing on it. At the moment, the 2 of them were sizing up Ning Qi, and Ning Qi was sizing them up. How dare you! A roar came from one of the battleships in the center. Then, a cultivator exuding the aura of an 8th tribulation appeared in front of Ning Qi in a flash and punched towards Ning Qi's head. This cultivator was 3 meters tall and looked like a small giant standing in front of Ning Qi. The rogue cultivators nearby exclaimed when they saw him, "The Demon Elephant Monarch!" The Demon Elephant Monarch was a demon race cultivator. He was an immortal king-level entity in the central mainland and was one of the first 8th Tribulation Creation Masters to submit to Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer. He had astonishing strength and had once killed another 8th Tribulation Creation Master on the battlefield with just the strength of his physical body. Everyone was shocked and pleasantly surprised to see the Demon Elephant Monarch make a move. Although the Demon Elephant Monarch was strong, the number of times he had made a move could be counted on one hand. Being able to see such an entity in action was an opportunity for many of the rogue cultivators present. Boom! The Demon Elephant Monarch's fist stopped 2 feet away from Ning Qi. Everyone stared at Ning Qi in shock, as they saw Ning Qi use only one finger to gently touch the Demon Elephant Monarch's fist and block his terrifying punch. How is this possible? The Demon Elephant Monarch's bell-like eyes were filled with shock. He wanted to make another move, but Ning Qi had already moved and punched the Demon Elephant Monarch's belly. The Demon Elephant Monarch's body immediately curled up like a cooked prawn. After a few seconds, his body was sent flying with a speed faster than when he had come. Dozens of battleships that couldn't dodge in time were smashed into pieces. The cultivators on them fled in panic, afraid that they would be smashed by the demon elephant monarch's body. When the crowd saw this, they sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. Who was this guy? The demon elephant monarch was actually sent flying by a punch. Could he be a ninth tribulation creation master? It's you! A soft voice came from the most luxurious battleship in the middle of the countless battleships. Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer, we meet again. Ning Qi smiled. He actually knows Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer? This means that this cultivator is also a ninth tribulation creation master. The rogue cultivators nearby had a look of realization on their faces. Senior brother, do you know this person? A middle-aged cultivator stood beside Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer. His skin was greenish-black, and two sharp fangs were exposed in his mouth as he spoke. Ning Qi's gaze landed on him, and he glanced at his attributes. Ninth Tribulation Creation Master. Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse. Junior brother. This is the young friend who let me out. Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer smiled. Chapter 1852. Join forces. This speed, Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer and Yuan Venerate Demonic Corpse were astonished. They hadn't even noticed when Ning Qi had boarded the battleship, which meant that Ning Qi's speed was much faster than theirs. Young friend, your cultivation base has actually improved to this level in the past few years. Did you have a fortuitous encounter in the desperate death realm? Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. Although Ning Qi's aura was only that of a 7 tribulation creator, he had just sent the demonic Elephant King flying with a punch and displayed superhuman speed. This was enough for the two of them to take him seriously. Damn you! I'm going to kill you! The demonic Elephant King, who had just woken up from his daze, bellowed angrily. When he saw Ning Qi stepping on the battleship that Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer and Yuan Venerate Demonic Corpse were on, he immediately rushed over and appeared behind Ning Qi in the blink of an eye. Slap! Ning Qi waved his hand gently and slapped the demonic Elephant King's face. The demonic Elephant King's body spun and was sent flying. This time he smashed through hundreds of battleships that couldn't evade in time. Senior brother, although you were released by this kid, his actions today clearly show that he wants to be our enemy. Why don't I help you suppress him? Yuan Venerate Demonic Corpse glared at Ning Qi with a hint of anger in his eyes. Hold on. Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer smiled and reached out to stop Yuan Venerate Demonic Corpse. Then his gaze landed on Ning Qi. Young friend, may I know why you're here today? Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer, the enmity between you and the Tao Yen Immortal Lord is irreconcilable, right? Ning Qi smiled. You're a follower of the Tao Yen Immortal Lord? Yuan Venerate Demonic Corpse's eyes turned cold. Didn't your senior brother tell you that I was the one who released him? So, am I still a follower of Tao Yen? Ning Qi looked at Yuan Venerate Demonic Corpse with a hint of mockery. I'm not sure. It might be a ruse. Yuan Venerate Demonic Corpse scoffed, but deep down he was sure that the other party had nothing to do with the Tao Yen Immortal Lord. That's right. The enmity between Tao Yen and I is irreconcilable. We have to fight to the death. Yuan Venerate Slayer Immortal nodded with a smile. This time, Ning Qi could see that Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer's cultivation base was indeed very strong and much stronger than 10x's. Perhaps Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer's cultivation base was already at the limit of the 9 Tribulation Creation Masters. However, there was still a huge gap between him and the Tao Yen Immortal Lord. That's right. I have enmity with Tao Yen as well. Let's join forces and attack Tao Development Immortal City and destroy it. What do you think? Ning Qi laughed. Ridiculous. Before Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer could say anything, Yuan Venerate Demonic Corpse couldn't help but mock him. You're just a 7 Tribulation Creator. You might be stronger, but you're not even a 9 Tribulation Creator. What right do you have to say that you have a grudge against Dao Yan? Is that so? I'm afraid that even if I don't have the right, no one else in the central continent does. My name is Ning Beixian. May I know your name? Ning Qi chuckled. Ning Beixian? The surrounding cultivators, who had been listening to the conversation between the three of them, were shocked when they heard Ning Qi address himself as Ning Beixian. They had long known about what had happened in the Joyous Demon sect. What they had heard the most during this period was how Ning Beixian had suppressed the Joyous Demon Venerate and defeated the Dao Yan Immortal Emperor's mount, the ultimate god. Then, even the Dao Yan Immortal Emperor had personally rescued his mount. The name Ning Beixian seemed to have become a legend. Everyone was talking about him, no matter where they went. The Demon Elephant King, who had almost been knocked unconscious by Ning Qi's slap, had a look of lingering fear in his eyes. He hadn't expected that he would be able to survive after attacking someone who could kill a 9 Tribulation creator. It was obvious that Ning Beixian had done so because of Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer. Little friend, are you really Ning Beixian? I heard that some time ago you injured Dao Yan's mount, and then Dao Yan personally rescued it? Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer was slightly taken aback. His usually calm face finally revealed a hint of shock as he sized up Ning Qi in disbelief. Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse was also looking at Ning Qi with a strange expression. The rumored Ning Beixian was actually a 7 Tribulation creator? Then wouldn't his combat strength be so terrifying that he would be able to surpass 2, no, 3 levels above him? Although that stupid donkey wasn't a match for Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer, it was still a Yuan Venerate. If they were to really fight, Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse would at most be evenly matched. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. Great. I knew that we were fated. Back in the Dead Man Valley, you personally released me. If I wasn't wrong, we are on the same path. Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer laughed heartily. His laughter was amplified by the power of creation and spread throughout the entire place. Brother Ning, I was rude earlier. I hope you don't take offense. Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse cupped his hands and smiled at Ning Qi. Ning Qi was surprised. He had already been prepared to fight with Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse when he had announced his name. Had the other party not received the news that the Thunder Emperor had died at his hands? It's all right. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. Brother Ning just said that you want to fight all the way to Dao Yan Immortal City. Although I'm conceited, I'm afraid I'm still not a match for the Dao Yan Immortal Lord. Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer smiled at Ning Qi. What if the Dao Yan Immortal Lord isn't here? I'm afraid there are only 3 Yuan Venerates in Dao Yan Immortal City right now. If the 3 of us join forces, it won't take long for us to charge straight into Dao Yan Immortal City. Even if we can't defend it in the future, we can still discuss Dao Yan lest he thinks he's invincible all the time. Ning Qi smiled. The Dao Yan Immortal Lord isn't here? Brother Ning, are you sure about this? Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer and Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse's eyes lit up. 100% sure. The Dao Yan Immortal Lord is probably in a secret place right now and can't get away. Otherwise, why would he wait until today if he could suppress me that day? Ning Qi smiled. The 2 of them looked at each other when they heard this. Ning Qi's words were quite credible and reasonable. After some thought, Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer laughed wildly. Great. Today, we'll charge straight in and kill our way into Dao Yan Immortal City. When that fellow Dao Yan comes back and sees the scene, he will definitely stomp his feet in anger. Ha ha ha. Then there's no need to care about the Northern Yang Celestial Dynasty, right? Ning Qi smiled faintly. No need to care. The corners of Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer's mouth curled up slightly. The corpse qi he had absorbed over the years was enough to heal his injuries, and his cultivation had long returned to its peak. There was no need to make a move against those ordinary cultivators. Right now, seizing every second to take down Dao Yan Immortal City was the most important thing. Then let's set off. Chapter 1853. It was a long story. It was a long story. After learning that Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer intended to charge straight into Tao Evolution Immortal City, the troops that had followed him to battle the Celestial Dynasty hesitated a little and had different thoughts. The power of the Tao Evolution Celestial Lord was deeply rooted in their hearts. If Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer led them to attack the Celestial Dynasty, even if the Tao Evolution Celestial Lord came, he would only be able to suppress Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer, and they would have enough time to escape. However, if they headed straight to Tao Evolution Immortal City now, they would have to face the Tao Evolution Celestial Lord head-on. When an eighth tribulation creator mentioned that he had something important to attend to before returning to follow Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer, he was sucked dry of his essence, blood, by Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse on the spot. These soldiers were filled with fear and didn't dare have any other thoughts. At least that was the case for now. It was not easy to hide the whereabouts of hundreds of thousands of cultivators. Therefore, the journey to Tao Evolution Immortal City was bustling. The various celestial dynasties thought that the other party was going to attack them, but they realized that they were just passing by. Therefore, it did not take long for the rumors that Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer was going to attack Tao Evolution Immortal City spread throughout the central mainland. Tao Evolution Immortal City. When the news reached this place, the cultivators in Tao Development Immortal City found it unbelievable. The war that was happening outside was too far away for them. From the beginning to the end, they had never thought that Yuan Venerate Slayer would dare to attack Tao Development Immortal City. Now that they heard this news, they were still skeptical. However, when they discovered that the divine troops under every immortal king in Tao Development Immortal City were being mobilized in an abnormal manner, they were 70 to 80% convinced of this news. Tao Evolution Immortal Palace. Meeting Hall. The sect master of the Heart Demon Sect, the sect master of the Yin-Yang Sect, the abbot of the 9 Rakshasa Ancient Temple, the sect master of the Battle Sect, and the 9 Serenities Demonic Lord, who had been injured by the immortal slaying primordial chi, and the 6 Paths, were all sitting in the palace. Apart from them, there were also a dozen 9 calamity masters of creation with slightly weaker auras. Everyone had a solemn look in their eyes as they looked at each other, and finally they all looked at the 2 figures sitting at the highest point. These 2 were 2 of the 5 Yuan Venerates who had submitted to the Tao Evolution Immortal Lord, Yuan Venerate Hanfei and Yuan Venerate Deer. At the moment, Tenacious Donkey and the Tao Evolution Immortal Emperor were not in the Tao Evolution Immortal Palace. After learning that Yuan Venerate Slayer planned to invade the Tao Evolution Immortal City, only the 3 Yuan Venerates could make a decision. Yuan Venerate Hanfei, Yuan Venerate Deer Swallower, what do you think of this news? Is it true or false? Does that fellow, Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer, really dare to come to Tao Expansion Immortal City to throw his life away? The leader of the battle sect, Zhan Qingkong, looked at the 2 of them and frowned. The Netherworld Demon Sovereign and the others looked at the 2 of them and waited for their reply. Yuan Venerate Hanfei looked like an old man in his 70s or 80s. His hair and eyebrows were snow white. Yuan Venerate Deer was a demon venerate. Although he had a humanoid face, he had 2 antlers on his head. Anyone who saw his appearance could roughly guess his true form. We still have no way of knowing whether this is true or not. However, Yuan Venerate Sangji is already making a divination. Let's wait. There will definitely be a result in a day or 2. Yuan Venerate Hanfei smiled faintly, his voice sounding very old. Yuan Venerate Deer Swallower closed his eyes and pretended to sleep, as though the Netherworld demon sovereigns in front of him were not qualified to speak to him. There was a hint of arrogance on his face. Oh! Everyone exchanged glances. They had heard a little about Yuan Venerate Sangji's divination, mystic ability. There were even rumors that even the Tao Evolution Immortal Emperor relied on this mystic ability for many things. Therefore, his status was the highest among the 3 Yuan Venerates. He hid in his cave abode all day and rarely showed himself. A few ordinary 9 tribulation creators present had not even seen Yuan venerate Sangji's true appearance. To them, the thing that left the deepest impression was his pair of dark green eyes. It seemed that Yuan venerate Sangji was not from the human race, just like Yuan venerate Deer Swallower. A day or two later, everyone looked up and saw a middle-aged cultivator in a green robe standing in the main hall. Yuan venerate Sangji. The netherworld demon sovereigns and the others smiled and cupped their hands in greeting. Yuan venerate Sangji looked very ordinary and inconspicuous, but everyone knew that this was just an illusion. He sat beside Yuan venerate Hanfei and Yuan venerate Deer Swallower before sweeping his gaze across everyone in the hall. The army of Yuan venerate Immortal Slayer will arrive in 7 days. Is everyone fully prepared? Everyone was surprised when they heard this. It seemed like the news from the outside world was true. Yuan venerate Immortal Slayer was really planning to attack Tao Evolution Immortal City. If Yuan venerate Immortal Slayer wants to come, let him. The 3 of us are enough to deal with the Immortal Slayer and the demonic corpse. As for the shrimp soldiers and crab generals under him, I'll leave them to all of you. Yuan venerate Deer Swallower suddenly opened his eyes and spoke with a cold glint in his eyes. Leave the shrimp soldiers and crab generals to us? Everyone present was a 9 tribulation creator. No matter where they were all top-notch existences. Wasn't Yuan venerate Deer Swallower looking down on them by saying this? Zhan Qingkong sneered. We can also suppress Yuan venerate Immortal Slayer if we join forces. Why don't you leave Yuan venerate Immortal Slayer to us and leave the shrimp soldiers and crab generals to Yuan venerate Deer Swallower? Yuan venerate Deer Swallower glared at Zhan Qingkong coldly. Zhan Qingkong glared back at him, unwilling to be outdone. All right, what's there to argue about? Yuan venerate Hanfei chuckled and waved his hand. I'm old. Leave the shrimp soldiers and crab generals to me. What do you guys think? I wouldn't dare. 3 Yuan venerates are needed to deal with Yuan venerates. We can deal with the shrimp soldiers and crab generals. The 9 underworld devil venerate said faintly. Yuan venerate Hanfei glanced at him and chuckled. That's settled then. Sigh, I didn't expect to encounter such a thing as soon as we arrived at Tao Evolution Immortal City. Duanmu Chong, Xiao Wuya, Yu Feng, Zhan Donglai, and Fu Ji were travel-worn. They had just come out of the realm of death and immediately came to Tao Evolution Immortal City. In the end, they heard that Yuan venerate Immortal Slayer was going to attack Tao Evolution Immortal City with his troops. Our cultivation levels are so low. If a fight breaks out, we can just wave the flag and cheer. What does that have to do with us? They are here to handle it. Yu Feng smiled mockingly and pointed at a few groups of cultivators passing by in the distance. Those cultivators were also from the 6 great sects, but their cultivation levels were higher than theirs. There were even elders among them. Senior Brother Zhang. Xiao Wuye suddenly called out to someone. That person was wearing the robes of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation sect. He was surprised to see Xiao Wuye and smiled. Junior Brother Xiao, why are you here? It's a long story. Chapter 1854. Chapter 1854. Chapter 1854. Soldiers at the gates. It's a long story, so let's not talk about it. Time is of the essence. You should know that Yuan venerate Slayer's army is about to arrive, right? Hurry up and report to the sect. After saying that, Senior Brother Zhang prepared to leave. Xiao Wuya hurriedly pulled him back. Senior Brother Zhang, are the cultivators of the joyous devil sect here? Senior Brother Zhang had a strange expression. Why are you looking for the joyful demon sect? It's like this. The joyful demon sect's forces in the perilous land of death have all been uprooted. If they haven't received the news, as one of the 7 major sects, we naturally have to help them send the news. Other than that, we have another important matter to report. May I know if the sect leader is here? Xiao Wuye explained. Yu Feng and the others nodded in agreement. However, Fuji suddenly realized that Senior Brother Zhang's expression was very strange. A trace of doubt flashed in her eyes. Senior Brother Zhang, could it be that something happened to the Joyous Demon sect? It's more than that. Your news is too outdated. The Joyful Demon sect no longer exists in the Central Continent. Our 7 sects have become 6. Senior Zhang said. Hiss! Everyone gasped and revealed disbelief in their eyes. Xiao Wuye cried out involuntarily. Who can annihilate the Joyous Demon sect? What about the Joyous Joy Demon Exalt? Happy Demon Venerable is also dead. Tell me, who is it that uprooted the Happy Demon sect's forces in the despair of death? Senior Brother Zhang's eyes moved slightly. Ning Beixian, Xiao Wuye said. Yes, it really is him. The corners of Senior Brother Zhang's lips curled up slightly. The Joyful Demon sect was also destroyed by him, and the Joyful Demon Venerable was also killed by him. Even Senior Brother Zhang purposely lowered his voice. Even the Divine Venerable was no match for Ning Beixian. Have you seen what Ning Beixian looks like with your own eyes? Does he have 3 heads and 6 arms? How is this possible? Xiao Wuye and the others looked at each other in disbelief. Ning Beixian was strong enough to destroy the Joyful Demon sect and kill the Joyful Demon Venerable? By the way, you said you had something important to report. What is it? Senior Brother Zhang's eyes flashed with a trace of a smile when he saw these people's shocked expressions. This was because when he first heard the news, he also had the same expression. Apart from the Joyful Demon sect, the elders of the 6 Paths Reincarnation sect, the 9 Serenities Demon sect, the Battle Clan, the Heart Demon sect, and the 4 sects also died in his hands. Xiao Wuye said in a low voice. What? It was Senior Brother Zhang's turn to be shocked. Nothing happened to the 9 Phantasms Ancient Temple and Yin-Yang sect? Senior Brother Zhang suddenly reacted and looked at Fuji. Fuji laughed dryly and didn't say anything. She couldn't just say that Grandma Long and Ning Beixian were good friends. Now that the Joyful Demon sect had been annihilated by Ning Beixian, if others thought that the Yin-Yang sect was in cahoots with Ning Beixian, it would implicate her sect. Presently, the sect masters of the various sects are in Dao Expansion, Immortal City. All of you follow me. Senior Brother Zhang said with a solemn expression. Sect masters, that's what happened. Senior Brother Zhang, Xiao Wuye, and the others lowered their heads. Not far away from them stood the 9 Serenities, Demon Venerate, and the others. Even Xiao Wuye couldn't help but feel excited, as this was the first time he was in such close contact with the 9 Serenities, Demon Venerate. Ning Beixian, huh? Looks like he doesn't just intend to make the Joyful Demon sect his enemy. He doesn't even care about us. Zhan Qingkong sneered and looked at the 9 Serenities, Demon Venerate, and the 6 Path sect. Let's ignore this matter for now. Right now, we have to pay attention to Yuan Venerate Slayer. The 9 Serenities, Demon Venerate, said faintly. Xiao Wuye and the others gasped when they heard this. Based on their understanding of the 9 Serenities, Demon Venerate, he would definitely take revenge as soon as he found out that someone had killed a 9 Serenities Demon sect cultivator. There was obviously only one reason why he didn't act like he did in the past. Ning Beixian was so strong that even the 9 Serenities Demon Venerate didn't dare to act recklessly. The shock in Xiao Wuye and the others' eyes intensified when they thought of this. The last transportation portal to the development Immortal Realm had been sealed by the army. The other cultivators could only watch in horror from afar as cultivators disappeared one by one and were transported to the celestial dynasty closest to the development Immortal Realm. How terrifying! I didn't expect the rumors to be true. Yuan Venerate Slayer is really going to attack Dao Expansion Immortal City. Is anyone betting this time? Of course. Yuan Venerate Slayer wins 1 o'clock. 8. Dao Expansion Immortal City wins 1 o'clock. 3. Are you going to bet? Of course. I'm betting on Dao Expansion Immortal City. Yuan Venerate Slayer is crazy. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators almost overloaded the transportation portal. When everyone was teleported, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. It would be a lie to say that they weren't afraid. They were really afraid that Yuan Venerate Slayer was just making a feint. He said he was going to attack Dao Expansion Immortal City, but in fact he was going to attack them. The dozens of celestial dynasties that had been defeated by Yuan Venerate Slayer had been miserable. The development Immortal Realm. Ning Qi, Yuan Venerate Slayer, and Yuan Venerate Demonic Corpse stood at the front of the battleship. Behind them were countless battleships that followed. They were like a violent gale sweeping through the development Immortal Realm. The passing cultivators avoided them in horror when they saw this scene. Yuan Venerate Slayer's army. They really dare to come to the development Immortal Realm? Looks like the development Immortal Realm is going to be chaotic for a while. It's better for us to leave this place as soon as possible. Not necessarily. Do you know how to pull chestnuts out of the fire? The development Immortal Realm is rich in cultivation resources. If there's a war, we can earn a lot just by using our brains. This is a rare opportunity. I won't give it up. What do you guys think? We'll listen to Big Brother. I'll listen to Big Brother too. All right, let's follow them. When they start fighting, we'll earn a lot. News kept spreading to Dao Expansion Immortal City. There were many large cities on the way to Dao Expansion Immortal City, but they were all uprooted by Yuan Venerate Demonic Corpse. Everything in the development Immortal Realm belonged to the Dao Expansion Immortal Lord. Yuan Venerate Demonic Corpse naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to annoy the Dao Expansion Immortal Lord. As they got closer to Dao Expansion Immortal City, Yuan Venerate Slayer became more and more excited. Soon, a huge city with endless city walls appeared in the distance. We finally arrived at Dao Expansion Immortal City. Yuan Venerate Slayer sighed. Senior brother, should we fight our way in? Or should we wait for those 3 old fellows to show up first? Yuan Venerate Demonic Corpse narrowed his eyes. Brother Ning, what do you think? Yuan Venerate Slayer looked at Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled. It's very simple. Let's go to Dao Expansion Immortal City first, and ask them to come out to die. Do you think they won't come out? Chapter 1855. Chapter 1855. Chapter 1855 Rules. Numerous battleships stood in the void in front of Dao Yen Immortal City. However, the cultivators on the battleships were nervous and didn't seem to be in high spirits. The city walls of Dao Yen Immortal City were also filled with cultivators who were watching the battleships solemnly. These cultivators belonged to the divine armies of the various immortal kings. In the center were the direct subordinates of Yuan Venerate Tsangji, Yuan Venerate Hanfei, and Yuan Venerate Deer Swallower. The cultivators from the 9 Serenities demon sect and the other 6 sects were also standing on the city walls, feeling slightly nervous. After all, they hadn't seen a battle like this for countless years. Even the older generation had never seen such a scene. If they were to fight later, with more than 29 tribulation masters of creation attacking at the same time, what kind of doomsday scene would that be? The 9 underworld devil venerate, the 6 paths Zhan Qingkong, and the others stood behind the 3 Yuan venerates and stared coldly at the battleship in the center. They were slightly taken aback when they saw that there were 3 people standing on it. Who was the last person? They recognized Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer. After all, the 9 underworld demon venerate and the 6 path venerate had been injured by him not too long ago. Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse had also seen him a few times, but not many people present recognized the young cultivator. That's Ning Beixian? Xiao Wuya and the others were also on the city walls. They were speechless when they saw Ning Qi's face. Ning Beixian? All the cultivators were in disbelief. Why was Ning Beixian involved with Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer and the others? Could he have been on Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer's side right from the start? Many cultivators suddenly realized why Ning Beixian had attacked the joyful demon sect. Is this Ning Beixian? Yuan Venerate Sangji and the others looked at Ning Qi after glancing at Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer and Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse. His aura is only at the 7th tribulation. How could he kill the joyful demon Venerate with such a cultivation base? Perhaps Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer secretly made a move. Yuan Venerate Sangji and the other two communicated via voice transmission. Then Yuan Venerate Hanfei looked at Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer with a smile and said, Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer, why did you bring so many people to Daoyan Immortal City today? Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer laughed lightly, and then he glanced at the dense crowd of cultivators on the city wall and said, Don't play dumb. I naturally came here today to conquer Dao Expansion Immortal City. As Yuan Venerate existences like you 3 old fellows, you're willing to be dogs for Daoyan. Which one of you will accept your death and fight me? Yuan Venerate Sangji and Yuan Venerate Hanfei weren't angered by these words, but Yuan Venerate Deer's eyes turned cold. Yuan Venerate Slayer, who are you calling a dog? No, you are a deer, but how are you different from a dog? Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer looked at Yuan Venerate Deer with a faint smile. Yuan Venerate Deer was enraged, and he wished he could suppress Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer on the spot. However, considering that the other party was stronger than him, he could only suppress his anger for the time being. At that moment, Yuan Venerate Hanfei chuckled and said, Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer, we are too strong. If we really fight, we will turn the world upside down. Why don't we set a rule to determine the victor? If you win, you can have Dao Expansion Immortal City. If you lose, you can withdraw your troops. What do you think? Oh, what rule? Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer smirked. He and Yuan Venerate Demonic Corpse could tell from Yuan Venerate Hanfei's words that Dao Yan Immortal Lord and his mount were indeed not in the city, as Ning Qi had said. Otherwise, why would the other party set a rule? They could just wait for Dao Yin to suppress them. We won't make a move. We will each send 10 people to fight and determine the victor. What does Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer think? Yuan Venerate Hanfei smiled. 10 people? Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse was enraged as he sneered. Hanfei, do you think we are fools? There are more than 29 Tribulation Creation Masters on Dao Expansion Immortal City's side, besides Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer and himself. Only Ning Qi had the combat power of a 9 Tribulation Creation Master. Even 5 people would be insufficient, let alone 10. I think this rule is not bad. We don't have to send 10 people. I alone will be enough. Ning Qi suddenly said with a smile. Yuan Venerate Demonic Corpse was taken aback and looked at Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer. Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer pondered for a moment before looking at Ning Qi. Brother Ning, are you confident? It's just a bunch of nobodies. Ning Qi smiled faintly. All right. Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer laughed heartily and looked at Yuan Venerate Hanfei and the others. I will send 1 person. You guys send 10. Nobodies? Everyone's expression changed when they heard Ning Qi's words. The low-level cultivators were still fine, but all the 9 Tribulation Creation Masters present were arrogant by nature. Even though Ning Qi had killed the Joyous Joy Demon Venerate previously, they could definitely suppress him if the 10 of them joined forces. Arrogant. Yuan Venerate Hanfei, let us teach Ning Beixian a lesson. We can also take revenge for the Joyous Joy Demon Venerate. The people who spoke were all ordinary 9 Tribulation Creation Masters. Besides Zhan Qingkong, the rest of the 9 Darkness Demon Venerates were deep in thought. Xiao Wuya and the others were filled with emotions when they saw Ning Qi and Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer standing side by side. Ning Qi had even said that he wanted to take on 10 people alone. This fellow, who they had looked down on in the past, had already grown to such a level and surprised them time and time again. Now he was fearless even when facing the 9 Tribulation Creation Masters, obtained the title of Yuan Venerate Beixian, and became one of the top figures in the central mainland. He. You must be Yuan Venerate Beishian, right? Since you already have the combat strength of a Yuan Venerate, you naturally can't fight according to the rules. How about this? We will each send 10 8 Tribulation Creation Masters to fight. How about that? Yuan Venerate Hanfei smiled. This old fox is really shameless. Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse cursed in his heart. Rumors can't be trusted. Yuan Venerate Hanfei. Can't you see that I'm just a puny 7 Tribulation Creation Master? Could it be that your Tao spread immortal city is afraid of an existence like me? TSK. Ning Qi said with a faint smile. The morale of the soldiers on the battleship rose when they heard this, as they realized that the Tao spread immortal city side was even more afraid. Chapter 1856. Sinister. Yuan Venerate Hanfei sighed when he saw Yuan Venerate Deer challenge Ning Qi first. It's all right. Let Deer see how strong this kid is. Yuan Venerate Sangji said. Yuan Venerate Hanfei nodded slightly. I didn't expect a Yuan Venerate to make the first move. This is a rare opportunity. I heard that Yuan Venerate Deer's strength is comparable to an ultimate Venerate's. I wonder if he can really suppress this kid. Rumor has it that an ultimate Venerate was almost killed by this kid. Rumors can't be trusted. This kid is only a 7 Tribulation creator. It's already incredible that he can fight a 9 Tribulation, let alone suppress a Yuan Venerate. I won't believe it unless an ultimate Venerate admits it himself. Indeed, that makes sense. No matter what, we can see Ning Beishuan's techniques today and see if he's qualified to be called a Yuan Venerate North Mystic. If we don't count Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer, this is the first new Yuan Venerate in hundreds of thousands of years. I thought that the 9 Underworld Demon Venerate would be the first to reach this level. Everyone was looking forward to the next battle. In order to avoid hurting the innocent, we will work together to set up a restriction. Whoever leaves this restriction loses. What do you think? Yuan Venerate Hanfei smiled at Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer. Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer looked at Ning Qi. It's all right. Agree to it. Ning Qi smiled. All right. Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer nodded. Then he and Yuan Venerate Hanfei soared into the sky and set up a restriction with a radius of 500 miles in front of Tao Spread Immortal City. Although this size wasn't much for Yuan Venerates, it was enough for ordinary battles. An ordinary battle stage was only a few hundred meters wide. Ning Qi smiled and entered the restriction first. Yuan Venerate Deer stood opposite Ning Qi expressionlessly. There were more than 1 million cultivators gathered in Tao Spread Immortal City. No matter what race they were, all of their attention was focused on Ning Qi at this moment. Millions of cultivators are watching this battle. I will die without regrets if I can reach this level. Duanmu Chong muttered to himself. Xiao Wuya and the others were also envious. They knew that they might never have the chance to reach this level in their lifetime. You go first. Yuan Venerate Deer Swallower glanced at Ning Qi with a hint of disdain in his eyes. The 9 Darkness Demon Venerate and the others mocked him in their hearts. Yuan Venerate Deer Swallower was still so arrogant even at this stage. It was very likely that he would be defeated because of this. They believed that there was no smoke without fire, since it was rumored that even an ultimate god wasn't a match for Ning Beishian. Then Ning Beishian must have had something special about him. If Yuan Venerate Deer Subduing hadn't used his full strength right from the start, the outcome would have been decided. You want me to make the first move? Ning Qi smiled. Are you sure? What? Don't you dare? Yuan Venerate Deer smirked. You are just a junior in my eyes. What's wrong with letting a junior make the first move? Otherwise, people will say that I, Yuan Venerate Deer Swallower, am bullying the weak. Traces of imperceptible power passed through Yuan Venerate Deer's feet and penetrated deep into the ground, crisscrossing as if they were forming a mystical array formation. However, it was very difficult for the naked eye or spirit consciousness to detect it. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Ning Qi smiled. A moment later, his figure disappeared from everyone's sight. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Yuan Venerate, dear subduing. Everyone was shocked. This speed was just too fast. He. Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer and Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse chuckled. Ning Qi would be invincible as long as he had this kind of speed. What a fast speed! Yuan Venerate Han Fei and the others were surprised. Yuan Venerate Sangji said faintly, I'm afraid even we can't match up to this speed. No wonder Happy Joy Demon Venerate was killed. The 9 Darkness Demon Venerate and the others had a look of realization. Why isn't Ning Beixian moving? After a few breaths, everyone suddenly noticed a strange scene. Although Ning Qi had appeared in front of Yuan Venerate, dear subduing, his body didn't move at all, as if he was being suppressed by some kind of restriction. Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer and Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse had a grave look on their faces. The 9 Darkness Demon Venerate and the others looked at Yuan Venerate, dear subduing, in bewilderment. This fellow still had a faint look of disdain in his eyes, as if he didn't care about anyone. This dear subduing fella really hid his strength well. Yuan Venerate Sangji said thoughtfully. Yuan Venerate Hanfei was taken aback for a moment before he laughed. Looks like Ning Beixian will still fall today. A smile appeared in the eyes of Xiao Wuye and the others. At that moment, countless invisible forces appeared around Yuan Venerate, dear subduing, and formed a special array formation. It was this array formation that had suppressed Ning Qi and rendered him immobile. I've long heard that you are very fast. I didn't expect the rumors to be true. Yuan Venerate, dear subduing, walked over to Ning Qi with a faint smile and reached out to pat Ning Qi's face. The cultivators who didn't know what was going on gasped when they saw this. They realized that Ning Beixian had actually been subdued by Yuan Venerate, deer swallower. Many 9 Tribulation Creation Masters looked at Yuan Venerate, deer swallower differently when they thought about how disdainful Yuan Venerate, deer swallower had been. This array formation is a time array formation. It isn't suppressing me. Instead, it slows down the flow of time. My speed is still the same as before, but time has slowed down. Ning Qi could sense that he could move at an extremely slow speed. However, this speed was no different from a standstill in the eyes of others. His thoughts weren't affected at all. The only possibility was that the flow of time in the space he was in was many times slower than the outside world. This fella's arrogance is all an act. I'm afraid he is the most sinister among the 3 Yuan Venerates. Ning Qi had a mocking look on his face. Yuan Venerate, deer subduing, smiled and glanced at Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer and Yuan Venerate Demonic Corpse. This fella you sent can't even beat me. Shouldn't you withdraw your troops? The outcome hasn't been decided yet. Why are you talking about withdrawing? Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer's eyes turned cold. The cultivators on the battleship were more inclined to withdraw their troops upon seeing this. However, Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer clearly wasn't willing to return in a sorry state. You want the outcome? It's simple. I'll just kill him. Yuan Venerate, deer subduing, chuckled as he swung his hand like a blade and slashed at Ning Qi's neck. A moment later, Ning Qi's body was sent flying by this terrifying force and sent flying out of the restriction. Chapter 1857. Reverse Samsara. All ages are void in Yuan Venerate, deer swallower's opinion. That move should have at least been able to cut off Ning Qi's head. However, the outcome was beyond his expectations. Ning Qi's body had already left the range of the time array formation set up by Yuan Venerate, deer swallower. His body moved and he hovered in the void. A faint white mark was disappearing on his neck. He's not dead. Yuan Venerate Hanfei and the others were astonished. This kid is indeed quite something. Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse grinned. I'm afraid that no one present, other than other Yuan Venerates, can block Yuan Venerate Deer Swallower's move so easily. Xiao Wuya and the others were shocked. The defensive power displayed by Ning Qi was really terrifying. He had just been hit in the neck without any defense, yet it seemed like he wasn't injured at all. What kind of physical body did he have to be able to perform this way? Crack! Ning Qi cracked his neck and chuckled before looking at Yuan Venerate Deer Swallower. You're a Yuan Venerate, yet you set up an array formation to trap a junior like me. You're really shameless. Yuan Venerate Deer Swallower's expression remained unchanged. It was obvious that what he had said previously was false. He simply didn't care about his reputation or what ordinary cultivators thought of him. Cut the crap. Your physical defense has indeed exceeded my expectations. However, since I can suppress you once, I can do it again. Yuan Venerate Deer Swallower sneered. What's so great about a time array formation? I also have a move that's similar to your array formation. Take my punch. Ning Qi laughed heartily. A moment later, the aura on his body skyrocketed and the immortal spirit Qi filled Ning Qi's surroundings like a storm vortex. Everyone's expression changed when they saw this, especially Yuan Venerate Deer Swallower, Yuan Venerate Hanfei, and Yuan Venerate Tsangji. They were in disbelief. Immortal spirit Qi? How can he have immortal spirit Qi? Did he also take the second step, like Dao Yan Immortal Emperor? The three of them were the ones who met Dao Yan the most, so they understood his cultivation better than anyone else in the central continent. Especially after he took the second step, the power of creation in his body would transform into another kind of power, and that was the celestial Qi. Seeing that Ning Qi possessed the same aura as the Dao Yan Immortal Emperor, the three of them could not help but be shocked. Very soon, the storm-like immortal spirit Qi turned into a massive fist and smashed toward Yuan Venerate Deer Swallower. Yuan Venerate Deer Swallower could either block it or evade it. He only had two choices. If he evaded, the 500-mile radius would be insufficient. If he stepped out of this range, he would lose. Grace of God. Reverse reincarnation. All ages are empty. Yuan Venerate Deer had a cold glint in his eyes as he roared. A moment later, his body transformed into a 7-colored deer that charged toward the fist formed by the immortal spirit Qi. He did not choose to block, nor did he choose to dodge. Instead, he chose the best defense attack. Boom! A deafening sound of thunder reverberated in the sky. The cultivators of Dao Yan Immortal City watched in shock as Yuan Venerate Deer Swallower was sent flying by Ning Qi's fist and landed heavily on the ground. A moment later, every space within the range of the forbidden technique was filled with surging immortal spirit Qi, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. After a full 10 breaths, the immortal spirit Qi gradually faded, and everyone saw Ning Qi standing in the void with a faint smile on his face. The 9 Darkness Demon Venerate and the others felt their hearts skip a beat. Since Ning Beixian was fine, then they hurriedly looked around for Yuan Venerate Deer Swallower. Finally, they saw a 7-colored deer that looked very similar to Yuan Venerate Deer Swallower in a huge pit. However, this 7-colored deer was obviously still in its infancy and was looking around curiously. What's going on? Yuan Venerate Tsangji and Yuan Venerate Hanfei were puzzled. Given their knowledge, they couldn't figure out why the baby of the 7-colored deer had appeared there. Where had Yuan Venerate Deer Subduer gone? Ning Qi landed beside the deer and was about to kill it with a palm strike. However, the deer seemed to treat Ning Qi as its parent. It bit Ning Qi's finger and sucked on it. Huh, interesting. The murderous intent in Ning Qi's eyes gradually faded as he looked at the 7-colored deer with a faint smile. This fellow was none other than Yuan Venerate Deer Swallower, who had been sent back to his infancy by divine grace. However, he had lost all of his memories now and would not recover them in the future. It was as if he had been reborn. Ning Beixian, Where is Yuan Venerate, Deer Swallower? Yuan Venerate Sangji suddenly asked. Yuan Venerate, Deer Swallower? Isn't he? Ningqi smiled as he picked up the deer. It was very disappointed that it had not sucked on its milk and was currently licking Ningqi's neck. Everyone gasped when they heard this and looked at Ningqi in disbelief. He said that this young deer was Yuan Venerate, Deer Swallower? How was this possible? Yuan Venerate, Deer Swallower was clearly a 9 tribulation creator and a Yuan Venerate entity that had lived for tens of thousands of years. How could he suddenly turn into a deer? What kind of mystic ability was that? How could it beat Yuan Venerate, Deer Swallower into this state? It seems like it can't remember anything, right? Yuan Venerate, Devil Corpse, mumbled to himself. Yuan Venerate, Immortal Slayer, looked at Ningqi with a hint of fear in his eyes. He had never heard of such a technique. It was also the first time he had seen it. It was really terrifying. This should be the thing you use to set up the time array formation, right? Ningqi suddenly realized that there was a jade pendant hanging on the deer's neck that emitted a faint aura of time. This jade pendant was simple and unadorned, so it might not be an original item of the central mainland. Perhaps it had been left behind by an almighty that had passed through this place. Ningqi put the jade pendant into his spatial bag so that he could study it carefully when he had the time. It's Yuan Venerate, Deer Swallower. Yuan Venerate Sangji and the others were shocked as they looked at the rainbow deer cub in Ningqi's arms in disbelief. Even though they did not want to believe it, the facts were right in front of them. This deer was very likely Yuan Venerate, Deer Swallower. There are 9 more. Which one of you will come out and fight me? Ningqi looked at Yuan Venerate Sangji and the others with a faint smile. Tao Expansion Immortal City fell silent. The 9 Darkness, Demon Venerate, and the others exchanged glances, but no one was willing to step forward. Yuan Venerate, Deer Swallower had been beaten into this state by a single punch. Who would dare step forward and fight Ningqi? Chapter 1858. Stop fighting. I admit defeat. Ha ha ha. Yuan Venerate Sangji. Yuan Venerate Hanfei, are you guys afraid? Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse laughed maniacally when he saw the Tao Spread Immortal City remain silent. The cultivators of Tao Spread Immortal City turned to look at Yuan Venerate Sangji and Yuan Venerate Hanfei. Were these 2 Yuan Venerates really afraid? Wouldn't that mean that they had to give up Tao Spread Immortal City? Many cultivator clans that had lived and reproduced here for generations started to panic. Their foundation was here, and they couldn't take it away in a short period of time. If Tao Development Immortal City was breached, then their losses would be extremely heavy. Yuan Venerate Sangji didn't say anything. Yuan Venerate Hanfei looked at the 9th Darkness Devil Venerate and the others. Everyone, 9 of you will come out and fight with Ning Beixian. The 9th Darkness Devil Venerate was silent. Even Zhan Qingkong, who was the most combative, didn't say anything. Their eyes fell on the rainbow deer that was waiting to be fed, and there was a trace of fear in their eyes. If they were beaten up by Ning Beixian like this, it would probably be worse than death. How about this? All of you come together. If Yuan Venerate Sangji and Yuan Venerate Hanfei are interested, you can come along too. I was just worried that I didn't have a chance to loosen up my bones. Ningqi smiled. Everyone gasped when they heard this and looked at Ningqi in horror. Even Yuan Venerate, Slay Immortal, and the others were stunned. Domineering. I like it. Yuan Venerate, Devil Corpse, was excited. The more he looked at Ningqi, the more he liked him. He was prepared to invite Ningqi for a drink or 2 after today's battle. Ning Beixian wants to challenge 2 Yuan Venerates and the 9th Darkness Devil Venerate. Although he's arrogant, I feel that he does have the strength to do so. In my opinion, this is a great opportunity to suppress him. I don't believe that a mere 7 Tribulation Creator can be stronger than the combined forces of over 29 Tribulation Creators. If Yuan Venerate Deer hadn't underestimated his physical defense, he wouldn't have lost so badly. The cultivators of Tao, spread immortal city, had different thoughts. All right, since you want to challenge all of us, we'll accompany you. Zhang Qingkong roared and shot through the air. The 9 underworld devil venerate and the others exchanged glances upon seeing this. Although they were a little reluctant, they had no choice but to make a move now that things had come to this. Fortunately, the other party was too arrogant and wanted to challenge more than 20 of them alone. Even if they couldn't beat Ning Beixian, they would at least be confident that they wouldn't end up like Yuan Venerate Deercatcher. Why aren't Yuan Venerate Songji and Yuan Venerate Hanfei making a move? Could it be that the two of them aren't planning to join hands with the 9 Netherworld Demon Sovereign and the others? Everyone looked at the two of them strangely. Yuan Venerates, are you not going to make a move? The 9 Darkness Demon Sovereign looked at the two of them and said faintly, with all of you here, Ning Beixian is nothing to us. What difference does it make whether the two of us make a move or not? Yuan Venerate Songji chuckled. Yuan Venerate Hanfei nodded with a smile. If all of you together aren't a match for Ning Beixian, then the two of us will make a move. After saying that, he turned to look at Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer and Yuan Venerate Hanfei. Everyone then realized that besides Ning Beixian, there were also 2 other Yuan Venerates watching from the side. Inside the restriction technique, Ning Qi stood quietly with the 7-colored deer in his arms. Opposite him stood the 9 underworld devil venerate, the 6 paths, Zhang Qingkong, and more than 20 other 9 tribulation creators. Other than the masters of the 6 great sects, the rest of the 9 tribulation creators were weaker than the snake monarch and immortal venerate Jade Water. In Ning Qi's opinion, it didn't matter whether they made a move or not. The combined strength of these 20-odd people was at most slightly stronger than Yuan Venerate Deer. Both the cultivators on Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer's side and the cultivators on Tao Development Immortal City's side were watching nervously. The next battle would determine the life and death of Tao Development Immortal City, so there was no room for mistakes. The cultivators of Tao Development Immortal City and the masters of the various great families were secretly praying that the 9 underworld devil venerate and the others wouldn't be defeated even if they couldn't suppress Ning Beixian. Otherwise, they would be the ones who would suffer the most. How long do you intend to stand there? Aren't you going to make a move? Ning Qi chuckled. The 9 underworld devil venerate and the others were slightly moved. At that moment, Zhang Qingkong let out an angry roar. Let's suppress him together. There are so many of us. Why should we be afraid of him? A moment later, his aura and battle intent surged. When the others saw this, they knew that this battle couldn't be avoided. Hence, they could only use their strongest techniques. It would be best if they could suppress the other party, but if they couldn't, they had to at least ensure their own safety and not follow in Yuan Venerate Deer's footsteps. The auras of over 29 Tribulation Creator Masters fused together and instantly surpassed the might of Yuan Venerate Deer. Even the restrictions in the surroundings started to waver. Yuan Venerate Hanfei and Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer made their moves and reinforced the restrictions. Suppress. More than 20 kinds of attacks instantly swept towards Ning Qi. The millions of cultivators in the surroundings couldn't help but widen their eyes when they saw this scene. More than 29 Tribulation Creators attacked together. It was the first time they saw such a scene. Woo! Xiaolu, who seemed to be frightened by this aura, whimpered and buried his head in Ning Qi's arms. Ning Qi chuckled as the Dragon Slayer saber appeared in his hand. He slashed at the 9 underworld devil venerate and the others. The sharp saber aura instantly cut through the void. The joint attack of the 9 underworld devil venerate was split in 2 by this saber and dissipated before it could even touch Ning Qi. Uft! A head suddenly fell to the ground. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Although the cultivation of the cultivator who had been beheaded was not comparable to the 9 underworld devil venerate and the others, he was still a 9 tribulation creator who had been famous for a long time. How could he be beheaded by Ning Qi? So the 9 tribulation creators can really die, Duanmu Chon muttered to himself. The expressions of the people around him weren't much different from his. They were shocked, stunned, and in disbelief. 1. Ning Qi smiled and disappeared on the spot before the 9 underworld devil venerate and the others could react. At this moment, a 9 tribulations master of creation suddenly revealed a look of horror in his eyes. He wanted to lower his head to look at his neck, but just as he lowered his head, it directly fell to the ground. Blood spurted out from his neck like a fountain. 2. Ning Qi smiled, and his figure disappeared again. The 9 underworld devil venerate and the others were horrified. They kept using their spiritual consciousness to capture Ning Qi's movements. Unfortunately, Ning Qi was too fast. Another head fell to the ground. 3. No more, I admit defeat. Chapter 1859. Don't leave if you come, don't leave if you come. These 9 tribulation creation masters were all subordinates of the Tao Yen Immortal Emperor. The death of any one of them was a loss to him. Since he wanted to fall out with the Tao Yen Immortal Emperor, Ning Qi had no reason to hold back. Uft, uft. A series of heads fell to the ground. Before the group of 9 tribulation creation masters could escape the range of the forbidden technique, they were all beheaded by Ning Qi and died on the spot. Hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation had gone down the drain. We've lost. The patriarchs of the various clans in Tao Expansion Immortal City instantly revealed expressions of despair when they saw the scene, whereas those ordinary cultivators were dumbstruck and didn't dare believe that the 9 tribulations of creation were actually like pigs and dogs in Ning Beishuan's hands, and he killed them just like that. Isn't this a little too childish? In their opinion, at the very least, there would need to be an earth-shattering battle to determine the victor. However, only the 9 nether demon sovereigns and the others knew that with Ning Beishuan's speed, even if the outcome was unbelievable, it was still within their expectations. The difference in combat strength between the 2 sides was too great. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen 9 tribulation creation masters died in the hands of Ning Qi. No matter how much the cultivators present couldn't believe it, it was a foregone conclusion. There were only a few dozen 9 tribulation creation masters in the huge central mainland and the 9 desolations. Now that more than a dozen of them had died, it was a heavy loss for Tao Yen Immortal City. The distribution of forces in various places would also change greatly after today. After all, these 9 tribulation creation masters had various sects and vassals under them. After they died, the enemies of these sects or the enemies of these 9 tribulation creation masters would definitely come out to wreak havoc and take revenge. Just like the joyful demon sect. Countless existences that the joyful demon venerate had offended in the past were constantly looking for the remaining cultivators of the joyful demon sect to kill and take revenge. Everyone could already imagine what kind of chaotic scene would appear in the central mainland. Enough! Yuan Venerate Hanfei suddenly shouted. His voice was like rolling thunder that resounded throughout the sky. He looked at Ning Qi gloomily. Ning Beixian, we admit defeat in this battle. Stop! Yuan Venerate Hanfei, you didn't say that we could admit defeat in a battle. Ning Qi said with a faint smile. The hearts of the netherworld demon sovereign and the others went cold. Could it be that this fellow wanted to kill them all? None of them dared to make a move, fearing that they would be Ning Qi's next target. Judging from Ning Beishuan's speed, if he was determined to kill them, at least one of them would die in his hands. Yuan Venerate Slayer and Yuan Venerate Immortal smiled. Regardless of whether they could conquer the Tao Expansion Immortal City today, their objective had been achieved. Senior brother, I didn't expect Brother Ning's combat power to be so terrifying. Even if you and I join forces, we can only fight him to a draw. This time, more than a dozen 9 tribulation masters of creation died. Wouldn't Tao Yen be furious when he returns? Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse said. Not bad. Yuan Venerate Slayer Immortal nodded with a smile. Ning Beixian, if the Dao Yan Immortal Emperor returns and finds out that you killed so many people, he will absolutely not let you off. If you stop now, you might still have a chance of survival. Yuan Venerate, Han Fei scoffed. I can spare them. Ning Qi chuckled. Yuan Venerate Han Fei was slightly taken aback. The 9 underworld Demon Venerate and the others heaved a sigh of relief. However, Ning Qi had yet to state his conditions, so everyone looked at him and waited for him to state his conditions. However, you have to use his life in exchange. Ning Qi pointed at Yuan Venerate Sangji and chuckled. Yuan Venerate Sangji, I had a fair fight with the Eternal River Immortal King and the other 3 back then. They were inferior and died in my hands, yet you sent Ziyu Yanjun to hunt me down secretly. As a Yuan Venerate, you don't even have this bit of magnanimity. I'm standing here today. Why don't you do it yourself and see if you can kill me and avenge the Eternal River Immortal King, Ziyu Yanjun, and the Jade Flute Immortal King? Gasp! Everyone gasped. They had not expected Ning Qi's target to be Yuan Venerate Sangji. At the same time, many cultivators were curious. So, Yuan Venerate Sangji had a feud with Ning Beixian a long time ago? He had actually sent his subordinates to hunt him down? If he had personally made a move back then, there would probably be no such thing as a Yuan Venerate Beixian today, right? Yuan Venerate Han Fei looked at Yuan Venerate Sangji strangely. This was also the first time he had heard of this matter. What are you talking about? Why don't I understand? Yuan Venerate Sangji was silent for a moment before smiling. His dark green eyes were filled with a faint murderous intent. There's no need to understand. Get down here and accept your death. Otherwise, I'll kill all 6 of them. Ning Qi pointed at the 9th Darkness Demon Venerate and the others. The 9th Darkness Demon Venerate and the others had ugly expressions on their faces. They had once been high and mighty, yet they had never expected that they would be treated like pigs and dogs that could be killed at will today. If you want to kill, go ahead, Yuan Venerate Sangji smiled and said. They died for the Dao Yan Immortal Lord. If you kill them, the Dao Yan Immortal Lord will naturally avenge them. Yuan Venerate Sangji. A trace of anger appeared in the eyes of the 9 Nether Demon Sovereign and the others. At this moment, 2 figures suddenly soared into the sky and flew towards the stage. Seeing this, everyone was curious. Who would dare to get close to the stage at this moment? Wouldn't they be afraid of being killed by Ning Qi? Brother Ning. These 2 people were Grandmother Long and Sakya Wunyan. They flew in front of Ning Qi and greeted him with a bitter smile. You guys are back too? Ning Qi nodded with a smile. Huh. Those 2 people know Ning Beixian. That female cultivator is the great elder of the Yin-Yang sect, Grandmother Long. The monk is Golden Arhut, Sakya Wunyan of the 9 Ruins Ancient Temple. Everyone had a strange look on their faces, especially the old monk and old woman standing beside the 9th Darkness Demon Venerate. They were the abbot of the 9 Ruins Ancient Temple and the sect master of the Yin-Yang sect. They were surprised to see that the elders of their sect seemed to have a close relationship with Ning Beixian. Brother Ning, can you let the abbot go? I'm willing to die on behalf of the abbot. Sakya Wunyan put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. Young Master Ning, our sect master has been led by the nose by those Yuan Venerates right from the start. He had no choice but to go to the battlefield today. Look, Grandmother Long smiled bitterly at Ning Qi. All right, take him away. Ning Qi waved his hands. Both of them had a look of pleasant surprise on their faces. They didn't dare to believe that Ning Qi would so easily agree to their slightly rude request. What are you waiting for? Ning Qi smiled. Yes. Sect Master, let's go. Abbot, let's go. Chapter 1860. 8 trigrams Demon Dragon. The 4 Devil Venerates watched in silence, not knowing what to say. Wasn't Ning Beixian filled with murderous intent just now? Why did he let 2 8 Tribulation Creator go so easily? This, Xiaoye and the others were dumbfounded. Then they exchanged a glance. Duanmu Chong was eager to try, but Yufeng said, "Don't even think about it. We have never been friends with Ning Beixian. If we had known this would happen, we would have tried our best to befriend him back at the twilight night, elixir vein." Everyone was silent. Duanmu Chong was right. They had never been friends with Ning Beixian, so it would be a joke if they went out to ask for Ning Beixian. "Brother Ning, this Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse was a little surprised and wanted to stop him. However, when he recalled that Ning Qi wasn't one of his subordinates, but a terrifying entity that could suppress a Yuan Venerate, he gave up on that thought. The abbot of the 9 Rakshasa ancient temple and the sect master of the Yinyang sect returned to Dao Spread Immortal City without a hitch. Yuan Venerate Tsangji and Yuan Venerate Hanfei exchanged a glance and saw the doubt in each other's eyes. Why was the other party so easy to talk to? Why would a mere 8 tribulation creator give him so much face? Taking a step back, if they were in Ning Beixuan's shoes, they wouldn't let go of 2 9 tribulation creators just because of 2 8 tribulation creators. "Are you friends with Ning Beixian?" Yuan Venerate Tsang Ji stared coldly at Grandmother Long and Sakya Wunyan. "Our relationship is average. We were almost killed by young Master Ning when we were in a desperate situation. However, we have never offended young Master Ning." Grandmother Long said softly, "Amitabha." Sakya Wunyan put his palms together and chanted, "Young Master Ning is very clear about his grudges. I really admire you. Wunyan, you are very good." The old monk couldn't help but pat Sakya Wunyan's shoulder after escaping death. He felt proud that he had found such a disciple. As the abbot of the 9 Rakshasa ancient temple, he had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years and had finally achieved what he had. He wouldn't be willing to die here. Grandma Long was also praised. Then the Yin-Yang sect master and the abbot of the 9 Rakshasa ancient temple cupped their fists at Yuan Venerate Sangji and said, "Yuan Venerate Sangji, since our lives are so worthless in your eyes, we shall seal our sects from now on. We shall have nothing to do with the matters of the mortal world in the future." As soon as they finished speaking, the 2 of them immediately led all the cultivators of the Yin-Yang sect and 9 Phantasms ancient temple to leave Dao Expansion Immortal City. Before they left, they greeted Ning Qi from afar and thanked him for not killing them. Yuan Venerate Sangji had an ugly expression on his face as a murderous glint flashed across his eyes. At that moment, the cultivators of the 9 Nether Demon sect, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation sect, and the other cultivators also spoke up, requesting Yuan Venerate Sangji to negotiate with Ning Qi and allow their sect master to return safely. "It seems like Yuan Venerate Tsang wouldn't dare to fight with me, and he would rather would." Ning Qi looked at the 9 underworld demon Venerate and the others mockingly. His voice was surging with immortal spirit qi, so every single cultivator in Dao Expansion Immortal City heard it clearly. The way they looked at Yuan Venerate Tsang Ji changed instantly. A dignified Yuan Venerate actually didn't have the slightest sense of responsibility and was so scared that he didn't even dare enter the arena to fight with his opponent. "Enough!" Yuan Venerate Tsang Ji suddenly roared like a dragon. Many cultivators who had doubts about Yuan Venerate Sangji were even more convinced that Yuan Venerate Sangji was actually a dragon race cultivator. There were more than 100,000 dragon race cultivators in Dao Yan Immortal City. When they heard this roar and sensed a familiar aura, they looked at Yuan Venerate Sangji in surprise. Ning Qi looked at Yuan Venerate Sangji with a faint smile. A moment later, Yuan Venerate Sangji moved and appeared in the field. He waved at the 9 underworld demon Venerate and the others. "Go back." The 9 underworld demon Venerate and the others didn't look at him, but at Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled and said, "I'm a man of my word. You may leave." The 9 underworld demon Venerate and the others heaved a sigh of relief when they received Ning Qi's approval. They didn't even look at Yuan Venerate Sangji, and flew in the direction of Tao's spread immortal city. The disciples of the various sects finally felt relieved when they saw this. They were afraid that their sect masters would be killed and they would follow in the footsteps of the joyful demon sect. Everyone looked at Yuan Venerate Sangji nervously. Yuan Venerate Deer had already been suppressed by Ningqi and was beaten into a child. Would Yuan Venerate Sangji follow in the footsteps of Yuan Venerate Deer? Ningqi smiled as he placed young Deer on the ground and patted him. Young Deer glanced at Ningqi reluctantly before leaping up and flying to Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer and Yuan Venerate Demonic Corpse aside. This showed that Yuan Venerate Deer's original body was definitely not ordinary. Otherwise, how could he have the ability to travel through space while he was still a child? Yuan Venerate Sangji looked at Ningqi indifferently. His dark green eyes were filled with endless murderous intent. He really regretted it. If he had known that Ning Beixian would grow to this extent in such a short period of time, he would have personally suppressed him. Unfortunately, there was no cure for regret in this world. With that thought in mind, Yuan Venerate Sangji took out an elixir and popped it into his mouth. At the same time, the skin on his body gradually changed. Pieces of green scales appeared beneath his skin, and his physical body expanded continuously. His aura continued to soar, surpassing Yuan Venerate Deer Swallower in just a few breaths. At the same time, he had also transformed into a massive dragon that was over 30 meters long. This size was very common in the dragon race, and many young dragons could even reach this size. However, the body of Yuan Venerate Sangji from the dragon race was filled with explosive power. It had a golden ratio, no more, no less. The most eye-catching thing was that there was a very strange diagram on his forehead. Many cultivators who had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years had never seen such a diagram before. 8 trigrams. Ningqi narrowed his eyes and glanced at Yuan Venerate Sangji's attributes. There were some changes compared to before. 8 trigrams Demon Dragon. Yuan Venerate Sangji level. 9 Tribulation Creator health points. 10 Yuan. His health points were constantly increasing and very quickly went from 10 Yuan to 11 Yuan. This should be the effect of the pill he had just consumed. 8 trigrams Demon Dragon. No wonder he knows divination, mystic abilities. He must have been born with it. Ningqi's eyes flickered slightly. I am different from Yuan Venerate Deer. I'm afraid it won't be that easy for you to suppress me. Chapter 1861. If reincarnation really existed in this world. Chapter 1861. Reincarnation. Pa. Ningqi moved and appeared in front of Yuan Venerate Sangji before slapping him across the face. Yuan Venerate Sangji had just finished speaking when he was sent flying by Ningqi's slap. He landed heavily on the ground, and the health bar above his head dropped by 1 bar. Ningqi had only used a very small amount of power in this slap. Otherwise, Yuan Venerate Sangji's health bar would have dropped by more than half. Even Yuan Venerate Hanfei wouldn't have been in a worse state. Why? It was because Ningqi's dragon-slaying attribute was extraordinary. No matter how strong a dragon race member was, they would still be naked and defenseless in front of him. Not only could Ningqi cause true damage, but he could also multiply the damage. You aren't that different from Yuan Venerate Deer Swallower. That slap was the one you sent Yanjun to kill me back then. I'm returning it to you. The corners of Ningqi's mouth curled up. The cultivators from both sides were dumbfounded. Yuan Venerate Sangji had been slapped by Ning Beixian the moment they met face to face. It was obvious who was stronger and who was weaker. Roar! Yuan Venerate Sangji looked humiliated before he let out a furious roar. An extremely violent power of creation swept out of his body. The terrifying power immediately broke the seal that Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer and Yuan Venerate Hanfei had set up. However, another slap. Ningqi's elusive speed made Yuan venerate Sangji unable to defend himself. Ningqi's slap was a little heavy as Yuan venerate Sangji flew in the direction of Dao Development Immortal City and landed heavily on the defensive array formation on the surface of Dao Development Immortal City. The defensive array formation had been activated ever since Yuan venerate Immortal Slayer and the others had arrived. Crack! A crack appeared on the defensive array formation and quickly spread in all directions. Then, with a loud boom, the spirit stone in the eye of the array formation turned into powder, and the health bar above Yuan venerate Sangji's head was reduced by 1/10. How is this possible? Why is his offensive power so strong? Yuan venerate Sangji spat out a mouthful of golden dragon blood and stared at Ningqi in disbelief. He was extremely confident in his defensive capabilities. Even if he stood there and let Yuan venerate Hanfei and Yuan venerate Deer Swallower attack him for a day and a night, they might not be able to kill him. However, Ningqi had seriously injured him with just 2 slaps. This slap is from when you tricked me. I'm returning it to you. Ningqi smiled faintly, and then his figure disappeared on the spot again. Yuan venerate Sangji looked horrified as he looked around. A moment later, he felt a sharp pain on his cheek and his body was sent flying like a rag doll. With a loud boom, he smashed through a section of the city wall that was dozens of miles long. The cultivators above dodged and gasped when they saw the scene. This slap is from your subordinate, immortal monarch Yu Shao being disrespectful to me. I'm returning it to you. Ningqi smiled. The health bar above Yuan venerate Sangji's head was only left with 2/3 of his health points. Even though he didn't know that his attributes were displayed in Ningqi's eyes, he could sense that he would be beaten to death by Ningqi in no time at all. Stop fighting. I admit defeat. Yuan venerate Sangji gritted his teeth and lost all will to fight. This was an unfair battle. If he hadn't used a technique like Yuan venerate Deer Swallower to prevent Ningqi's speed from taking advantage, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Ningqi no matter what. Ningqi smiled and disappeared on the spot again. Again, Yuan venerate Sangji was furious. Pa! The shattered dragon teeth scattered through the air and landed on the ground together with golden dragon blood. Yuan venerate Hanfei watched this scene expressionlessly. However, deep down he was shocked beyond belief. This slap is on behalf of Great Sage Xianzhen and Auntie Sword. Ningqi smiled. Who is Great Sage Xianzhen? Who is Auntie Sword? Yuan venerate Sangji realized that more than half of the dragon teeth in his mouth had been shattered. He glared at Ningqi with grief and indignation. You don't even know who they are, yet you still dare to make random divinations. Ningqi sneered, and his figure disappeared from the spot again. This time, he didn't give Yuan venerate Sangji any time to catch his breath. Everyone only saw Yuan venerate Sangji flying around in the air as if he was performing a strange dance. However, everyone knew that all this was caused by Ningqi's punches landing on Yuan venerate Sangji's body. Ningqi's speed was so fast that they couldn't catch him. They could only rely on the sound of explosions in the air and Yuan venerate Sangji's position to determine where Ningqi was. This fellow, Yuan venerate Devil Corpse, had a look of fear in his eyes. Even though Ningqi was on their side, the battle prowess Ningqi displayed made him involuntarily feel fearful. If he had been in Yuan venerate Sangji's place, he would probably have been beaten to such a sorry state, right? The cultivators of Dao Expansion Immortal City watched silently with various expressions in their eyes. There was shock, terror, sorrow, pity, and even more disbelief. Yuan venerate. To them, Yuan venerate Sangji was a distant existence. Normally, they would be able to brag about it if they could see a 9 tribulation creator. However, one of the top existences in the central mainland, Yuan venerate Sangji, had actually been beaten to such a sorry state by a person who had been unknown for thousands of years and had even been wanted by the joyful demon sect. This scene overturned their understanding of Yuan Venerates and made them feel like even Yuan Venerates were so weak. I'm afraid Yuan Venerate Songji will die if this continues, Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse said. It's good that he's dead. Together with Yuan Venerate Deer, Tao Expansion Immortal will have 2 fewer helpers. This is a great benefit for us. Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer smiled faintly as he glanced at the deer. If it wasn't for the fact that Ning Qi seemed to have the intention of adopting the deer, Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer would have slapped it to death. Uft, uft. Loud noises reverberated in the air as the scales on Yuan Venerate Songji's body were peeled off piece by piece. He was riddled with scars and golden dragon blood was flowing out. One of his wings had been broken and a section of his tail was missing. The dragon race in Tao Expansion Immortal City couldn't help but pant heavily when they saw this scene. Their eyes were bloodshot and they were extremely furious. Finally, when Yuan Venerate Songji's vitality was reduced to a small bar, Ning Qi smashed his head with a punch. The dragon body that had lost all signs of life fell straight to the ground with a loud thud. Ning Beixian, even if I go to the netherworld, I will still be waiting for you there. Yuan Venerate Songji's soul let out an indignant roar at Ning Qi. Then a black mist appeared beside him and sucked Yuan Venerate Songji's soul. Ning Qi smiled and gently tapped the black mist. The black mist dissipated instantly, and Yuan Venerate Songji seemed to hear the miserable howls of the netherworld cultivator. There's no need to go to the netherworld. If reincarnation really exists in this world, I will kill you every time I see you. Chapter 1862. Chapter 1862. Chapter 1862. Chapter 862. Destruction. Yuan Venerate Songji is dead? At that moment, countless spirit consciousness swept through Yuan Venerate Songji's corpse continuously as they wanted to confirm whether he was dead or alive. When they discovered that he was really dead, the cultivators of Tao Development Immortal City gasped in shock. There was only one emotion left in their eyes when they looked at Ning Qi: fear. Ha ha ha. One of the 3 helpers of Tao Expansion Immortal City is dead and one is crippled. Yuan Venerate Hanfei, why aren't you opening the city gates and letting us in to take a look? Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse laughed wildly. At this moment, the morale of the cultivators they had brought with them instantly rose. They had thought that they would return in defeat after coming to Tao Development Immortal City this time, but they had never expected that Ning Beixian would be able to beat Tao Development Immortal City to the point that no one was a match for him. If Tao Development Immortal City was really conquered by them, every cultivator would probably receive cultivation resources that they had never dared to imagine in the past, as long as they swept through the city within a month. Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer smiled faintly. Xiaolu was also very smart. When it realized that Ning Qi was free, it flew to Ning Qi's side and asked for a hug. All sorts of emotions surged in the hearts of the cultivators of Tao Expansion Immortal City when they saw this scene. The leaders of the great families were already thinking about how to protect their own interests as much as possible. Even if they suffered a 70 to 80% loss, it was still better than having their assets confiscated. Open the city, Yuan Venerate Hanfei said faintly. As soon as he said that, the city gates of Tao Expansion Immortal City opened slowly. In fact, it was meaningless whether the city gates were opened or not, as the defensive array formation of the city had already been broken. As long as Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer and the others wanted to, they could directly drive in without any obstruction. After witnessing Ning Beixian's terrifying combat strength, no one would be foolish enough to resist, as there would only be one outcome: death. Let's go! The corners of Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer's mouth curled up slightly. The 100,000 cultivators he had brought with him swarmed into Tao Expansion Immortal City instantly. The cultivators of Tao Expansion Immortal City could only stand at the side and look at them with slight fear. Of course, their attention was actually focused on Ning Qi. It wasn't the first time Ning Qi had come to Tao Develop Immortal City, so he knew where the Tao Develop Immortal Palace was. His figure flashed and vanished before everyone's eyes. Shortly after, Yuan Venerate Hanfei and the others heard a terrifying explosion coming from the direction of the Tao Develop Immortal Palace. Mushroom clouds rose and condensed in the sky for a long time without dissipating. Senior brother, it looks like Brother Ning's relationship with the Tao Yen Immortal Emperor isn't any better than ours. Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse chuckled. Yuan Venerate Slayer nodded and smiled. Given his suspicious nature, he was finally sure that Ning Qi and the Tao Yen Immortal Lord were on opposing sides. The cultivation resources of the Tao Growth Immortal Palace are innumerable, shouldn't we? Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse suddenly said. There's no need. There are countless clans in Tao Growth Immortal City, so we'll just make an example out of them. Brother Ning has contributed greatly this time, so we'll just give the Tao Growth Immortal Palace to him. Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer said with a smile. Although Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse was a little reluctant, he didn't dare ask for Ning Qi on his own since his senior brother didn't intend to do so. In his opinion, Ning Qi was someone he couldn't afford to provoke easily. The Tao Growth Immortal Palace that spanned hundreds of miles was directly blasted into ruins by Ning Qi. At the same time, Ning Qi appeared in front of a warehouse with a thought. Two trembling cultivators stood in front of the warehouse and stared at Ning Qi. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they looked as though they were facing death calmly. However, their trembling bodies betrayed their current feelings. The auras of these two cultivators were somewhat similar to Yuan Venerate Tsangji's. They were obviously cultivators from the dragon race. The warehouse is an important place. Don't mess around. The two cultivators from the dragon race stared at Ning Qi and said anxiously, Open it. Ning Qi said indifferently, Senior Ning, we can't open it. Our lives will be gone if we open it. The two cultivators from the dragon race had pleading looks on their faces. Your lives will be gone if you don't open it. Open it, and I'll let you leave this place safely. You can go wherever you want in the future. The Tao Yen Immortal Lord won't care about two ants like you. Ning Qi smiled. Really? Senior Ning won't kill us? A hint of hope appeared in the eyes of the two dragon clan cultivators. Cut the crap. If you don't open it, I'll do it myself. Ning Qi sneered. Yes. The two cultivators opened the warehouse in a panic, cupped their hands at Ning Qi and left. Ning Qi took a deep breath as he walked into the warehouse. Countless shelves appeared in front of him. There were about 1,000 of them, and every shelf was filled with all kinds of rare resources. There were elixirs, cultivation techniques, spirit artifacts, and refining materials. They were carefully divided from low grade to high grade. However, there was nothing that caught Ning Qi's attention, such as elixirs. Although grade 9 elixirs were considered treasures in the central mainland, there was not a single 9-dragon supreme grade elixir. Presumably, this kind of elixir should be carried around by Tao Yen. With a sweep of his spiritual consciousness, Ning Qi stored all the resources in the warehouse into his spatial bag. After checking carefully and confirming that there were no more secret rooms, Ning Qi turned around and left in satisfaction. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The cultivators of Tao Evolution Immortal City had either fled or been killed, and there were not many left. Yuan Venerate Demonic Corpse had also brought people to personally plunder the great families. Only Yuan Venerate Hanfei had not left. Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer stood in front of the ruins of the Tao Developing Immortal Palace and said with some regret, Brother Ning, you destroyed the entire Tao Developing Immortal Palace. I still wanted to sit on the chair that Tao Yin used to sit on. Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse and Ning Qi stood beside him. Behind the three of them were many 8 Tribulation Creation Masters, 7 Tribulation Creation Masters, and 6 Tribulation Creation Masters. These were all elites that Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer had gathered. You want to sit? Take it. Ning Qi smiled and threw out an incomparably luxurious dragon throne. Yuan Venerate Demonic Corpse's eyes lit up. He took the seat first and laughed. That's all you've got. Dao Yin should be back soon. He will definitely remember this lesson. I wonder what Brother Ning plans to do in the future. Will you follow us to the 9 desolations? Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer smiled. Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer had naturally chosen to retreat after taking the items and venting his anger. Otherwise, the 3 of them would be suppressed in minutes if Dao Yin Immortal Lord returned. Given Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer's understanding of Dao Yin, as long as they hid in the 9 desolations, he would not approach the 9 desolations unless it was absolutely necessary. I will wait for Dao Yin here. Everyone, please make a move first. Ning Qi smiled. Everyone was a little surprised when they heard this. Yuan Venerate Demonic Corpse looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. Brother Ning, are you planning to wait for Dao Yin to return? Ning Qi smiled without saying anything. Chapter 1863. Chapter 1863. Chapter 1863. 1,000 years without regret. The Dao Yin Immortal City has been breached by Yuan Venerate Slayer. Ning Beixian killed Yuan Venerate Songji and suppressed Yuan Venerate Lu Zhuolu. He fought against the 9 Darkness, Demon Venerate, and more than 29 Tribulation Creators all by himself. Truly unparalleled. The Dao Development Immortal City has suffered heavy losses. The news spread like a plague throughout the central continent. The rulers of the various celestial dynasties secretly rejoiced that their dynasties hadn't been implicated by Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer. At the same time, they were extremely shocked. Yuan Venerate Songji and Yuan Venerate Deer Swallower had actually been suppressed by Ning Qi. Many people didn't believe this news when it first spread. However, when they confirmed this news with various parties, they were terrified of Ning Beixian's combat prowess. At the same time, many 9 Tribulation Creators had died at Ning Qi's hands. Their subordinates had also been secretly wiped out by their enemies, and had fallen to the same state as the joyous demon sect. Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer and the others spent another 3 days reorganizing themselves before leading the cultivators to gather at the city gate of Dao Spread Immortal City. The remaining cultivators in Dao Spread Immortal City followed behind Yuan Venerate Hanfei, and looked at Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer with complicated expressions. Many of the family heads had a hint of resentment in their eyes. The cultivation resources that they had accumulated over the years had been swept clean by Yuan Venerate Demonic Corpse, leaving nothing behind. It was easy to imagine that their families would be strapped for cash for a long time to come. This time, they had suffered a great loss and wouldn't be able to recover without tens of thousands of years. Yuan Venerate Hanfei, we will take our leave first. Don't miss us too much. Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse greeted Yuan Venerate Hanfei. Everyone take care. I won't see you off. Yuan Venerate Hanfei nodded with a fake smile. This time, even he had suffered a great loss. He had to take out 50% of his cultivation resources to make Yuan Venerate Demonic Corpse relent. The 9th Underworld Devil Venerate and the others had complicated expressions on their faces. Their attention was focused on Ning Qi, as it seemed like Ning Qi had no intention of leaving with Yuan Venerate Slayer and the others. Brother Ning, do you really not want to consider leaving with us? With your combat strength, you can choose any 3 of the 9 great desolate regions. Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse tried to persuade Ning Qi again. Everyone listened carefully, and they hoped in their hearts that this devil, Ning Qi, would quickly leave Dao Expansion Immortal City. Yuan Venerate Hanfei also looked at Ning Qi thoughtfully. Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse was disappointed. The cultivators of Dao Expansion Immortal City were also very disappointed. They did not hate Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse and Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer that much. They hated Ning Qi and Ning Beixian the most, because if it wasn't for him, how could Dao Development Immortal City have lost so quickly? All right, Yuan Venerate Heavenly Goo is a soul-devouring bug. Both of you have to be careful. Ning Qi smiled. Yuan Venerate Slayer and Yuan Venerate Hanfei were shocked when they heard this news. Even Yuan Venerate Hanfei looked at Ning Qi in shock and exclaimed, "Young Master Ning, is this true?" Naturally, maybe you can check the cultivators here and see if any of them have become soul-devouring insects. Ning Qi said with a faint smile. The eyes of the 9 Darkness Devil Venerate and the others flashed with disbelief. However, logic told them that Ning Qi had no reason to lie to them. If Yuan Venerate Heavenly Goo was really a soul-devouring insect, the impact of this matter on the central mainland wouldn't be any less than the destruction of Dao Expansion Immortal City. After all, this concerned the safety of thousands of races. Yuan Venerate Hanfei was shocked. Compared to this news, this matter was really trivial. In the past, the soul-devouring insect race had almost caused the cultivators of the central mainland to go extinct. Thank you, Brother Ning, for the reminder. Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse cupped his hands with a solemn expression. He had been in the 9 great, desolate regions for a long time and had often come into contact with Yuan Venerate Heavenly Goo, but he hadn't found any clues. Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse planned to join forces with Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer to verify the authenticity of Ning Qi's news. In that case, Brother Ning, we will take our leave first. Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer cupped his hands with a smile. Ning Qi cupped his hands with a smile. Take care. They're finally leaving. The cultivators of Dao Evolution Immortal City heaved a sigh of relief. The matter of the soul-devouring insects was too far away from them. Many cultivators had never even heard of the existence of the soul-devouring insects. They were only concerned about when Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer and the others would leave. Naturally, they were delighted to see that the other party was really leaving. At that moment, a mysterious aura came from beyond the sky. Everyone was taken aback. When they looked up, they saw a vortex appear in the sky. Immediately after, a figure riding a donkey emerged from the vortex and appeared above everyone's heads in the blink of an eye. The light purple eyes of the donkey glanced at Yuan Venerate Hanfei and the others before noticing that the Dao Evolution Immortal Palace had already been destroyed. Then, it glared at Ning Qi with a deep-seated hatred. A middle-aged cultivator in a simple green robe was sitting on the donkey. His hair was thick and tied into a bun. 2 strands of black hair hung down from his ears, and his skin was as fair as white jade. Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer and Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse's expressions changed when they saw this middle-aged man. Yuan Venerate Hanfei and the others were pleasantly surprised. Greetings, Dao Evolution Immortal Lord. Yuan Venerate Hanfei, 9 Darkness Demon Venerate, and the others bowed in unison. Dao Evolution Immortal Lord? He's Dao Evolution Immortal Lord? The Immortal Lord is back. Ha ha ha. The leaders of the various great families were ecstatic. As for the ordinary cultivators who had never seen the Dao Evolution Immortal Lord before, they only realized after Yuan Venerate Hanfei and the others bowed that the middle-aged cultivator riding on the donkey was actually the Dao Evolution Immortal Lord who ruled the entire central mainland. He was a legendary existence who had reached the 2nd step. Since the Dao Evolution Immortal Lord was back, Ning Beixian and the others should be suppressed, right? Countless cultivators looked at Ning Qi and the others. Some were gloating, some were mocking, and some were ecstatic. On the other hand, the cultivators on Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer's side were trembling in fear. Immortal Slayer, I thought that all these years of suppression would clear your mind and make you understand some things. Obviously, you're still very muddled. The Dao Evolution Immortal Lord looked at Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer indifferently. Dao Evolution, I helped you conquer the world back then, only to be suppressed for countless years. I've thought it through very clearly. As long as you can't kill me, I'll go against you. Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer glared at the Tao Evolution Immortal Lord with a hint of hatred in his eyes. Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse sneered without saying anything. Master, don't bother about these two fellows. Ning Beixian is here too. Suppress him first. The donkey spoke in the human language, and its tone was filled with hatred. The Tao Evolution Immortal Lord looked at Ning Qi indifferently. Where is he? I was going to ask you that too. Ning Qi smiled. Immortal Slayer, I'll give you one more chance. Do you regret it? The Tao Evolution Immortal Lord no longer looked at Ning Qi, but at Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer. I won't regret it for 1,000 years. Chapter 1864. Chapter 1864. Chapter 1864. Let's talk about suppressing me first. All right. Since you've chosen this path, I'll fulfill your wish. The Tao Yen Immortal Lord nodded his head slightly. His eyes were filled with sadness as he gently grabbed at Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer, Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse, and Ning Qi. The majestic Immortal Qi was many times thicker than the one in Ning Qi's body. Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer and Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse were shocked. In the blink of an eye, they were caught by the Tao Yin Immortal Lord in front of hundreds of thousands of cultivators from both sides. However, Ning Qi's reaction was very fast. When he attacked, he immediately swung his blade. Although he was already prepared to let the Tao Yin Immortal Emperor suppress him, Ning Qi did not plan to let him be so easy. He wanted to see how much stronger the Tao Yin Immortal Emperor was compared to him. The immortal Qi of the Tao Yin Immortal Emperor collided with Ning Qi's saber aura. The incomparably sharp Dragon Slayer's saber did not disappoint Ning Qi. It directly cut through the immortal Qi that swept towards Ning Qi and slashed at the Tao Yin Immortal Emperor. He frowned slightly as a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. With a light wave of his hand, the Tao Yin Immortal Emperor instantly dispelled Ning Qi's blade force. Yuan Venerate Slayer Immortal and Yuan Venerate Demonic Corpse had a look of humiliation on their faces as they were caught in his hands. All the cultivators gasped when they saw this. A dignified Yuan Venerate had been suppressed so easily. This was even more terrifying than when Ning Beixian had killed Yuan Venerate Sangji. However, in their eyes, Ning Qi and Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer had formed a stark contrast. Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer and Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer hadn't even been able to resist before they had been suppressed. On the other hand, Ning Qi had been able to unleash a blade strike. This was enough to prove that his strength was above that of a Yuan Venerate. Ning Beixian's strength is really terrifying to be able to exchange a move with the Tao Yin Celestial Emperor. No wonder 2 Yuan Venerates were suppressed by him. However, the Tao Yin Celestial Emperor is probably even more terrifying, Xiao Wuye and the others thought to themselves when they saw this. Eternal Void Spirit Phantom Blade. 18 Dragons Subduing Palms. Palm of the 9 Flames. Void Whole Finger. In the blink of an eye, Ning Qi had unleashed dozens of subsections of the imprisonment dragon elephant technique. Every single attack was extremely terrifying, and it was not a problem to kill an ordinary 9 Tribulations creator. Unfortunately, these attacks were easily neutralized by the Tao Yin Celestial Emperor. His eyes revealed faint ridicule as he looked at Ning Qi. He chose you to replace me and wanted to replace my position. Unfortunately, you disappointed him. If you can suppress me, then we'll talk. Ning Qi laughed out loud. His figure moved slightly and disappeared on the spot. Tao Yin Immortal Emperor was slightly startled. He looked at the distant void and then looked at 10X. Wait for me here, I'll be right back. Master, you must suppress this brat. I want revenge. Tenacious Donkey quickly said. The Tao Yin Immortal Emperor smiled and chased after Ning Qi while carrying Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer and Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse. Tenacious Donkey transformed back into its human form and stared coldly at Yuan Venerate Hanfei and the others. I asked you guys to look after the house, yet you guys were beaten into the house. What's the use of that? Yuan, venerate Hanfei, and the others were silent, but they were mocking Ning Beixian in their hearts. According to the rumors, this stupid donkey had been beaten up even more miserably by Ning Beixian. If Ning Beixian hadn't wanted to capture him alive, he might have already died. How would he have had the chance to stand here and show off? Underworld Dao Celestial Dynasty Immortal Capital, in the most luxurious and expensive inn, Wu Wei and the others sat in the cloud-gazing pavilion. Sunset Autumn Cicada and Wu Dao Wind Cloud were present as well. Other than the three of them, there were also many geniuses from the Underworld Dao Immortal Dynasty. There were about 30 to 50 of them. An entire cloud-gazing pavilion was reserved by them. I didn't expect the great Dao Yen Celestial City to be defeated by Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer and the others. A supreme disciple sighed. During this period of time, everyone was discussing this matter whenever they saw one another. It was because this matter was too shocking and they didn't dare believe it. Wu Wei had a look of jealousy on his face. At that moment, another supreme disciple said, I heard that the greatest contribution was made by the newly ascended Yuan Venerate Beixian. TSK, how terrifying are Yuan Venerate Deer and Yuan Venerate Sangji. They have lived for tens of thousands of years, yet they were suppressed so easily. It's hard to imagine how terrifying Yuan Venerate Beixian's combat strength is. Furthermore, according to the rumors, Yuan Venerate Beixian is only a 7 Tribulation Creator. If he breaks through to the 9 Tribulation Creator level one day, wouldn't even the Dao Yen Celestial Lord? Wu Wei, I heard that you know Yuan Venerate Beixian. Is that true? A female supreme disciple looked at Wu Wei curiously. Everyone looked at Wu Wei, Twilight Autumn Cicada, and Feng Yun Wu Dao when they heard this. Wu Wei's expression was a little ugly, but Twilight Autumn Cicada said, That's right. We had some interactions with Yuan Venerate Beixian in the past, but that's all in the past. Feng Yun Wu Dao was expressionless and didn't say anything. He had already learned from Wu Wei that there was a grudge between him and Ning Qi. Sometimes Feng Yun Wu Dao even thought that if he hadn't met Ning Qi back then and lost all his memories, he would have become a creator long ago, given his aptitude. Feng Yun Wu Dao felt a tinge of hatred every time he thought about this. His hatred for Ning Qi hadn't decreased over the years. Instead, it had increased. Sister Mu, is that true? Can you tell me what Yuan Venerate Beixian was like back then? What was his cultivation base like? The female supreme disciple's eyes lit up. Twilight Autumn Cicada glanced at her with a faint smile. What's wrong, lass? Have you fallen in love? Sister Mu, you are talking nonsense. The female supreme disciple blushed. Wu Wei, who had some thoughts about her, felt even more furious. Unfortunately, given Ning Beixian's current strength, he would never get a chance to vent his anger in this lifetime. Speaking of which, Yuan Venerate Beixian did me a great favor back then. At the time, I was at the Mystic Perfected Immortal grade in the Green Dragon Continent and had some enmity with a female disciple of the Zhulu Sacred Land. We agreed to invite an alchemist for an alchemy battle. In the end, the other party invited an alchemy grandmaster while I invited Yuan Venerate Beixian. Twilight Autumn Cicada recalled the past. Feng Yin Wu Dao's face twitched, as this enmity had arisen because of him. What? Yuan Venerate Beixian was actually an alchemist invited by Sister Mu? The female supreme disciple was shocked and incredulous. The way everyone looked at Twilight Autumn Cicada also changed slightly. That's right. Yuan Venerate Beixian's cultivation base back then was very low. He was only at the initial Eternal Life grade. Chapter 1865. A Dogfight. Who would have thought that Yuan Venerate Beixian was only at the initial Eternal Life grade back then? Everyone fell silent for a moment before sighing in unison. If this was true, wouldn't their cultivation have been much higher than Ning Beixian's thousands of years ago? Back then, an initial Eternal Life grade cultivator wouldn't even be able to speak to them. For the next hour or so, the topic of conversation never strayed away from Ning Qi. Everyone was asking Mu Chio Cicada about Ning Qi. At this time, Wu Wei said darkly, "Instead of asking junior sister Mu, why don't you ask me, your brother-in-law?" Huh. Everyone was slightly taken aback as they looked at Feng Wudao. Could he be friends with Ning Beixian? Feng Wudao's expression changed slightly. Twilight Autumn Cicada glared at Wu Wei coldly. "Senior brother, what do you mean by this?" "Nothing. I see that everyone is so curious about Ning Beixian's past deeds. Doesn't brother-in-law know best?" Brother-in-law almost suppressed Ning Beixian back then. Wu Wei said with a faint smile. Gasp! Everyone gasped and looked at Feng Wudao in disbelief. Ning Beixian had almost been suppressed by him back then? Wu Wei didn't seem to be joking when he said this. "It's just a misunderstanding. It's all in the past now." Twilight Autumn Cicada tried to smooth things over. However, everyone was unhappy. Who was Ning Beixian? He was the famous Yuan Venerate Beixian who had suppressed 2 Yuan Venerates. Now that everyone knew that Feng Wudao had fought with him, they were as excited as ordinary people who had seen a celebrity and started asking Feng Wudao about what had happened back then. Sunset Autumn Cicada's expression became more and more unsightly. Just as she was about to explode, the sound of rolling thunder came from beyond the sky. Everyone subconsciously looked up and their expressions changed. Wherever they looked, the clouds seemed to be burning. The sky had become fiery red, and there were occasional flashes of golden light. "There are masters of creation fighting," Wu Wei said solemnly. "Looks like his cultivation isn't low." Twilight Autumn Cicada nodded. The expressions of everyone turned heavy because, in the blink of an eye, the fiery cloud was about to reach their heads. Usually, when masters of creation fought, if they weren't careful, they might implicate others. This place was the immortal capital of the Netherdeo immortal dynasty. There were millions of mortals, low-level cultivators, and high-level cultivators. If they weren't careful, it wouldn't be strange if tens of thousands of people died. You clearly know that this is the immortal capital of the underworld Dao celestial dynasty, yet you still dare to behave atrociously here. Wu Wei snorted coldly. In the next moment, everyone rose into the air in unison. "Senior, this is the underworld Dao celestial dynasty. Senior, please leave this place, lest you get implicated." Wu Wei said loudly. Boom! A shockwave swept towards them. Everyone's eyes flashed with a trace of fear as they dodged the shockwave by a hair's breadth. Immediately after, they discovered that a few mountains in the distance had been flattened by the shockwave. Soon, 2 figures appeared in front of everyone. When Wu Wei, Twilight Autumn Cicada, and Feng Wudao saw the appearance of one of the figures, their faces were instantly filled with shock. At this moment, a figure appeared beside them. Seeing this, Wu Wei and the rest hurriedly cupped their hands and bowed. "Greetings, Master, perfected immortal underworld Dao." Meng Tianshu's expression was solemn. In the next moment, he grabbed everyone present and moved away from this place. At the same time, the cultivators in the immortal capital also noticed the phenomenon in the sky and quickly retreated. As the saying went, when immortals fight, mortals suffer. They weren't sure how strong the 2 existences in the sky were, but it was definitely the right thing to do to avoid them immediately. "Ning Beixian, why is he here?" Wu Wei muttered to himself. "What? One of those 2 cultivators is Ning Beixian?" When everyone heard Wu Wei's voice, they immediately looked at him in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. "That's right." Twilight Autumn Cicada nodded with a complicated expression. Feng Wudao stared at Ning Qi's figure with a trace of hatred in his eyes. If it's really Ning Beixian, then who is the person fighting him? Everyone was shocked. "Dao Yin Immortal Emperor," Meng Tianshu said indifferently. "Hiss!" Everyone gasped, including Wu Wei and the Twilight Autumn Cicada. The person who was fighting with Ning Beixian was the legendary Dao Yan Celestial Emperor. Although the people present were all geniuses, they were only geniuses of this place. They were not ranked in the 300 celestial dynasties. Naturally, they did not have the qualifications to see the Dao Yan Celestial Emperor. However, since genuine immortal Ming Dao said it was the Dao Yan Celestial Emperor, there must be no mistake. How dare they? Where did these rogue cultivators come from? How dare they fight in the sky of the immortal capital? Aren't they afraid of perfected immortal underworld Dao suppressing them? Look over there. Perfected immortal underworld Dao? He's already found out. Why isn't he suppressing these two people? I'm afraid the cultivation of these two cultivators is extraordinary. The cultivators in the immortal capital discussed among themselves. There were all kinds of expressions on their faces. Some were shocked, some were curious, and some were excited. I've said it before. You're no match for me. Dao Yan Immortal Emperor stood at a high place and looked down at Ning Qi with a hint of arrogance. Besides Ning Qi wanting to see Dao Yan Immortal Emperor's strength, Dao Yan Immortal Emperor also wanted to see Ning Qi's strength. Yuan venerate Immortal Slayer and Yuan venerate Demonic Corpse, who were being suppressed, could only suffer in silence. Other than being able to see, they couldn't even say a word. I've also said it before. You can suppress me first. Ning Qi grinned. There was already a faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. There were also many injuries on his body. Even with Ning Qi's recovery ability, he could still suffer such serious injuries. One could imagine how terrifying the power of Dao Yan Immortal Emperor's every attack was. One person chased, and the other fled. It had been more than 10 days since they started fighting. The distance between them was more than 10 million miles. Unfortunately, Ning Qi still couldn't find out the limits of Dao Yan Immortal Emperor. No matter what the situation was, no matter what trump card Ning Qi used, Dao Yan Immortal Emperor seemed to be able to easily eliminate it. However, there was one trump card that Ning Qi hadn't used. It was the Immortal Lord token that he had obtained on Earth. Although Ning Qi couldn't refine it, the aura on it was left behind by an Immortal Lord after all. If he took it out and fought with Dao Yan Immortal Emperor, he might be able to resist for a while. Dao Yan Immortal Emperor chuckled and reached out to grab Ning Qi. Ning Qi slashed out with a backhand slash. Thunder rumbled in the sky once again. Golden light shone brightly. The cultivators who were slightly closer spat out a large mouthful of blood from the shock of the sound. They scrambled to escape from this place.